Hi friends, welcome back to the channel. I am so excited about today's reading. We are diving deep into your divine timeline, like what amazing things are aligning for you right now. And just a reminder, this is a safe and cozy space. So come as you are, relax, and let's explore the possibilities together. This reading is timeless, so whenever you're watching this, it's meant for you. So, what makes this reading super special is that we're not just looking at any old future. We're tapping into your divine timeline, the path that's perfectly aligned with your soul's growth. I think it's going to be really powerful. So, each pile is focused on a specific theme to help guide you, and all you have to do is choose the one you feel most drawn to. For our first pile, we have this beautiful Peridot sphere. Its theme is Seeds of Potential. So this pile is all about unfolding opportunities ready to sprout into your timeline. Then, for our second pile, we have this protective Fluorite point. This one's theme is Shielded Passage, which is navigating your path with clarity, protected from anything that could hold you back. Next up, for pile number 3, we have this nurturing Labradorite palm stone, and its theme is Echoes of Guidance, gentle whispers and supportive energies shaping your timeline from within. And finally, for our fourth pile, we have this empowering Jasper butterfly. Its theme is Catalyst for Growth, transforming challenges into opportunities for powerful forward movement on your timeline. So trust your intuition in choosing, friends. There's absolutely no pressure. Maybe close your eyes for a second, take a deep breath, and just feel which crystal calls to you the most. Set the intention that the pile you choose will bring you exactly the guidance you need right now. It's okay to check multiple piles too if you feel drawn to them. Just take what resonates. I am so excited, so let's get started. Alright, so you chose the Peridot sphere. Peridot is all about awakening, which is so cool, especially with the reading theme we have, Seeds of Potential. So think of this reading as uncovering all the unfolding opportunities that are just ready to sprout into your timeline. Okay, wow, so the first card we have is the Knight of Pentacles, then we have the Star, and then the Eight of Swords. Okay, so right off the bat, I'm seeing some really interesting stuff here. So, let's start with the Knight of Pentacles. Knights, they're all about action, right? But the Knight of Pentacles he's a little different than the other knights, you know? He's not like charging into battle or anything like that. He's much more grounded, much more deliberate, I guess you could say. He's the kind of person who's really reliable, really dependable. He's the one who's gonna show up on time, he's gonna do the job right, and he's not gonna cut any corners. So think of that friend who always volunteers to drive on long road trips, and they actually stick to the speed limit. That's total Knight of Pentacles energy. He's also really patient, you know. He understands that things take time, and he's not afraid to put in the work, like the consistent, daily effort that's needed to achieve long-term goals. He's not looking for a quick fix or a get-rich-quick scheme. He's in it for the long haul. So, if you've been planting a garden, and you're carefully watering and weeding every single day, even when you don't see immediate results, that's totally in line with this energy. And Pentacles, of course, are all about the material world, about finances, about security, about your physical body. So, the Knight of Pentacles is really focused on building a solid foundation for himself, like in all of those areas. He's making sure that his finances are in order, that his health is good, and that he has a stable home life. He's not flashy, he's not exciting, but he's incredibly valuable, you know? He's the kind of person you can always count on. He's the rock in your life. So seeing this card first, it's like, okay, there's a real call to bring that energy in, to be reliable and diligent. But then we have the Eight of Swords. Oh boy, this card, it can be a little intense, to be honest. It usually shows someone who feels trapped, restricted, like they're in a prison of their own making. And you see this person, they're surrounded by swords, right? But they're not actually being held captive by anyone else. They're blindfolded, their hands are tied, but they could actually free themselves if they really wanted to, you know? But they're just so caught up in their own fears and their own limiting beliefs that they can't see a way out. So it's like they're focusing on all the obstacles, all the things that are holding them back, and they're not even considering the possibility that they might have the power to change their situation. It's a very mental card, very much about your own thoughts and perceptions creating your reality. Like, have you ever felt so overwhelmed by a problem that you just didn't even know where to start? That's kind of the Eight of Swords in a nutshell. It's that feeling of being stuck in a rut, of being unable to see any possibilities, of feeling like you're completely at the mercy of your circumstances. It's like you're wearing these mental blinders, and they're preventing you from seeing the bigger picture. Like you might be thinking, oh, I can't do that because I don't have enough money, or I can't do that because I'm not smart enough, or I can't do that because I'm afraid of what other people will think. These are all classic Eight of Swords thoughts, yeah. And it's important to remember that the swords are all about the mind, about your thoughts and beliefs. So, this card is really asking you to examine your thought patterns to see if you're holding yourself back with negative self-talk. Are you being too critical of yourself? Are you focusing on your weaknesses instead of your strengths? Are you letting your fears control you? It's not always an easy card to see because nobody likes to admit that they're the ones creating their own limitations. But the good news is that because you're the one creating them, you also have the power to dismantle them. You just have to be willing to take off the blindfold and start looking for a way out. So, yeah, that's the Eight of Swords. Like, heavy stuff, right? But then we have the Star. This card is like a breath of fresh air after the intensity of the Eight of Swords. The Star is all about hope, inspiration, healing, and renewal. It's like, after a long, dark night, you finally see the first glimmer of dawn. It's that feeling of knowing that things are going to get better, that there's light at the end of the tunnel. You see this woman in the card? She's kneeling by the water, and she's pouring water from two pitchers. One pitcher is pouring water back into the pool, representing the constant cycle of giving and receiving. And the other pitcher is pouring water onto the land, nourishing the earth and bringing new life. So she's like a symbol of abundance, of generosity, of sharing your gifts with the world. And above her, there are 8 stars shining brightly in the night sky. The 8 stars, they represent hope, faith, and guidance. They're like little beacons of light that are showing you the way forward, even when you can't see clearly. So this card is really about trusting in the universe, believing that you're being guided and supported, and knowing that everything is happening for your highest good, even if it doesn't always feel like it in the moment. It's also about reconnecting with your intuition, your inner wisdom, and allowing yourself to be inspired. What are your dreams? What are your hopes? What are your aspirations? The Star is encouraging you to pursue them, to follow your heart, and to believe in yourself even when nobody else does. It's a card of healing, too. It's like, after a period of struggle or hardship, you're finally starting to heal and recover. You're letting go of the past, forgiving yourself and others, and moving forward with a renewed sense of optimism and purpose. So, the Star, it's a beautiful card. It's a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there's always hope and that you're never truly alone. Okay, so, putting these 3 cards together. The Knight of Pentacles, the Eight of Swords, and the Star. It's like, wow, this is a really interesting story unfolding here. Okay, so, right off the bat, I'm seeing that the Knight of Pentacles is like the key to unlocking yourself from the Eight of Swords. Like, the Eight of Swords is all about feeling trapped and limited, but the Knight of Pentacles is all about taking practical, concrete steps to improve your situation. So it's like the Knight is saying, okay, you might feel stuck right now, but you're not actually stuck. You have the power to change things, but you have to be willing to put in the work. So, think about it this way. Maybe you're feeling trapped in a job that you hate, right? That's classic Eight of Swords energy. You feel like you can't leave because you need the money, or because you're afraid of what other people will think. But the Knight of Pentacles is saying, okay, instead of just complaining about your job, what practical steps can you take to change your situation? Maybe you can start looking for a new job. Maybe you can start taking classes to learn new skills. Maybe you can start networking with people in your field. The point is, you're not just sitting around feeling sorry for yourself. You're actually taking action to create a better future. It's a very proactive energy. And that's where the Star comes in. The Star is like the light at the end of the tunnel. It's the hope that keeps you going, even when things are tough. So, by embodying the energy of the Knight of Pentacles, by taking those practical steps to improve your life, you're actually moving closer to the star, closer to that feeling of hope and inspiration. You're creating your own luck, you're paving your own path to a brighter future. It's like the Knight of Pentacles is the foundation, the Eight of Swords is the challenge, and the star is the reward. But you have to go through the challenge to get to the reward, you know? You can't just skip over the Eight of Swords and expect the star to magically appear. You have to confront your fears, you have to break free from your limiting beliefs, and you have to be willing to put in the work. And the Peridot, with its awakening energy, it's like the perfect crystal to support this whole process. It's helping you to see your situation more clearly, to recognize your own power, and to believe in your ability to create a better future for yourself. It's like the Peridot is whispering in your ear, "You got this. You can do it. Just take it one step at a time." So, with these seeds of potential, it's about how you really need that grounded, practical Knight of Pentacles energy to break free from those limitations that the Eight of Swords represents, so you can finally step into the hope, healing, and inspiration of the star. But wow, it's all about taking it one step at a time, being patient with yourself, and trusting that you're on the right path. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper into each of these cards, because I feel like there's so much more to unpack here. Starting again with the Knight of Pentacles, because, I really feel like that's such a key to unlocking everything else. So, with the Knight of Pentacles, it's not just about being practical and diligent. It's also about being really present in the moment, you know? He's not rushing around, he's not distracted by a million different things, he's fully focused on the task at hand. He's taking his time, he's paying attention to the details, and he's making sure that everything is done to the best of his ability. So, in your own life, how can you bring more of that presence into your daily activities? Can you slow down a little bit? Can you put away your phone and really focus on what you're doing? Can you be more mindful of your surroundings? It's like the more present you are, the more you'll be able to appreciate the small things in life, and the more you'll be able to see the opportunities that are right in front of you. And it's also about being really connected to your body, you know. Pentacles are all about the physical realm, so the Knight of Pentacles is very aware of his physical needs. He's making sure that he's eating healthy, that he's getting enough sleep, and that he's exercising regularly. So, are you taking care of your body? Are you listening to its signals? Are you giving it the nourishment and rest that it needs? It's like the more you take care of your physical body, the more energy you'll have to pursue your goals and to overcome your challenges. It's all connected, you know? And it's also about being really grounded in your values, you know? The Knight of Pentacles knows what's important to him, and he's not afraid to stand up for his beliefs. He's honest, he's reliable, and he's always true to his word. So, what are your values? What's really important to you in life? Are you living in alignment with those values? Are you making choices that reflect your beliefs? It's like, the more you live in alignment with your values, the more authentic and fulfilled you'll feel. And the Knight of Pentacles, too, can sometimes represent a situation that's moving slowly, but steadily, you know? It might not be the most exciting or glamorous situation, but it's one that's building towards something solid and lasting. So, if you're in a situation like that right now, try to be patient, trust the process, and know that your hard work will eventually pay off. It's like, think of a tree growing, right? It takes years for a tree to grow tall and strong, but if you keep watering it and nurturing it, it will eventually become a beautiful, towering tree. The Knight of Pentacles is like that tree. It's growing slowly but surely, and it's becoming something really special. Also, sometimes, the Knight of Pentacles can indicate that you need to be more practical and realistic in your approach to something. Maybe you're being too idealistic or too dreamy, and you need to come back down to earth a little bit. It's like the Knight is saying, okay, that's a great idea, but how are you actually going to make it happen? What are the concrete steps you need to take? So, if you're feeling a little bit scattered or unfocused, try to ground yourself a little bit. Make a plan, set some goals, and start taking action. It's like, the more practical you are, the more likely you are to succeed. But the important thing with the Knight of Pentacles is to not get too bogged down in the details, you know? Sometimes, he can be a little bit too focused on the practicalities, and he can lose sight of the bigger picture. He can get so caught up in the details that he forgets why he's doing what he's doing in the first place. So it's important to balance that grounded energy with a little bit of vision and inspiration. Don't forget to dream, don't forget to imagine, and don't forget to connect with your intuition. It's like the Knight of Pentacles is great at building a solid foundation, but you need the star to help you see where you're going. So, yeah, that's the Knight of Pentacles. He's a hard worker, he's reliable, he's grounded, and he's always there to lend a helping hand. But he also needs to remember to dream big and to stay connected to his intuition, because that's what's going to help him create a truly fulfilling life. Okay, now, let's dive into the Eight of Swords a little bit more, because this card, it can be really tricky, you know. It's not always easy to see when you're the one creating your own limitations. It's much easier to blame other people or to blame your circumstances. But the Eight of Swords is really asking you to take responsibility for your own life and to recognize that you have the power to change your situation. So, one of the key things with the Eight of Swords is that it's all about perception, you know. The person in the card is blindfolded, which means that she's not seeing things clearly. She's relying on her own thoughts and beliefs to create her reality, and those thoughts and beliefs might not be accurate. So, if you're seeing the world through a negative lens, if you're constantly focusing on the problems and the obstacles, then that's what you're going to attract into your life. It's like the universe is just reflecting back to you what you're already believing. So, how can you change your perception? How can you start seeing things in a more positive light? One way is to practice gratitude, you know? Focus on all the things that you're grateful for in your life, even the small things. It's like the more you focus on the good things, the more good things you'll attract. Another way to change your perception is to challenge your negative thoughts, you know? When you have a negative thought, ask yourself, is this really true? Is there any evidence to support this thought? Or am I just making assumptions? It's like the more you challenge your negative thoughts, the less power they'll have over you. And it's also important to remember that the swords are all about the mind, about your thoughts and beliefs. So, the Eight of Swords is really asking you to examine your thought patterns to see if you're holding yourself back with negative self-talk. Are you being too critical of yourself? Are you focusing on your weaknesses instead of your strengths? Are you letting your fears control you? It's like, think of your mind as a garden, right? If you plant weeds in your garden, that's what's going to grow. But if you plant flowers, that's what's going to grow. So, what are you planting in your mind? Are you planting positive, empowering thoughts, or are you planting negative, limiting thoughts? And sometimes, the Eight of Swords can indicate that you're afraid of making a mistake, you know? You're so afraid of failing that you don't even try. You're paralyzed by fear. It's like you're thinking, oh, what if I mess up? What if I make a fool of myself? But the thing is, everyone makes mistakes, you know? It's part of being human. And mistakes are actually a good thing, because they're how we learn and grow. So, don't be afraid to make mistakes, just learn from them and move on. And it's also important to remember that you're not alone, you know? Everyone feels trapped or limited sometimes. Everyone has their own fears and insecurities. So don't be afraid to reach out for help, to talk to someone you trust, to get some support. It's like the more you share your feelings, the less power they'll have over you. And sometimes, the Eight of Swords can indicate that you're being too hard on yourself, you know? You're setting unrealistic expectations for yourself, and you're beating yourself up when you don't meet them. You're being too critical and judgmental. So try to be more compassionate towards yourself, you know? Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer to a friend. It's like the more you love and accept yourself, the more confident and empowered you'll feel. And it's also important to remember that you have choices, you know. Even when you feel like you're trapped, you always have choices. You might not be able to change your circumstances, but you can always change your attitude. You can always choose to focus on the positive, you can always choose to take action, and you can always choose to believe in yourself. It's like the Eight of Swords is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity, you know. It's an opportunity to break free from your limitations, to overcome your fears, and to create a more fulfilling life for yourself. You just have to be willing to take off the blindfold and start looking for a way out. Okay, so, yeah, that's the Eight of Swords. It's a card about feeling trapped and limited, but it's also a card about empowerment and transformation. It's a reminder that you have the power to change your situation, You just have to be willing to take responsibility for your own life and to start seeing things in a more positive light. And then finally, let's really explore the star, because it's such a beautiful and hopeful card, you know? After the intensity of the Eight of Swords, the star is like a soothing balm for your soul. It's a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there's always hope, and that you're never truly alone. So, one of the key things with the star is that it's all about faith, you know? It's about trusting in the universe, believing that you're being guided and supported, and knowing that everything is happening for your highest good, even if it doesn't always feel like it in the moment. It's like, think of the stars in the night sky, right? They're always there, even when you can't see them because of the clouds. They're a constant source of light and guidance, and they're a reminder that you're part of something bigger than yourself. So, how can you cultivate more faith in your life? One way is to connect with nature, you know. Spend time outdoors, breathe in the fresh air, and appreciate the beauty of the natural world. It's like, the more you connect with nature, the more you'll feel connected to the universe. Another way to cultivate faith is to practice meditation, you know? Sit in silence, clear your mind, and listen to your intuition. It's like, the more you meditate, the more you'll be able to hear the guidance of the universe. And it's also important to remember that you're worthy of love and happiness, you know? The star is a card of hope and inspiration, and it's a reminder that you deserve to have a fulfilling and joyful life. So don't be afraid to dream big, don't be afraid to pursue your passions, and don't be afraid to believe in yourself. It's like, the universe wants you to succeed, you know? It wants you to be happy, it wants you to be fulfilled. All you have to do is believe in yourself and take action towards your goals. And sometimes, the star can indicate that you need to be more creative, you know? You need to express yourself, you need to tap into your inner artist. It's like the star is saying, okay, what are your talents? What are your gifts? How can you share them with the world? So, if you're feeling a little bit stagnant or uninspired, try to find a creative outlet, you know? Write, paint, sing, dance, play music, whatever makes you feel alive. It's like, the more you express yourself creatively, the more joy and fulfillment you'll experience. And it's also important to remember that healing takes time, you know? The star is a card of healing and renewal, but it's not a quick fix. It's a process that takes time, patience, and self-compassion. So if you're going through a difficult time, be gentle with yourself, you know. Allow yourself to feel your emotions, allow yourself to grieve, and allow yourself to heal. It's like, the more you allow yourself to heal, the stronger and more resilient you'll become. And it's also important to remember that you're not perfect, you know? Everyone makes mistakes, everyone has flaws, but that's what makes you unique and special. So don't try to be perfect, just try to be yourself. It's like the star is shining brightly in the night sky, but it's not perfect, you know? It has imperfections, it has blemishes. But it's still beautiful, it's still inspiring, and it's still a source of light and guidance. So, yeah, that's the star. It's a card of hope, inspiration, healing, and renewal. It's a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there's always light, and that you're never truly alone. It's a card that encourages you to have faith, to believe in yourself, and to pursue your dreams. Okay, so, bringing it all back together, the Knight of Pentacles, the Eight of Swords, and the star, it's like, you have the power to create a more fulfilling life for yourself. You just have to be willing to take practical steps, to overcome your limitations, and to believe in yourself. The Knight of Pentacles is giving you the grounded energy you need to take action. The Eight of Swords is showing you where you're holding yourself back, and the star is guiding you towards a brighter future. And that Peridot is helping you awaken to all the opportunities that are available to you. Wow, this is such an exciting reading. I'm really feeling the energy of these cards, and I'm so excited to see what else unfolds. I think that is a really great foundation, and I'm excited to keep going on this journey with you and see what else we can uncover. Okay, so, I think we should probably. Okay. So we have to pull the next card, right? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. This is really building something special. Okay, here we go. Oh wow, oh my gosh, okay, we have. The Lovers, oh my goodness, how perfect is that? Okay, so with all this energy we've already got, the Knight of Pentacles, Eight of Swords, the Star, and now the Lovers. It's like, so much is coming together. Okay, so the Lovers, first of all, it's not always just about romantic love, you know? It can be, definitely can be, but it's also about choices, and it's about alignment, and it's about partnerships of all kinds. It's about making a decision that's really true to yourself and your values. It's about finding harmony and balance, and it's about recognizing the sacredness of connection. Like, when you look at this card, you usually see two people, right? And they're standing there, and they're often under the blessing of some higher power, like an angel or something like that. And it's a representation of that perfect union, that perfect harmony, that coming together of two souls. But it also makes me think of, the union within yourself. Like, the coming together of your own inner masculine and feminine energies, or your head and your heart, the things we've already been touching on. It's about integrating all the different parts of yourself into a cohesive whole. It's about becoming more complete. And also, the lovers can represent a really significant choice point. Like, a moment where you have to make a decision that's going to have a big impact on your life. And it's not always an easy decision. It might be a choice between two things that you really want, or it might be a choice that requires you to step outside of your comfort zone. But it's a choice that's going to lead you towards greater alignment with your true self and your true path. So, seeing this card now, after everything else we've pulled, it's like, wow, this reading is really about stepping into your power. It's about recognizing your own potential, and it's about making choices that are going to help you create a life that's really authentic and fulfilling. And that Peridot, with its awakening energy, it's helping you to see all the possibilities that are available to you, and it's giving you the courage to choose the path that's right for you. This is so cool. I'm so excited. It's like everything is just slotting together and I can't even tell you. Okay, so, with that said, let's really look at this in the context of the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah. Because, how does that grounded, practical energy of the Knight of Pentacles play into this idea of choices and alignment? Well, I think it's about making choices that are not only true to your heart, but also realistic and sustainable. It's not just about following your dreams, it's about building a solid foundation for those dreams to grow on. So, maybe the lovers is asking you to consider the practical implications of your choices. Like, if you're thinking about making a big change in your life, are you financially prepared? Do you have the support system that you need? Are you willing to put in the work to make it happen? The Knight of Pentacles is all about being responsible and reliable, so it's reminding you to take a grounded approach to your decisions. It's about planning, yeah. Think of it as okay, you're choosing to build a house, and you're not just picking out the wallpaper. You're making sure the foundation is solid. You're making sure the plumbing works, you're making sure the roof isn't leaking. All of that Knight of Pentacles energy. But it's also about bringing that sense of commitment and dedication to your relationships. Like, if you're in a partnership, are you willing to put in the effort to make it work? Are you willing to communicate openly and honestly? Are you willing to compromise and to support your partner's dreams? The Knight of Pentacles is all about being loyal and dependable, so it's encouraging you to invest in your relationships and to nurture them with care. It's not about grand gestures, it's about the everyday acts of kindness and support that really make a difference. And it's not just about romantic relationships. It's also about your relationships with your friends, your family, and your colleagues. Are you being a good friend? Are you being a supportive family member? Are you being a reliable colleague? The Knight of Pentacles is all about being a good member of your community. So it's challenging you to show up for the people in your life and to be a source of strength and stability for them. It's so much about that reliability, and it's all connected to making those solid choices. Choosing to be a good friend is a conscious choice, right? Choosing to be reliable is a conscious choice. It's not just something that happens, it's something you actively decide to be. And I think it's interesting, too, that the Knight of Pentacles is often associated with the earth element. And the earth element is all about grounding and stability. So it's the lovers is asking you to ground your choices in reality, to make sure that they're aligned with your values, and to build a solid foundation for your future. It's about creating a life that's not only fulfilling, but also sustainable and secure. It's about building something that will last. not just a fleeting moment of happiness, but a lasting sense of peace and contentment. Like, the Knight of Pentacles is like, okay, great, you're choosing love, but how are you going to make that love last? What are you going to do to nurture it and protect it? It's like, it's the reality check, but in the best possible way, you know. It's not about crushing your dreams, it's about helping you to build them in a way that's strong and resilient. So, yeah, the Lovers and the Knight of Pentacles, it's about making conscious choices, building a solid foundation, and committing to your relationships. It's about choosing wisely and building for the long term. Now, let's really think about this in contrast to the Eight of Swords, because that feels really important too. Oh gosh, this is so good. Because, like, the Eight of Swords is all about feeling trapped and limited, right? And the Lovers is all about freedom and choice. So it's like, how do you break free from those limitations and step into a place of greater alignment? Well, I think it starts with recognizing that you always have a choice, even when it doesn't feel like it, you know? Like, the person in the Eight of Swords is blindfolded and tied up, but they could untie themselves if they really wanted to. They have the power to change their situation, but they're just not seeing it. So, the Lovers is like, okay, take off the blindfold. See all the possibilities that are available to you. You're not trapped, you're free to choose. But it's not always easy to see those possibilities, especially when you're stuck in a negative thought pattern. That Eight of Swords energy is really powerful, and it can be hard to break free from it. So, how do you do it? Well, I think it starts with challenging your limiting beliefs, you know. Like, what are the thoughts that are holding you back? What are the stories that you're telling yourself about why you can't have what you want? The Lovers is asking you to question those stories, to see if they're really true, or if they're just based on fear and insecurity. And it's also about recognizing that you're worthy of love and happiness, you know. The Eight of Swords can make you feel like you're not good enough, like you don't deserve to have what you want. But the Lovers is reminding you that you are worthy, that you are deserving, and that you have the power to create a life that's filled with joy and fulfillment. It's all about recognizing your inherent worth. But it's so easy to forget, right? Especially when you're stuck in that Eight of Swords loop. That negative self-talk can be so convincing. That's why it's so important to actively challenge those thoughts and replace them with something more positive and empowering. And it's also about making choices that are aligned with your values, you know. The Eight of Swords can make you feel like you're being forced to do things that you don't want to do, like you're trapped in a situation that's not right for you. But the Lovers is reminding you that you always have the power to choose your own path, to make decisions that are in alignment with your true self. This makes me think about, like, that job you hate, you know. The Eight of Swords is like, I'm trapped, I can't leave, I need the money. But the Lovers is like, okay, but what are your values? Is this job aligned with your values? If not, what choices can you make to find something that is? And sometimes, the Lovers can indicate that you need to make a difficult choice, you know. Like a choice that requires you to leave behind something that's familiar and comfortable in order to step into something new and unknown. This can be scary, especially when you're already feeling trapped and limited by the Eight of Swords. But the Lovers is reminding you that growth and transformation often require us to step outside of our comfort zone, to take risks, and to trust that we're being guided towards something better. The Lovers is saying, yes, it's scary, but you're strong enough to handle it. You have the power to make this change, and it will ultimately lead you to a more fulfilling life. So, yeah, the Lovers and the Eight of Swords, it's about breaking free from your limitations, challenging your limiting beliefs, and making choices that are aligned with your values. It's about stepping into your power and creating a life that's truly authentic and fulfilling. It's about recognizing that the chains are self-imposed and that the key to unlocking them lies within you. Okay, so with that, let's look at how the energy of the star plays into all of this, because that's a really important piece of this puzzle too. Yeah. Ooh, this is just getting better and better. Because, like, the star is all about hope, inspiration, and healing, right? And the Lovers is all about choices and alignment. So, it's like, how do you use that hope and inspiration to make choices that are aligned with your true self and your true path? Well, I think it starts with believing in yourself, you know? The star is a card of faith and trust, and it's reminding you to believe in your own potential, to believe that you have the power to create a life that's filled with joy and fulfillment. It's about trusting that the universe is supporting you, that you're being guided towards something better, and that everything is happening for your highest good, even when it doesn't feel like it. So, the Lovers is asking you to tap into that faith, to connect with your inner guidance, and to make choices that are inspired by hope and optimism. It's about letting go of doubt and fear and embracing the possibilities that lie before you. Think of it like this. The Eight of Swords is the dark night of the soul, the Lovers is the dawn breaking, and the Star is the sun rising, filling you with warmth and light. And it's also about recognizing that you're not alone, you know. The Star is a card of connection and community, and it's reminding you that you're surrounded by people who love and support you. It's about reaching out to those people, sharing your dreams and your fears, and asking for help when you need it. The Lovers is asking you to build strong relationships, to connect with others on a deep and meaningful level, and to create a support system that will help you to navigate the challenges of life. It's like the Star is shining its light on your connections, illuminating the path forward with the love and support of those around you. You don't have to do this alone. And it's interesting to think about the Lovers in the context of self-love too, yeah. The Star reminds us to nurture ourselves, to heal from past wounds, and to cultivate a sense of inner peace and acceptance. So, the Lovers, in this sense, is about choosing to love yourself unconditionally, flaws and all. It's about recognizing your own inherent worth and treating yourself with kindness and compassion. And sometimes, the Lovers can indicate that you need to make a choice that's going to bring more joy and fulfillment into your life, you know? Like, a choice that's going to allow you to express your creativity, to pursue your passions, or to connect with your inner child. This can be anything from taking a dance class to starting a new hobby to spending more time in nature. The Star is reminding you to prioritize your own happiness, to make time for the things that bring you joy, and to create a life that's filled with laughter and play. It's like the Lovers is asking, what choices can you make today that will bring more light into your life? What can you do to nurture your spirit and connect with your inner joy? So, yeah, the Lovers and the Star, it's about believing in yourself, connecting with your inner guidance, and making choices that are inspired by hope and optimism. It's about prioritizing your own happiness, building strong relationships, and creating a life that's filled with joy and fulfillment. It's about letting your inner light shine brightly and illuminating the world around you. Okay, so let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into this idea of choices and alignment, because I feel like that's really at the heart of what this reading is all about, you know? Like, what does it really mean to make a choice that's aligned with your true self? This is really yummy. Well, I think it starts with knowing yourself, you know? Like, what are your values? What are your passions? What are your strengths and weaknesses? What are your dreams and aspirations? The Lovers is asking you to get really clear about who you are, what you want, and what you stand for. It's about understanding your own unique gifts and talents and using them to create a life that's meaningful and fulfilling. So, the Lovers is like, okay, before you make any big decisions, take some time to reflect on what's really important to you. What do you want your life to look like? What kind of impact do you want to have on the world? And it's also about being honest with yourself, you know? Like, are you really living in alignment with your values? Are you really pursuing your passions? Are you really being true to yourself? The Lovers is asking you to confront any areas where you're not being authentic, where you're compromising your values, or where you're settling for less than you deserve. It's about being willing to make changes, even if they're difficult, in order to live a life that's more aligned with your true self. The Lovers is saying, don't be afraid to look in the mirror and see what's really there. Be honest about your shortcomings and your desires, and be willing to make the necessary changes to live a more authentic life. And it's also about trusting your intuition, you know? Like, what is your gut telling you? What feels right? What feels wrong? The Lovers is asking you to listen to your inner voice, to trust your instincts, and to follow your heart even when it doesn't make sense to your head. It's like your intuition is your inner compass, guiding you towards the choices that are best for you. So, the Lovers is saying, tune in to that inner voice, listen to your gut feelings, and trust that you know what's best for yourself, even if others disagree. And it's interesting to think about this in the context of relationships too, yeah. The Lovers often represents romantic partnerships, but it can also represent any kind of close relationship, like friendships, family relationships, or business partnerships. So, the Lovers is asking you to consider whether your relationships are aligned with your values, whether they're supportive and nurturing, and whether they're helping you to grow and evolve. If not, it might be time to make some changes, to set some boundaries, or to even end the relationship altogether. It's like, are the people in your life lifting you up or holding you back? Are they supporting your dreams or undermining them? The Lovers is asking you to choose relationships that are aligned with your highest good. And sometimes, the Lovers can indicate that you need to make a choice between two different paths, you know? Like, a choice between two different career paths, two different relationships, or two different lifestyles. This can be a really difficult decision, especially when both options seem appealing. But the Lovers is reminding you that you can't have it all, that you have to choose the path that's most aligned with your true self and your true values. It's about prioritizing what's most important to you and trusting that you're making the right decision, even if it means letting go of something else. The Lovers is saying, you can't have everything, so choose wisely. Prioritize what's most important to you and trust that you're making the best decision for your future, even if it means sacrificing something else. So, yeah, the Lovers, it's all about choices and alignment, and it's about making decisions that are true to yourself, your values, and your path. It's about knowing yourself, being honest with yourself, trusting your intuition, and choosing relationships and paths that are aligned with your highest good. Okay, wow, this has been so insightful. I feel like we've really uncovered some deep truths here. And with that said, I'm so excited, I can't even tell you. Like, what does all of this really mean for you, and where are you headed? What's the next step on your journey? What is it? Oh my gosh, what is it? Okay, so I think we need to pull another card to really get a sense of what's coming next. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. Are you ready? Drum roll, please. Okay, and the next card is the Six of Cups. Oh my gosh, that's so sweet. I love this card. It's so gentle and kind. Okay, so the Six of Cups is often about nostalgia, about childhood memories, about simpler times, you know? It's about reconnecting with the past in a really positive way. But it's also about harmony and balance, about giving and receiving, and about sharing joy with others, yeah. Like, you often see children in this card, right? Sharing cups, being innocent, being kind to each other. And it's a reminder of that pure, unadulterated joy that we all experienced as children. But it's not just about, living in the past. It's about bringing those positive memories and those feelings of joy into the present, you know? Like, what are the things that made you happy as a child? What are the activities that you enjoyed? What are the people who brought you joy? And how can you bring more of that into your life now? So, seeing this card after everything else, it's like, wow, this is really about healing those old wounds and reconnecting with your inner child. So, yeah, this Six of Cups is here to remind us of the beauty of simple pleasures, the importance of kindness, and the power of connecting with the past in a really positive way. Okay, so let's think about how the Six of Cups connects to the Knight of Pentacles, because, that grounded energy feels really important here. Yeah, because, the Knight of Pentacles is all about being practical and diligent, and the Six of Cups is all about nostalgia and childhood memories, right? So, how do those two energies come together? Well, I think it's about grounding those positive memories in your current reality, you know? It's not just about reminiscing about the past, it's about using those memories to create a more fulfilling present. It's about taking those feelings of joy and connection and bringing them into your everyday life in a really practical way. Like, maybe you loved to draw as a child, right? And the Knight of Pentacles is saying, okay, great, but how can you actually incorporate that into your life now? Can you take an art class? Can you start sketching in your free time? Can you find a way to make art a part of your daily routine? It's about taking that childhood passion and turning it into a tangible, real-world activity. It's a tangible goal, right? Maybe you loved spending time with your grandparents, yeah? The Knight of Pentacles is like, okay, how can you honor that connection now? Can you call them more often? Can you visit them? Can you create new memories with them? It's about taking that feeling of love and connection and translating it into concrete actions. It's about making an effort. The Knight of Pentacles energy is all about showing up and doing the work. Maybe you loved playing outside, yeah. And the Knight of Pentacles is saying, okay, how can you bring more of that nature into your life now? Can you go for a walk in the park? Can you start gardening? Can you bring plants into your home? It's about finding ways to connect with the natural world in a way that's sustainable and practical. It's a solid way to ground yourself. And it's also about using those positive memories to build a stronger foundation for your future. Like, the Knight of Pentacles is all about building a solid foundation, and the Six of Cups is reminding you of the things that bring you joy. So, it's about integrating those two energies to create a life that's both fulfilling and secure. It's about building a life that's rooted in your values and your passions, but that's also grounded in reality. And it's interesting to think about this in the context of work, yeah. Like, maybe you're feeling stuck in a job that you don't enjoy, right? The Six of Cups is asking you to remember what you loved to do as a child, what you were passionate about. And the Knight of Pentacles is saying, okay, how can you bring more of that into your work? Can you find a way to use your creativity? Can you find a way to connect with people? Can you find a way to make a difference? It's about finding a job that aligns with your values and your passions, a job that makes you feel like you're making a positive contribution to the world. You need to find that spark again. Maybe you're feeling disconnected from your community, yeah. The Six of Cups is asking you to remember the sense of belonging that you felt as a child, the feeling of being connected to something bigger than yourself. And the Knight of Pentacles is saying, okay, how can you recreate that sense of community now? Can you volunteer your time? Can you join a club or organization? Can you find a way to connect with like-minded people? It's about finding your tribe, finding your community, and creating a sense of belonging that nourishes your soul. So, yeah, the Six of Cups and the Knight of Pentacles, it's about grounding those positive memories in your current reality, building a stronger foundation for your future, and finding ways to bring more joy and connection into your everyday life. It's about taking those feelings of nostalgia and turning them into concrete actions that make a real difference in your life. So, yeah, that's the Knight of Pentacles coming in with that Six of Cups energy. But what about the Eight of Swords? Okay, oh boy, now we have to think about how the Six of Cups plays with the Eight of Swords. Okay, because the Eight of Swords is all about feeling trapped and limited, right? And the Six of Cups is all about nostalgia and childhood memories. So, how do those two energies interact? Well, I think it's about recognizing how past experiences might be contributing to your current limitations. Like the Eight of Swords is often about limiting beliefs, and those limiting beliefs can often stem from childhood experiences. Like, maybe you were told as a child that you weren't good enough, or that you couldn't achieve your dreams, yeah. And those messages can stay with you, even into adulthood, creating a sense of self-doubt and limiting your potential. So the Six of Cups is asking you to examine those old messages to see if they're still serving you. Are they really true, or are they just outdated beliefs that are holding you back? It's about challenging those negative self-talks. It's about rewriting your story. Like, maybe you were bullied as a child, right? And that experience might have created a sense of fear and insecurity that's still affecting you today. The Six of Cups is asking you to heal those old wounds, to forgive those who hurt you, and to release the anger and resentment that you've been carrying around, right? It's about letting go of the past in order to create a more positive future. It's a big step to forgive others, but even more important, it's really about forgiving yourself. Because the biggest thing is, it's about being gentle with yourself. It's about recognizing that you're not perfect, that you've made mistakes, but that you're still worthy of love and happiness. The Six of Cups is reminding you to treat yourself with kindness and compassion, to nurture your inner child, and to create a sense of safety and security within yourself. This can manifest as making your bed every day. It's about knowing your worth, yeah. And it's also about recognizing that you have the power to change your story. Like the Eight of Swords is all about feeling powerless, but the Six of Cups is reminding you that you're not a victim of your past. You have the power to choose how you respond to your experiences, to learn from them, and to create a more positive narrative for your life. It's not easy, but it's so important. It's not always a simple fix, but it's the right step forward. It's about reframing your past, yeah. It's about finding the lessons in your struggles and using those lessons to create a stronger, more resilient version of yourself. It's not a quick fix, but a long-term solution. And sometimes, the Six of Cups can indicate that you need to reconnect with your childhood passions in order to break free from your current limitations, yeah. The Eight of Swords can make you feel like you're trapped in a boring, monotonous routine, but the Six of Cups is reminding you of the things that used to bring you joy and excitement. So, it's about finding ways to incorporate those passions back into your life, to reignite your creativity, and to rediscover your sense of playfulness. It's not always easy, but it is possible. It's about tapping into your inner child, yeah. It's about letting go of your inhibitions, embracing your spontaneity, and allowing yourself to have fun, yeah. You want to invite that energy into yourself. So, yeah, the Six of Cups and the Eight of Swords, it's about recognizing how past experiences might be contributing to your current limitations, healing those old wounds, and reclaiming your power to create a more positive and fulfilling future. Okay, and we have to bring the star into this, because, oh my gosh, with the star, it is all about hope and healing, right? How do you use that hope and that healing energy to connect with your past in a positive way and to create a more inspired future? The star is all about believing in yourself, and the Six of Cups is all about remembering the joy and innocence of childhood, right? So, it's about believing in your inner child, believing that you're still capable of experiencing that same level of joy and wonder, even as an adult, you know. The star is reminding you that you're worthy of love and happiness, and the Six of Cups is reminding you of the things that make you happy. So, it's about prioritizing those things, making time for them, and creating a life that's filled with joy and fulfillment. It's about nurturing your inner child, yeah. It's about treating yourself with kindness and compassion and giving yourself permission to have fun, to play, and to express your creativity. It's about trusting that you deserve to be happy and that you have the power to create that happiness for yourself. So, yeah, you have to be kind to yourself. Maybe you're feeling lost or disconnected, right? And the star is reminding you that you're not alone, that you're connected to something bigger than yourself, and that you're being guided towards your highest good. And the Six of Cups is reminding you of the people who love you, the people who support you, and the people who bring you joy. So, it's about reaching out to those people, connecting with them, and allowing them to remind you of your worth and your potential. It's about building a support system that nourishes your soul, yeah? You want to lean on them when you need it. It's all about connection and the importance of positive support. And it's interesting to think about this in the context of creativity, yeah. Because the star is often associated with inspiration and creativity, and the Six of Cups is often associated with childhood passions. So, it's about reconnecting with those childhood passions, allowing them to inspire you, and using them to create something beautiful and meaningful, yeah. It's about tapping into your inner artist, letting go of your inhibitions, and expressing yourself in a way that feels authentic and joyful. It's all about finding that joy again, yeah. It's about trusting that you have something unique and valuable to offer to the world, and that your creativity can make a positive difference. So, yeah, the Six of Cups and the star, it's about believing in your inner child, nurturing your creativity, and trusting that you're being guided towards your highest good. It's about creating a life that's filled with joy, connection, and inspiration. It's about letting your light shine brightly and illuminating the world around you. Okay, and of course, we have the Lovers, right? So, we have to figure out how to make this card slot in with this Six of Cups situation. Because, the Lovers is all about choices and alignment, and the Six of Cups is all about nostalgia and childhood memories, right? So, how do you make choices that are aligned with your true self, while also honoring your past and your inner child? Well, I think it's about recognizing how your past experiences have shaped you into the person you are today, and using that knowledge to make more informed choices about your future. Like the Lovers is asking you to get really clear about your values, your beliefs, and your desires. And the Six of Cups is reminding you of the experiences that have shaped those values, those beliefs, and those desires. So, it's about integrating your past with your present and using that integration to create a more authentic and fulfilling future. Yeah. It's all about merging the two together to make a stronger future for yourself. It's a great time to use all your knowledge and experience to guide you to better decisions. Like, maybe you're facing a difficult decision in your relationship, right? The Lovers is asking you to consider what you really want in a partner, what your needs are, and what your boundaries are. And the Six of Cups is reminding you of the relationships that you had as a child, the relationships that made you feel loved and supported, and the relationships that taught you valuable lessons. So, it's about using those memories to inform your current relationship, to create a relationship that's more aligned with your values and your needs. Yeah. Like, what did you admire as a child? What were your goals? Do those align with your current goals? It's about understanding those choices and their effects on your life. Because it's about making those good choices for yourself and not letting outside forces influence those choices. And sometimes, the Lovers can indicate that you need to make a choice that honors your inner child, Like a choice that allows you to express your creativity, to pursue your passions, or to connect with your sense of playfulness. It could mean choosing to spend time with people who allow you to be more playful and kind, or to do the same for yourself. The Six of Cups is saying, okay, what did you love to do as a child? What made you feel joyful and alive? And how can you bring more of that into your life now? So, it's about making choices that are aligned with your inner child, choices that allow you to express your true self, and choices that bring you joy and fulfillment. So, yeah, you need to find the fun in life and connect with people who allow you to do so. So, the Lovers and the Six of Cups, it's about making choices that are aligned with your true self, honoring your past, and nurturing your inner child. It's about integrating your past with your present and using that integration to create a more authentic and fulfilling future. And that's so crucial, it's all about the alignment. It's really about setting yourself up for the future with confidence. All right, this is really amazing, I'm feeling this energy. And with all that we've uncovered, the Knight of Pentacles, the Eight of Swords, the Star, the Lovers, and now the Six of Cups. It's all about taking practical steps to heal from the past, make aligned choices, and step into a brighter future. This is so cool. Okay, so I think we're ready for the final card. Are you ready? This is going to be so good. Like, what is the culmination of all of this going to be? Oh my gosh, okay. Okay, so are you ready? Drum roll, please. Okay, and the final card is the Ten of Pentacles. Oh my gosh, how amazing is that? Like, that feels so good, Okay, so the Ten of Pentacles, first of all, it's all about abundance, it's about security, it's about family, it's about legacy, It's about building something that lasts, something that you can pass down to future generations. It's about creating a sense of stability and belonging, and it's about feeling like you're part of something bigger than yourself, Like, when you look at this card, you often see a family, right? They're gathered together, they're surrounded by wealth and comfort, and they're feeling really secure and content. And it's like, it's a representation of that ultimate success, that ultimate fulfillment, that feeling of having it all, but it's not just about material wealth, It's also about emotional wealth, about spiritual wealth, about having strong relationships and a sense of purpose in life. It's all about those things combining and coming together, because it's about creating a life that's rich in every way, a life that's truly abundant. And also, the Ten of Pentacles can represent a sense of completion, Like you've reached the end of a cycle, you've achieved your goals, and you're feeling really satisfied with what you've accomplished. It's a moment to celebrate your success, to enjoy the fruits of your labor, and to feel grateful for all that you have. So, seeing this card now, after everything else we've pulled, it's like, wow, this reading is really about stepping into your power and creating a life that's truly abundant and fulfilling, It's about recognizing your own potential, making choices that are aligned with your values, and building a legacy that will last for generations to come. And that Peridot, with its awakening energy, it's like, It's helping you to see all the possibilities that are available to you, and it's giving you the courage to create a life that's truly aligned with your soul's purpose. This is so cool. I'm so excited. It's like everything is just falling into place, and I can't even tell you. Okay, so with that said, let's really look at this in the context of the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah. Because, how does that grounded, practical energy of the Knight of Pentacles play into this idea of abundance and legacy? Well, I think it's about recognizing that abundance isn't just something that happens to you. It's something that you create through your hard work and your dedication, you know? It's not just about winning the lottery. It's about building a solid foundation for your future, making smart investments, and creating a sustainable source of income. So maybe the Ten of Pentacles is asking you to consider your financial situation, you know? Are you saving enough money? Are you investing wisely? Are you planning for your retirement? The Knight of Pentacles is all about being responsible and reliable. So it's reminding you to take a grounded approach to your finances and to build a secure future for yourself and your loved ones. It's about thinking long-term, you know? It's about creating a financial plan that will support you for the rest of your life. But it's also about recognizing that abundance isn't just about money, you know? It's also about having strong relationships, a sense of purpose, and a connection to your community. So, the Ten of Pentacles is asking you to invest in those areas as well, to nurture your relationships, to pursue your passions, and to give back to your community. It's about creating a life that's rich in every way, not just financially. And it's not just about what you do for yourself, but what you leave behind. It's about creating a legacy that will inspire future generations. It's like you're choosing to build a house, and you're not just making sure it's comfortable for you, but that it is a stable and secure structure that will provide shelter and memories for decades to come. It makes me think of, my grandma's garden. My grandma, who, I just feel so connected to. She created this beautiful garden, and now it's been passed down through our family. It's not just about the pretty flowers, but all the time and love she put into it, right? And I feel like the Ten of Pentacles is asking that of you. What are you putting time and love into? And what are you leaving behind? And I think it's interesting, too, that the Knight of Pentacles is often associated with the earth element, you know. And the earth element is all about grounding and stability. So, it's the Ten of Pentacles is asking you to ground your abundance in reality, to make sure that it's sustainable, and to build a legacy that will last for generations to come. It's about creating a life that's not only fulfilling, but also secure and meaningful. It's about building something that will last, you know. Not just a fleeting moment of happiness, but a lasting sense of peace and contentment. The Knight of Pentacles is okay, great, you're building a legacy, but how are you going to make sure that it lasts? What are you going to do to protect it and nurture it? It's the reality check, but in the best possible way, you know. It's not about crushing your dreams. It's about helping you to build them in a way that's strong and resilient. So, yeah, the Ten of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles, it's about creating a life that's abundant and secure, building a legacy that will last, and grounding your dreams in reality. It's about choosing wisely and building for the long term. So yeah, those themes are playing in my head, and they're so exciting. But let's really think about this in contrast to the Eight of Swords, because that feels really important too. Oh gosh, this is so good. Because the Eight of Swords is all about feeling trapped and limited, right? And the Ten of Pentacles is all about abundance and freedom. So it's how do you break free from those limitations and step into a place of greater abundance? Well, I think it starts with recognizing that your limitations are often self-imposed, you know? The person in the Eight of Swords is blindfolded and tied up, but they could untie themselves if they really wanted to. They have the power to change their situation, but they're just not seeing it. So the Ten of Pentacles is okay, take off the blindfold. See all the possibilities that are available to you. You're not trapped, you're free to create your own abundance. But it's not always easy to see those possibilities, especially when you're stuck in a negative thought pattern. That Eight of Swords energy is really powerful, and it can be hard to break free from it. So, how do you do it? Well, I think it starts with challenging your limiting beliefs, you know? What are the thoughts that are holding you back? What are the stories that you're telling yourself about why you can't have what you want? The Ten of Pentacles is asking you to question those stories, to see if they're really true or if they're just based on fear and insecurity. Maybe you're telling yourself that you're not smart enough to start your own business, or that you're not worthy of a loving relationship. But those are just stories, and you have the power to rewrite them. And it's also about recognizing that you're worthy of abundance, you know? The Eight of Swords can make you feel like you're not good enough, like you don't deserve to have what you want. But the Ten of Pentacles is reminding you that you are worthy, that you are deserving, and that you have the power to create a life that's filled with joy and fulfillment. It's all about recognizing your inherent worth and letting go of the belief that you're somehow not good enough. It's about really diving deep and asking yourself why you feel like you're unworthy. That inner work is so powerful. And sometimes, the Ten of Pentacles can indicate that you need to break free from limiting family patterns, you know. Like maybe you grew up in a family where money was always tight, or where there was a lot of drama and conflict. And those patterns can stay with you, even into adulthood, creating a sense of lack and limitation. But the Ten of Pentacles is reminding you that you have the power to create a different future for yourself, to break free from those limiting patterns, and to create a life that's filled with abundance and joy. It's about breaking the cycle, you know? It's about creating a new legacy for your family. You don't have to repeat the mistakes of the past. You can create a better future for yourself and your loved ones. So, yeah, the Ten of Pentacles and the Eight of Swords, it's about breaking free from your limitations, challenging your limiting beliefs, and creating a life that's truly abundant and fulfilling. It's about stepping into your power and creating a legacy that will inspire future generations. It's about recognizing that the chains are self-imposed and that the key to unlocking them lies within you. Okay, so with that, let's look at how the energy of the star plays into all of this, because that's a really important piece of this puzzle too. Yeah. Ooh, this is just getting better and better. Because the star is all about hope, inspiration, and healing, right? And the Ten of Pentacles is all about abundance and legacy. So, it's how do you use that hope and inspiration to create a life that's not only abundant but also meaningful and fulfilling? Well, I think it starts with believing in your dreams, you know. The star is a card of faith and trust, and it's reminding you to believe in your own potential, to believe that you have the power to create a life that's filled with joy and fulfillment. It's about trusting that the universe is supporting you, that you're being guided towards something better, and that everything is happening for your highest good, even when it doesn't feel like it. So, the Ten of Pentacles is asking you to tap into that faith, to connect with your inner guidance, and to create a life that's inspired by hope and optimism. It's about letting go of doubt and fear and embracing the possibilities that lie before you. It's about following your heart, you know? It's about pursuing your passions and creating a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. And it's also about recognizing that you're not alone, you know? The star is a card of connection and community, and it's reminding you that you're surrounded by people who love and support you. It's about reaching out to those people, sharing your dreams and your fears, and asking for help when you need it. The Ten of Pentacles is asking you to build strong relationships, to connect with others on a deep and meaningful level, and to create a support system that will help you to navigate the challenges of life. It's about surrounding yourself with people who believe in you, who encourage you, and who inspire you to be your best self. And sometimes, the Ten of Pentacles can indicate that you need to use your abundance to help others, you know. Maybe you're in a position to donate to a charity, to volunteer your time, or to mentor someone who's just starting out. The star is reminding you that giving back is a powerful way to create more abundance in your own life, and that it's important to use your resources to make a positive impact on the world. It's about using your abundance to create a legacy of kindness and compassion, a legacy that will inspire others to do the same. It makes me think of those celebrities, right? Who are doing amazing things with their foundations and their fame, right? It's so beautiful to see. So, yeah, the Ten of Pentacles and the star, it's about believing in your dreams, connecting with your inner guidance, and creating a life that's inspired by hope and optimism. It's about prioritizing your own happiness, building strong relationships, and creating a life that's filled with joy and fulfillment. It's about letting your inner light shine brightly and illuminating the world around you. It's about really stepping into your power, you know. And thinking about that with the lovers too, it's like, how do you make choices that are aligned with your true self, while also creating a life that's abundant and secure, you know? Well, I think it starts with recognizing that your choices have consequences, you know? Like, every decision you make is going to have an impact on your future, so it's important to choose wisely. The Lovers is asking you to get really clear about your values, your beliefs, and your desires, and to make choices that are aligned with those values, those beliefs, and those desires. The Ten of Pentacles is reminding you that you have the power to create a life that's not only fulfilling, but also abundant and secure. So it's important to make choices that support that vision. So it's about integrating your values with your goals, you know? It's about creating a life that's both meaningful and prosperous. It's about finding a career that you're passionate about, a career that allows you to use your talents and skills to make a positive impact on the world, and a career that provides you with the financial security you need to live comfortably. It's about choosing relationships that are supportive and nurturing, relationships that help you to grow and evolve, and relationships that bring you joy and happiness. It's about creating a life that's filled with love, connection, and abundance. And sometimes, the Lovers can indicate that you need to make a choice that honors your family, you know. Like, maybe you're facing a decision about where to live, or about how to care for an aging parent. The Ten of Pentacles is reminding you that family is important, that it's a source of love and support, and that it's important to honor your obligations to your family. So, it's about making choices that are aligned with your family's needs, choices that support their well-being, and choices that create a sense of harmony and connection within your family. So, yeah, the Lovers and the Ten of Pentacles, it's about making choices that are aligned with your true self, creating a life that's abundant and secure, and honoring your family and your community. It's about integrating your values with your goals and creating a life that's both meaningful and prosperous. You want to make sure that you are setting up your family and yourself in a way that feels good. Like, let's bring the Six of Cups into this, because, like, with the Lovers and the Ten of Pentacles, it's about abundance, but the Six of Cups shows nostalgia and childhood. It's about making those adult choices and being aligned, but the Six of Cups is here too, right? How can you still bring those joyful memories with all of this? How can you make sure you're still bringing your inner child along for the ride? It's about making choices that are aligned with your true self, honoring your past, and nurturing your inner child, and creating a future that is bright for everyone. So, it's about integrating your past with your present, and using that integration to create a more authentic and fulfilling future. It's really about coming into yourself and shining, isn't it? And it's interesting, going back to that Peridot, right? It's all about awakening to the possibilities and the potential that is within you. The Ten of Pentacles isn't some far-off dream. It's the natural conclusion of all of this work you're doing, of this journey you're on. It's already within you. And it's not just about you, it's about the legacy you're creating, the impact you're having on the world. You are the seed of potential, and now you're blossoming. Okay, wow, this has been so insightful. I feel like we've really uncovered some deep truths here. Okay, so, I think. Okay, wow, this has been so insightful. I feel like we've really uncovered some deep truths here. And with all that we've uncovered, the Knight of Pentacles, the Eight of Swords, the Star, the Lovers, and now the Six of Cups. It's all about taking practical steps to heal from the past, make aligned choices, and step into a brighter future. This is so cool. Okay, so I think we're ready for the final card. Are you ready? This is going to be so good, like what is the culmination of all of this going to be? Oh my gosh, okay. Okay, so are you ready? Drum roll, please. Okay, and the final card is the Ten of Pentacles. Oh my gosh, how amazing is that? Like that feels so good, you know. Okay, so the Ten of Pentacles, first of all, it's all about abundance, it's about security, it's about family, it's about legacy, you know? It's about building something that lasts, something that you can pass down to future generations. It's about creating a sense of stability and belonging, And it's about feeling like you're part of something bigger than yourself. Like when you look at this card, you often see a family, right? They're gathered together, they're surrounded by wealth and comfort, and they're feeling really secure and content. And it's a representation of that ultimate success, that ultimate fulfillment, that feeling of having it all, but it's not just about material wealth. It's also about emotional wealth, about spiritual wealth, about having strong relationships and a sense of purpose in life. It's all about those things combining and coming together, because it's about creating a life that's rich in every way, a life that's truly abundant. And also, the Ten of Pentacles can represent a sense of completion. Like you've reached the end of a cycle, you've achieved your goals, and you're feeling really satisfied with what you've accomplished. It's a moment to celebrate your success, to enjoy the fruits of your labor, and to feel grateful for all that you have. So, seeing this card now, after everything else we've pulled, it's like, wow, this reading is really about stepping into your power and creating a life that's truly abundant and fulfilling. It's about recognizing your own potential, making choices that are aligned with your values, and building a legacy that will last for generations to come. And that Peridot, with its awakening energy, it's helping you to see all the possibilities that are available to you, and it's giving you the courage to create a life that's truly aligned with your soul's purpose. This is so cool. I'm so excited. It's like everything is just falling into place, and I can't even tell you. Okay, so with that said, let's really look at this in the context of the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah. Because, how does that grounded, practical energy of the Knight of Pentacles play into this idea of abundance and legacy? Well, I think it's about recognizing that abundance isn't just something that happens to you. It's something that you create through your hard work and your dedication. It's not just about winning the lottery. It's about building a solid foundation for your future, making smart investments, and creating a sustainable source of income. So maybe the Ten of Pentacles is asking you to consider your financial situation. Are you saving enough money? Are you investing wisely? Are you planning for your retirement? The Knight of Pentacles is all about being responsible and reliable. So it's reminding you to take a grounded approach to your finances and to build a secure future for yourself and your loved ones. It's about thinking long-term. It's about creating a financial plan that will support you for the rest of your life. But it's also about recognizing that abundance isn't just about money. It's also about having strong relationships, a sense of purpose, and a connection to your community. So, the Ten of Pentacles is asking you to invest in those areas as well, to nurture your relationships, to pursue your passions, and to give back to your community. It's about creating a life that's rich in every way, not just financially. And it's not just about what you do for yourself, but what you leave behind. It's about creating a legacy that will inspire future generations. It's like you're choosing to build a house, and you're not just making sure it's comfortable for you, but that it is a stable and secure structure that will provide shelter and memories for decades to come. It makes me think of, my grandma's garden. My grandma, who, I just feel so connected to. She created this beautiful garden, and now it's been passed down through our family. It's not just about the pretty flowers, but all the time and love she put into it, right? And I feel like the Ten of Pentacles is asking that of you. What are you putting time and love into? And what are you leaving behind? And I think it's interesting, too, that the Knight of Pentacles is often associated with the earth element. And the earth element is all about grounding and stability. So, it's like the Ten of Pentacles is asking you to ground your abundance in reality, to make sure that it's sustainable, and to build a legacy that will last for generations to come. It's about creating a life that's not only fulfilling, but also secure and meaningful. It's about building something that will last. Not just a fleeting moment of happiness, but a lasting sense of peace and contentment. The Knight of Pentacles is okay, great, you're building a legacy, but how are you going to make sure that it lasts? What are you going to do to protect it and nurture it? It's the reality check, but in the best possible way. It's not about crushing your dreams. It's about helping you to build them in a way that's strong and resilient. So, yeah, the Ten of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles, it's It's about creating a life that's abundant and secure, building a legacy that will last, and grounding your dreams in reality. It's about choosing wisely and building for the long term. So yeah, those themes are playing in my head, and they're so exciting. But let's really think about this in contrast to the Eight of Swords, because that feels really important too. Oh gosh, this is so good. Because, like, the Eight of Swords is all about feeling trapped and limited, right? And the Ten of Pentacles is all about abundance and freedom. So it's like, how do you break free from those limitations and step into a place of greater abundance? Well, I think it starts with recognizing that your limitations are often self-imposed, you know? Like, the person in the Eight of Swords is blindfolded and tied up, but they could untie themselves if they really wanted to. They have the power to change their situation, but they're just not seeing it. So, the Ten of Pentacles is like, okay, take off the blindfold. See all the possibilities that are available to you. You're not trapped, you're free to create your own abundance. But it's not always easy to see those possibilities, especially when you're stuck in a negative thought pattern. That Eight of Swords energy is really powerful, and it can be hard to break free from it. So, how do you do it? Well, I think it starts with challenging your limiting beliefs, you know? Like, what are the thoughts that are holding you back? What are the stories that you're telling yourself about why you can't have what you want? The Ten of Pentacles is asking you to question those stories, to see if they're really true or if they're just based on fear and insecurity. Maybe you're telling yourself that you're not smart enough to start your own business, or that you're not worthy of a loving relationship. But those are just stories, and you have the power to rewrite them. And it's also about recognizing that you're worthy of abundance, you know? The Eight of Swords can make you feel like you're not good enough, like you don't deserve to have what you want. But the Ten of Pentacles is reminding you that you are worthy, that you are deserving, and that you have the power to create a life that's filled with joy and fulfillment. It's all about recognizing your inherent worth and letting go of the belief that you're somehow not good enough. It's about really diving deep and asking yourself why you feel like you're unworthy. That inner work is so powerful. And sometimes, the Ten of Pentacles can indicate that you need to break free from limiting family patterns, you know. Like, maybe you grew up in a family where money was always tight, or where there was a lot of drama and conflict. And those patterns can stay with you, even into adulthood, creating a sense of lack and limitation. But the Ten of Pentacles is reminding you that you have the power to create a different future for yourself, to break free from those limiting patterns, and to create a life that's filled with abundance and joy. It's about breaking the cycle, you know? It's about creating a new legacy for your family. You don't have to repeat the mistakes of the past. You can create a better future for yourself and your loved ones. So, yeah, the Ten of Pentacles and the Eight of Swords, it's about breaking free from your limitations, challenging your limiting beliefs, and creating a life that's truly abundant and fulfilling. It's about stepping into your power and creating a legacy that will inspire future generations. It's about recognizing that the chains are self-imposed and that the key to unlocking them lies within you. Okay, so with that, let's look at how the energy of the star plays into all of this, because that's a really important piece of this puzzle too. Yeah. Ooh, this is just getting better and better. Because, like, the star is all about hope, inspiration, and healing, right? And the Ten of Pentacles is all about abundance and legacy. So, it's like, how do you use that hope and inspiration to create a life that's not only abundant but also meaningful and fulfilling? Well, I think it starts with believing in your dreams, you know. The star is a card of faith and trust, and it's reminding you to believe in your own potential, to believe that you have the power to create a life that's filled with joy and fulfillment. It's about trusting that the universe is supporting you, that you're being guided towards something better, and that everything is happening for your highest good, even when it doesn't feel like it. So, the Ten of Pentacles is asking you to tap into that faith, to connect with your inner guidance, and to create a life that's inspired by hope and optimism. It's about letting go of doubt and fear and embracing the possibilities that lie before you. It's about following your heart, you know? It's about pursuing your passions and creating a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. And it's also about recognizing that you're not alone, you know? The star is a card of connection and community, and it's reminding you that you're surrounded by people who love and support you. It's about reaching out to those people, sharing your dreams and your fears, and asking for help when you need it. The Ten of Pentacles is asking you to build strong relationships, to connect with others on a deep and meaningful level, and to create a support system that will help you to navigate the challenges of life. It's about surrounding yourself with people who believe in you, who encourage you, and who inspire you to be your best self. And sometimes, the Ten of Pentacles can indicate that you need to use your abundance to help others, Like, maybe you're in a position to donate to a charity, to volunteer your time, or to mentor someone who's just starting out. The star is reminding you that giving back is a powerful way to create more abundance in your own life, and that it's important to use your resources to make a positive impact on the world. It's about using your abundance to create a legacy of kindness and compassion, a legacy that will inspire others to do the same. It makes me think of those celebrities, right? Who are doing amazing things with their foundations and their fame, right? It's so beautiful to see. So, yeah, the Ten of Pentacles and the star, it's about believing in your dreams, connecting with your inner guidance, and creating a life that's inspired by hope and optimism. It's about prioritizing your own happiness, building strong relationships, and creating a life that's filled with joy and fulfillment. It's about letting your inner light shine brightly and illuminating the world around you. It's about really stepping into your power, And thinking about that with the Lovers too, it's how do you make choices that are aligned with your true self, while also creating a life that's abundant and secure, Well, I think it starts with recognizing that your choices have consequences, Every decision you make is going to have an impact on your future, so it's important to choose wisely. The Lovers is asking you to get really clear about your values, your beliefs, and your desires, and to make choices that are aligned with those values, those beliefs, and those desires. The Ten of Pentacles is reminding you that you have the power to create a life that's not only fulfilling, but also abundant and secure. So it's important to make choices that support that vision. So, it's about integrating your values with your goals, It's about creating a life that's both meaningful and prosperous. It's about finding a career that you're passionate about, a career that allows you to use your talents and skills to make a positive impact on the world, and a career that provides you with the financial security you need to live comfortably. It's about choosing relationships that are supportive and nurturing, relationships that help you to grow and evolve, and relationships that bring you joy and happiness. It's about creating a life that's filled with love, connection, and abundance. And sometimes, the Lovers can indicate that you need to make a choice that honors your family, Like, maybe you're facing a decision about where to live, or about how to care for an aging parent. The Ten of Pentacles is reminding you that family is important, that it's a source of love and support, and that it's important to honor your obligations to your family. So, it's about making choices that are aligned with your family's needs, choices that support their well-being, and choices that create a sense of harmony and connection within your family. So, yeah, the Lovers and the Ten of Pentacles, it's about making choices that are aligned with your true self, creating a life that's abundant and secure, and honoring your family and your community. It's about integrating your values with your goals and creating a life that's both meaningful and prosperous. You want to make sure that you are setting up your family and yourself in a way that feels good. Let's bring the Six of Cups into this, because, with the Lovers and the Ten of Pentacles, it's about abundance, but the Six of Cups shows nostalgia and childhood. It's about making those adult choices and being aligned, but the Six of Cups is here too, right? How can you still bring those joyful memories with all of this? How can you make sure you're still bringing your inner child along for the ride? It's about making choices that are aligned with your true self, honoring your past, and nurturing your inner child, and creating a future that is bright for everyone. So, it's about integrating your past with your present, and using that integration to create a more authentic and fulfilling future. It's really about coming into yourself and shining, isn't it? And it's interesting, going back to that Peridot, right? It's all about awakening to the possibilities and the potential that is within you. The Ten of Pentacles isn't some far-off dream. It's the natural conclusion of all of this work you're doing, of this journey you're on. It's already within you. And it's not just about you, it's about the legacy you're creating, the impact you're having on the world. You are the seed of potential, and now you're blossoming. It's about that feeling of completion, yeah. Because the Ten of Pentacles can represent that sense of having reached a goal and finally feeling secure and content. Like you've put in the work, you've made the choices, and now you're seeing the rewards. It's about the culmination of all that work. It is the reward for all of those hard choices. It's all those aspects coming together. It's just all the things at once. But it's also about recognizing that completion isn't necessarily the end, It's more like the end of a cycle, a moment to pause and celebrate before moving on to the next adventure. It's about enjoying the present moment, savoring the fruits of your labor, and feeling grateful for all that you have. But it's also about looking ahead to the future and thinking about what you want to create next. What's the next level? What's the next peak to climb? It's not about resting on your laurels. It's about using your success as a springboard for even greater achievements. And I think that's so exciting, because the Ten of Pentacles can also indicate that you're in a position to share your abundance with others. Maybe you're able to support your family, to give back to your community, or to mentor someone who's just starting out. It's about recognizing that abundance isn't just about what you have, it's about what you give. It's about using your resources to make a positive impact on the world, to create a legacy of kindness and compassion. Because, what's the point of having all this abundance if you're not sharing it with others? What's the point of having all this success if you're not using it to make the world a better place? So, yeah, it's about giving back, It's about creating a ripple effect of positivity that will extend far beyond your own life. It's a beautiful circle, and one that should never be broken. And you can start small, It doesn't have to be some grand gesture. It can be as simple as offering a helping hand to a neighbor, donating to a local charity, or just being kind to someone who's having a bad day. Every little bit counts, and it all adds up to create a more compassionate and abundant world. You can even be generous with your time, Sometimes, the most valuable thing you can give is your attention. It's not just about money, it's about time, it's about energy, it's about love. It's about sharing what you have with those around you. So, yeah, you want to remember what feels good and what feels aligned. All of this energy that we've talked about, you have to keep honoring that. Because, that Ten of Pentacles, it's not just a destination, it's a way of life. It's a way of being. It's about creating a life that's rich in every way, a life that's filled with joy, connection, abundance, and meaning. It's about stepping into your power, living your truth, and making a positive impact on the world. It's about being the best version of yourself and inspiring others to do the same. Okay, wow, that's a lot to take in, I know. But I really feel like this reading has given us some powerful insights into your path forward. It's all there for you, and you are capable of doing it. Okay, wow, that's a lot to take in, I know. But I really feel like this reading has given us some powerful insights into your path forward. It's all there for you, and you are capable of doing it. Oh my gosh, the Ten of Pentacles. I mean, seriously, could we have asked for a better card to end on? It's like the universe is giving you a massive thumbs up, telling you, yes, you're on the right track. Keep going. All this talk of family, wealth, legacy, it's like you're building your empire, And it's not just about the money, it's about all of it, you have to nurture your family relationships, build a strong community, So yeah, this is seriously amazing. I'm so excited for you. This whole reading has just been wow, a journey, From feeling stuck and limited to just breaking free and creating this amazing, abundant life. And it's all there, it's all within your reach. I really believe that, So yeah, just wow, so amazing. But, okay, you know what? I really feel we need to pull one more card. I know, we're already at the Ten of Pentacles, how could it get any better? But I just have this feeling there's one more little piece of the puzzle that we need to see. So, are you ready? Okay, here we go. Okay, are you ready? Drum roll, please. Okay, the final card is the devil, what? Okay. Well, that's interesting. Wow, okay, so, I'm not gonna lie, that kind of throws a wrench in things, doesn't it? Like we were all feeling so good about the Ten of Pentacles, and then bam, the Devil. Okay, so first of all, don't panic, okay? The Devil isn't necessarily a bad card, it's just intense. It's all about like restriction, materialism, addiction, and kind of like the shadow side of things, you know. It's about being chained to things that aren't good for you, about feeling trapped by your own desires, and it's about those limiting beliefs. So, seeing this after the Ten of Pentacles, it's like, okay, we need to be really careful about how we're building this abundance, you know. We need to make sure we're not getting too attached to material things. We need to make sure we're not letting our desires control us. And we need to make sure we're not sacrificing our values in the pursuit of success. Oh my gosh, this is such a reminder that it's all about moderation, like moderation and responsibility. So, yeah, this is a really important message, actually. Okay, so let's really dive into this Devil card, because I think it's adding a really important layer to this whole reading. I mean, we've got to figure out how it all comes together. Because like the Ten of Pentacles, it's all about abundance, security, family, and legacy, right? But the Devil is all about restriction, materialism, addiction, and the shadow side of things, and it really sounds like a warning. So, how do those two energies come together? Well, I think it's about recognizing that abundance can have a dark side, you know. Like, it's easy to get caught up in the pursuit of wealth and success, and to forget about the things that really matter, like your relationships, your values, and your spiritual well-being, you know? It's so easy to slip up, to get greedy, and to get lost. The Ten of Pentacles can be all about building a legacy for your family, but the Devil is asking you, at what cost? Are you sacrificing your own happiness for the sake of your family's financial security? Are you putting too much pressure on your children to follow in your footsteps? Are you creating a legacy of love and support, or a legacy of control and expectation? It's about making sure that you're not creating a gilded cage, you know. It's about making sure that your family is free to pursue their own dreams, even if those dreams are different from your own. You have to give people their freedom and allow them to go their own way. Maybe the Ten of Pentacles is asking you to consider your relationship with money, you know? Like, are you using money as a tool to create a better life, or are you letting money control you? Are you chasing after the next big thing, or are you content with what you have? The Devil is reminding you that money is just a means to an end, and that it's not worth sacrificing your values or your relationships for the sake of accumulating more wealth. You could get addicted to it and let it consume you. Maybe the Ten of Pentacles is asking you to examine your attachments, you know. Like, are you clinging to things that are no longer serving you? Are you afraid of letting go of the past? Are you holding onto possessions, relationships, or beliefs that are holding you back from living your best life? The Devil is reminding you that attachment is the root of all suffering, and that true freedom comes from letting go of everything that you're clinging to or feeling held down by. But the most important thing you want to make sure is that you're not using your abundance to control others, you know? Like, are you using your wealth to manipulate your family, your friends, or your employees? Are you creating a situation where people are dependent on you and therefore afraid to challenge you? The Devil is reminding you that true power comes from empowering others, not from controlling them, right? You need to bring people up and not push them down. It makes me think of like those families who are super rich, but they're all fighting over the inheritance, you know. They're so focused on the money that they've forgotten about the love and connection that should be holding them together. The Devil is like, don't let that be you. Don't let your abundance turn into a source of conflict and resentment. Oh my gosh, it's really important to think of the Ten of Pentacles in terms of working too hard as well. Are you like so focused on building your empire that you're neglecting your own health and well-being? Are you sacrificing your sleep, your exercise, and your relationships for the sake of your career? Are you pushing yourself to the point of burnout? The Devil is reminding you that you can't pour from an empty cup, and that you need to take care of yourself in order to be truly successful, right? You can't work yourself to the bone. And I think it's interesting, too, that the Devil is often associated with the earth element, just like the Knight of Pentacles, you know. But while the Knight of Pentacles represents the positive aspects of the earth element, like grounding and stability, the Devil represents the negative aspects, like materialism and greed. So, it's like the Ten of Pentacles is asking you to ground your abundance in reality, but the devil is warning you not to let that grounding turn into a form of imprisonment, right? You don't want to let those things imprison you. Okay, so, yeah, the Ten of Pentacles and the devil, it's about recognizing the potential dark side of abundance and making sure that you're not letting your wealth and success control you. It's about making sure you are not letting those things consume you. It's about using your resources wisely, building strong relationships, and staying true to your values. It's about creating a legacy of love and compassion, not a legacy of control and greed, you know? So, yeah, that's the tricky thing about the devil, is that it can seem really appealing at first, you know? It can promise you everything you've ever wanted, but it's always a trap. You've got to stay on the right path. It's about making those conscious choices to not let your abundance be the thing that consumes you, that holds you back, and that makes you a bad person. Oh my gosh, that's a lot. Like, it's really important to think about how the devil might be tied in with the Eight of Swords, right? Oh boy, this is gonna be a good one. Because, like, the Eight of Swords is all about feeling trapped and limited, right? And the devil is all about restriction and addiction. So, it's like, how do you break free from those limitations when you're also dealing with the allure of the devil? Well, I think it starts with recognizing that those limitations are often self-imposed, but also fueled by something darker, something that the devil represents, you know? Like, the person in the Eight of Swords is blindfolded and tied up, but they could untie themselves if they really wanted to. They have the power to change their situation, but they're also being held back by something else, something that's tempting them to stay in their comfort zone. So, the devil is like, okay, you could break free, but why would you want to? I can offer you everything you've ever wanted. Just give in to your desires, and you'll never have to worry about anything again. But it's a lie, of course, because the devil always lies, you know? It's a trap designed to keep you stuck in your limitations, to keep you enslaved to your own desires. You want to be breaking free from those limitations. And so, you have to think about what the devil is promising you, you know? What are the temptations that are holding you back from living your best life? Is it money? Is it power? Is it fame? Is it sex? Whatever it is, the devil is using it to manipulate you, to keep you from achieving your full potential. It really is like a deal with the devil, isn't it? And what you want is to really turn away from it, you know? You have to say, no, I'm not going to give in to your temptations. I'm strong enough to resist you. I'm worthy of something better than this. But it's not easy, especially when you're already feeling trapped and limited by the Eight of Swords. That negative self-talk can be so convincing, you know? It can make you feel like you're not good enough, like you don't deserve to have what you want. And that's exactly what the devil wants you to think, because it makes you easier to control, it makes you easier to manipulate. So, it's about challenging those limiting beliefs, you know? It's about recognizing that you are worthy of abundance, that you are capable of achieving your dreams, and that you don't need to sell your soul to the devil in order to get what you want. It's about breaking the chains of the material so you can become free. It's about recognizing the chains that bind you, the chains that you think protect you. And if you've been feeling kind of lost, I think you need to find people you trust to really help you. You need to be kind to yourself and let others be kind to you, because it's all about showing yourself that you can break free. And sometimes, that also means breaking free from other people, you know. The devil can also represent toxic relationships, relationships that are based on control and manipulation. So, it's important to recognize those relationships and to set boundaries, to protect yourself from being taken advantage of, to realize when people are using you. It's all about realizing your worth and stepping away from the things that drag you down. And sometimes, the devil can indicate that you're afraid of taking risks, you know? You're so afraid of failing that you're willing to settle for a life that's less than you deserve. You don't want to be afraid of taking risks, because those are often the best way to create a better life for yourself. You need to learn how to trust yourself, and if you fail, you will pick yourself back up again. But really importantly, with all of those cards like the Star and the Lovers, the Six of Cups, all of those are in play. It's about remembering that you're not alone, and also that you have the power to create the life that you want. So, yeah, the Devil and the Eight of Swords, it's about breaking free from your limitations, resisting temptation, and recognizing your own worth. It's about stepping into your power and creating a life that's truly authentic and fulfilling. You have to think about those dark things that come with a good life and try to realize it's never worth it. Remember that the devil doesn't care for you, and it wants to take you down with it. Okay, so with that, let's look at how the energy of the star plays into all of this, because that's a really important piece of this puzzle too. Yeah. Ooh, this is just getting wilder and wilder. Because, the star is all about hope, inspiration, and healing, right? And the devil is all about restriction and addiction. So it's how do you maintain that hope and inspiration when you're also battling your inner demons? Well, I think it starts with recognizing that everyone has a shadow side, Everyone has desires and impulses that they're not proud of. Everyone is tempted by things that aren't good for them. The star isn't about pretending that those things don't exist. It's about accepting them, loving them, and learning to manage them in a healthy way. The devil may whisper sweet nothings, but it's nothing that you can't handle with a bit of self-love. The devil is always going to be there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for you to slip up, but the star is okay, I see you, devil. I know what you're up to, but I'm not afraid of you. I have the power to resist your temptations. You have that power, right? You want to find ways to make sure that you are using that power and not giving in. Because, the star is all about faith, and it can be really hard to have faith when you're struggling with your demons, It can be hard to believe that you're worthy of love and happiness when you're constantly battling your own dark side. But that's exactly when you need to lean on that faith the most, You need to trust that the universe is supporting you, that you're being guided towards something better, and that you're capable of overcoming any challenge. Because here is the thing, that devil card is always going to be with you in some way. You're always going to be tempted, and all you can do is just make that conscious effort. Okay, so, we have to figure out how the Lovers fits into this, right? Oh my gosh. Because, the Lovers is all about choices and alignment, and the devil is all about restriction and addiction, right? So, how do you make choices that are aligned with your true self when you're also being tempted by the devil? Well, I think it starts with recognizing that the devil often presents itself as a choice, It's saying, hey, I can offer you this, but you have to give up something in return. It's all a lie, but it can be very tempting. And the Lovers is asking you to get really clear about your values, your beliefs, and your desires, so that you can see through the devil's lies and make choices that are truly aligned with your soul. It's about knowing yourself, It's about understanding what's really important to you and what you're willing to sacrifice. And sometimes, the Lovers can indicate that you need to make a difficult choice, Like a choice between two different paths, two different relationships, or two different lifestyles. And the devil might be whispering in your ear, take the easy way out. Just give in to your desires, and you'll never have to worry about anything again. But the Lovers is reminding you that the easy way out is rarely the right way, and that true happiness comes from making choices that are aligned with your values, even when those choices are difficult. It's all about making choices that lead you away from the devil and towards what makes you feel secure. So, the thing about the Lovers, right, is that you also have to make that active choice to not let the devil consume your relationships. Okay, yeah, we've got to talk about the Six of Cups too, right? You have to actively invite your friends into the fold so you don't succumb to dark thoughts and impulses. The Six of Cups can also be about making art and expressing those feelings. You can make something beautiful with your darkness. That's how you fight the devil, not through fighting, but by creating. You can tap into that childhood joy, all those things that made you happy when you were little. And it's so important because the devil can be such a heavy card. So yeah, the Six of Cups is that reminder to be gentle, to be kind, and to remember that you are worthy of love and happiness. You have to let the people you love remind you of that too. Okay, wow, we have really come full circle. I mean, it's really all about the devil, right? And how we can avoid the shadow side of that abundance. Okay, so what does all of this really mean for you, and where are you headed? With the 10 of Pentacles and the devil, what's the next step on your journey? How can you stay grounded and responsible while still embracing your potential? Well, I think it's all about awareness first and foremost. You need to be aware of your own tendencies, your own weaknesses, and your own temptations. You need to know what triggers you, what makes you vulnerable, and what makes you more likely to give in to the devil's allure. I mean, we have to realize that the Ten of Pentacles has been there all along too, and we should trust in our work. And it's all about boundaries too, yeah? You need to set boundaries with yourself, with your relationships, and with your work. You need to know when to say no, when to walk away, and when to protect your energy. The devil thrives in chaos, so it's important to create a sense of order and structure in your life. And it's also about responsibility, yeah. You need to take responsibility for your own actions, your own choices, and your own consequences. You can't blame the devil for your mistakes, you can't pretend that you're not in control, and you can't expect anyone else to clean up your mess. This is a really important part of all of this, and it's one that you need to own. Remember, it's all about balance, yeah. It's about finding that sweet spot between ambition and contentment, between indulgence and restraint, and between success and fulfillment. You can have it all, but you need to be mindful of what you're sacrificing in the process, and you need to make sure that you're staying true to your values. So yeah, I just think good things are coming your way, but be careful. This devil is here to remind you to be wary and not to fall into temptation. But remember to nurture yourself. Be kind to your body. Do things that excite you. Take action and trust yourself. This reading, it's a beautiful, beautiful sign of things to come. Just keep being gentle, keep being kind, and keep fighting the devil. So yay for you. Thank you for being here. I love you so much. That being said, just go ahead now and scroll down to the comment section or the description box. I'll have... Hi, my friend. Wow, fluorite point, huh? This crystal is all about protection, keeping your mind clear and blocking out negative vibes. And with that, our theme is shielded passage. So it looks like you're navigating a path that's not only meant for you, but also divinely protected from anything that could really throw you off course. Okay, let's dive into these cards because I'm already feeling like this is going to be huge. First up, we have the Page of Pentacles. Oh, this is so sweet. Pages are all about new beginnings, and pentacles, well, they're all about the material world, right? So think like career, finances, maybe even something tangible you're building, like a business or a home. So, a new beginning in the material world, that's really exciting. But with the shielded passage theme, it's like this isn't just any new beginning. This is a carefully protected, nurtured start. It's like you're planting a seed in really fertile soil, you know. Like you've prepared the ground, you've made sure it has everything it needs, and now you're gently placing this little seed in, knowing it's going to grow into something amazing. And because of that fluorite energy, because of this shielded passage, it's like the seed is protected from, like, pests or harsh weather. It's got the best possible chance to thrive. But pages, they can also be a little hesitant, right? Like, they're at the beginning of their journey, they're still learning, they're still figuring things out. So maybe you're feeling a little unsure, a little insecure about this new venture. Maybe you're thinking, oh, can I really do this? Am I good enough? Do I have what it takes? And that's totally normal. It's okay to feel that way when you're starting something new. I mean, who doesn't feel that way? But remember that shielded passage. Remember that fluorite. It's like the universe is saying, hey, I got you. You're safe. You're protected. You're on the right path. So even if you feel a little wobbly, even if you have those doubts creeping in, just trust that you're being guided and supported every step of the way. This could also be about a new opportunity that's coming your way, something that feels really aligned with your values and your passions. Maybe it's a job offer, maybe it's a business idea, maybe it's a creative project. But whatever it is, it feels really, really good. It feels like it has so much potential. And because it's a pentacle, it's likely something that's going to bring you a sense of security and stability. It's not just a fleeting fancy, it's something that has real staying power. Something that can build into something substantial. Okay, another thought. The shielded passage could mean that you're being protected from making the wrong moves in this new venture. Like, maybe you're considering two different paths, and one of them looks really shiny and appealing, but it's actually not the right one for you. It could lead you down a road that's not aligned with your values, or it could be unsustainable in the long run. But because you're shielded, you're being guided away from that path. You're being nudged towards the path that's truly meant for you, the one that's going to bring you the most joy and fulfillment. So pay attention to those little nudges. Pay attention to your intuition. It's trying to guide you in the right direction. This could also be about a new skill that you're developing, something that's going to help you in your career or in your business. Maybe you're taking a course, maybe you're learning a new software program, maybe you're just practicing something new every day. But whatever it is, you're putting in the effort, you're being diligent, and you're seeing real progress. And that progress is so rewarding. It's giving you a sense of accomplishment and confidence. You're realizing that you're capable of so much more than you thought you were. And that's such a powerful feeling, isn't it? Okay, let's dig a little deeper. This Page of Pentacles, with the Fluorite and the Shielded Passage, could also be about protecting your energy as you embark on this new journey. You know, it's so easy to get caught up in the excitement and the enthusiasm of a new beginning that you forget to take care of yourself. You forget to set boundaries, you forget to say no to things that drain you. But that's so important. Especially now, you need to protect your energy so that you can stay focused and grounded as you move forward. So make sure you're getting enough sleep, make sure you're eating healthy, make sure you're spending time in nature, make sure you're connecting with people who lift you up. And don't be afraid to say no to things that don't serve you. It's okay to prioritize yourself and your well-being. In fact, it's essential, because if you're not taking care of yourself, you're not going to be able to show up fully for this new venture. You're not going to be able to give it your all. Okay, one more thing about protecting your energy. Be mindful of the people you're surrounding yourself with. Are they supportive? Are they encouraging? Or are they constantly criticizing you, doubting you, or bringing you down? Because if they are, it's time to create some distance. You don't need that negativity in your life right now. You need to surround yourself with people who believe in you, who uplift you, and who inspire you to be your best self. People who will cheer you on and remind you of how amazing you are, especially when you're feeling those doubts creeping in. This Page of Pentacles can also represent a young person who is coming into your life, someone who is eager to learn and grow, someone who is full of potential. Maybe this is a new intern at your workplace. Maybe this is a new student in your class. Maybe this is a younger sibling or cousin who is looking up to you. And if this is the case, you have an opportunity to be a mentor to this person, to guide them and support them as they navigate their own path. You can share your wisdom, your experience, and your insights with them and help them to unlock their full potential. And in doing so, you'll also be learning and growing yourself. Because teaching others is one of the best ways to learn, right? Okay, another possibility here. The Shielded Passage could mean that you're being protected from setbacks or delays in this new venture. Like maybe you're expecting things to move really quickly, but they're actually taking longer than you anticipated. And that can be frustrating, right? You're eager to get started, you're eager to see results, but things are just moving at a slower pace than you'd like. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. It could be that the universe is slowing things down so that you can learn the lessons you need to learn along the way, so that you can build a solid foundation, so that you can avoid making mistakes that could cost you later on. So be patient, trust the process, and know that everything is happening in divine timing. And that Shielded Passage is making sure those delays aren't derailing you completely. It's just a slight detour, not a roadblock. And this could also be about protecting your finances as you embark on this new venture. Maybe you're starting a business and you're worried about the financial risks involved. You're wondering if you're going to be able to make enough money to cover your expenses, to pay your bills, to support yourself and your family. But because you're shielded, you're being guided towards making wise financial decisions. You're being protected from taking unnecessary risks, from spending money foolishly, from getting into debt. You're being given the resources and the support you need to manage your finances responsibly. So be mindful of your spending, create a budget, and stick to it. Seek advice from financial experts if you need it. And trust that you have the ability to create financial security for yourself and your loved ones. The universe wants you to succeed, and it's going to provide you with everything you need to make that happen. Okay, I'm getting another image here. This Page of Pentacles, with the Fluorite and the shielded passage, could also be about protecting your reputation as you embark on this new journey. You know, when you're putting yourself out there, when you're starting something new, you're always going to be subject to criticism and judgment. People are going to have opinions about what you're doing, and not all of those opinions are going to be positive. But because you're shielded, you're being protected from the negative effects of that criticism. You're being given the strength and the resilience to rise above it, to not let it get you down, to not let it stop you from pursuing your dreams. So don't worry about what other people think. Focus on your own vision, your own values, and your own goals. And trust that as long as you're acting with integrity and authenticity, you're going to be okay. Your reputation is going to be protected. And finally, this could be about protecting your physical health as you embark on this new venture. Starting something new can be stressful, it can be demanding, it can take a toll on your body. So it's important to take care of yourself physically, to make sure you're getting enough rest, eating healthy foods, and exercising regularly. And because you're shielded, you're being guided towards making healthy choices. You're being protected from illness and injury. You're being given the energy and the vitality you need to thrive. So listen to your body, pay attention to its needs, and don't push yourself too hard. Take breaks when you need them, and don't be afraid to ask for help if you're feeling overwhelmed. Your health is your wealth, and it's essential to protect it. But this isn't just about starting something new, it's about how you navigate this new path, and that brings us to the second card, Strength. Wow, okay, this is powerful. Strength isn't just about physical strength, you know? It's about inner strength, resilience, courage, compassion, and patience. It's about taming your inner beast, facing your fears, and overcoming challenges with grace and fortitude. And with that shielded passage theme, it feels like you're being given the inner resources you need to navigate this journey successfully. This card often shows a woman gently caressing a lion, right? Which symbolizes the ability to control your primal instincts, your emotions, your fears, not through force, but through love and understanding. It's about finding that balance within yourself, that harmony between your wild side and your gentle side. So, what does this mean for you? Well, it could mean that you're facing a situation that requires you to be strong, to be courageous, to stand up for yourself or for someone else. Maybe you're dealing with a difficult person, maybe you're facing a challenging situation at work, maybe you're going through a personal crisis. But whatever it is, you have the inner strength to handle it. You have the ability to overcome this obstacle with grace and resilience. You just need to tap into that inner power, that inner strength that's already within you. And that Fluorite is helping you keep your head clear so you can tap into it. And remember, strength isn't about being aggressive or confrontational. It's about being compassionate and understanding, even in the face of adversity. It's about finding a way to resolve conflicts peacefully, to find common ground with others, to see the good in everyone, even those who are challenging you. This could also mean that you're learning to be more patient with yourself and with others. You're realizing that things don't always happen as quickly as you'd like them to, and that's okay. You're learning to trust the process, to be present in the moment, and to appreciate the journey even when it's difficult. And this is especially important with that new beginning from the Page of Pentacles. Because new things take time. They require patience, they require effort, they require perseverance. So don't get discouraged if you don't see results immediately. Just keep putting in the work, keep trusting the process, and keep believing in yourself. This card can also represent a situation where you need to be compassionate towards yourself. Maybe you've made a mistake, maybe you've failed at something, maybe you're feeling guilty or ashamed about something you've done. But it's important to forgive yourself, to learn from your mistakes, and to move on. Don't beat yourself up over the past. Focus on the present and the future, and commit to doing better next time. You're human, you're going to make mistakes, and that's okay. It's part of the learning process. And remember, self-compassion is just as important as compassion for others. Treat yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and forgiveness that you would offer to a friend. You deserve it. Okay, another thought. This Strength card could also be about overcoming a fear or an anxiety that's been holding you back. Maybe you're afraid of public speaking, maybe you're afraid of heights, maybe you're afraid of failure, maybe you're afraid of success. But whatever it is, it's time to face that fear head-on. It's time to step outside of your comfort zone and do something that scares you. Because that's where the magic happens. That's where you grow, that's where you learn, that's where you discover your true potential. And you don't have to do it alone. You can ask for help from friends, family, or a therapist. You can find a support group, you can read books, you can watch videos. There are so many resources available to help you overcome your fears. The key is to take that first step, to commit to facing your fear, and to keep moving forward even when it's difficult. Because every time you face your fear, you become stronger, more resilient, and more confident. And this card is also a reminder that true strength comes from within. It's not about having big muscles or being able to lift heavy weights. It's about having a strong spirit, a strong mind, and a strong heart. It's about being able to stand up for what you believe in, to stay true to yourself, and to never give up on your dreams, even when things get tough. So cultivate your inner strength. Meditate, practice mindfulness, spend time in nature, connect with your spiritual side. Do things that nourish your soul and make you feel good about yourself. Because when you're strong on the inside, you can handle anything that life throws your way. And with that shielded passage, it's like you're being given extra protection as you cultivate this inner strength. You're being shielded from negativity, from doubt, from fear. You're being supported and guided every step of the way. This strength card can also represent a situation where you need to be patient with someone else who is going through a difficult time. Maybe a friend, a family member, or a coworker is struggling with something, and they need your support. But it's important to be patient with them, to not judge them, to not try to fix them. Just listen to them, offer them your compassion, and let them know that you're there for them. Sometimes, the best thing you can do for someone is just to be present and to listen without judgment. And remember, everyone has their own journey, their own process, their own timeline. You can't force someone to heal or to grow faster than they're ready to. Just be supportive, be patient, and trust that they're going to get through it in their own way. Okay, another possibility here. This card could be telling you that you need to take control of your emotions. Are you feeling angry, frustrated, or overwhelmed? It's time to learn how to manage those emotions in a healthy way. Don't suppress them, don't ignore them, don't let them control you. Acknowledge them, feel them, and then release them. Practice deep breathing, meditate, journal, talk to a therapist. Find healthy ways to process your emotions so that they don't build up and cause problems in your life. And remember, it's okay to feel your emotions. It's part of being human. But it's important to learn how to manage them so that they don't control you. You are the master of your emotions, not the other way around. This card can also be a sign that you need to set boundaries in your relationships. Are you giving too much of yourself to others? Are you neglecting your own needs in order to please others? It's time to start saying no to things that drain you and yes to things that nourish you. It's okay to prioritize yourself and your well-being. It's not selfish, it's essential. You can't pour from an empty cup. So make sure you're taking care of yourself so that you can show up fully for the people you care about. And setting boundaries is an act of self-love. It's a way of telling yourself that you're worthy of respect, that you're worthy of having your needs met, and that you're not going to allow others to take advantage of you. Okay, one more thought on this strength card. It could also be a sign that you need to be more assertive in your communication. Are you afraid to speak up for yourself? Are you afraid to express your needs and desires? It's time to start using your voice. Communicate clearly, honestly, and respectfully. Don't be afraid to say what you think and feel. Don't be afraid to ask for what you want. You deserve to be heard, you deserve to have your needs met, and you deserve to have your voice matter. And being assertive doesn't mean being aggressive or confrontational. It means being confident, clear, and direct in your communication. It means standing up for yourself in a respectful and dignified way. And all this inner work, this compassion and patience, it leads to something incredible, which is our third card, the World. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. The World is the final card of the major arcana, right? It represents completion, achievement, integration, and fulfillment. It's the culmination of all your hard work, all your efforts, all your experiences. It's the feeling of finally arriving at your destination, of finally achieving your goals, of finally realizing your full potential. And with that shielded passage theme, it feels like you're not just achieving your goals, you're achieving them in a way that's protected, supported, and divinely guided. It's like the universe is celebrating your success, showering you with blessings, and opening up new doors of opportunity. This card often shows a figure surrounded by a wreath, right, which symbolizes completion and wholeness. It's a feeling of being complete within yourself, of having integrated all the different aspects of your being, of having found your place in the world. So, what does this mean for you? Well, it could mean that you're about to complete a major project or a major phase in your life. Maybe you're graduating from school, maybe you're finishing a big project at work, maybe you're moving to a new city, maybe you're getting married. Whatever it is, it's a time of celebration, a time of accomplishment, and a time of looking forward to the next chapter in your life. You've worked hard to get here, and you deserve to celebrate your success. This card can also represent a feeling of being connected to the world, of being part of something bigger than yourself. You're realizing that you're not just an isolated individual, but that you're part of a vast, interconnected web of life. And this realization can bring a sense of peace, a sense of belonging, and a sense of purpose. You're realizing that you have a unique role to play in the world, and that your contributions are valuable and meaningful. This could also mean that you're about to experience a major breakthrough in your spiritual growth. You're realizing that you're more than just your physical body, that you're a spiritual being having a human experience. And this realization can open you up to new levels of awareness, new levels of understanding, and new levels of compassion. You're realizing that you're connected to the divine and that you have the power to create your own reality. Okay, another thought. This world card could also be about travel. Maybe you're about to take a trip around the world, maybe you're moving to a new country, maybe you're just going on a vacation. But whatever it is, it's going to be a transformative experience. You're going to see new places, meet new people, and learn new things about yourself and the world. And this travel is going to broaden your perspective, expand your horizons, and help you to grow in ways you never thought possible. And with that shielded passage, it's like your travels are being protected and guided. You're being led to the right places, you're being connected with the right people, and you're being kept safe and secure along the way. This card can also represent a feeling of being at peace with the past. You've learned from your mistakes, you've forgiven yourself and others, and you've released any regrets or resentments that you've been holding onto. You're realizing that the past is over and that it doesn't have to define you. You're free to move forward, to create a new future, and to live your life to the fullest. And this freedom is incredibly liberating. Okay, another possibility here. This card could be telling you that you're about to enter a period of great abundance. You're going to be blessed with financial prosperity, with loving relationships, with good health, and with inner peace. The universe is rewarding you for all your hard work, for all your efforts, and for all your positive intentions. You're being given everything you need to live a happy, fulfilling, and meaningful life. But remember, abundance isn't just about material possessions. It's about having an abundance of love, of joy, of peace, of gratitude, and of compassion. It's about appreciating what you have and about sharing your blessings with others. And with that shielded passage, it's like your abundance is being protected from anything that could diminish it. You're being shielded from negativity, from lack, and from limitation. You're being supported and guided to create a life of true abundance. This card can also be a sign that you're about to find your soulmate. You're going to meet someone who understands you, who loves you unconditionally, and who supports you in pursuing your dreams. This relationship is going to be a source of great joy, of great fulfillment, and of great growth. You're going to learn from each other, you're going to inspire each other, and you're going to create a beautiful life together. And with that shielded passage, it's like your relationship is being protected and guided. You're being led to the right person, you're being given the tools to build a strong and lasting relationship, and you're being kept safe and secure in your love. Okay, one more thought on this world card. It could also be a sign that you're about to make a big impact on the world. You're going to use your talents, your skills, and your passions to make a positive difference in the lives of others. You're going to inspire people, you're going to empower people, and you're going to help create a better world for everyone. And this is going to bring you a deep sense of purpose, a deep sense of fulfillment, and a deep sense of joy. And with that shielded passage, it's like your efforts are being protected and guided. You're being led to the right opportunities, you're being connected with the right people, and you're being supported to make a real difference in the world. So embrace your potential, embrace your power, and embrace your ability to create positive change. The world needs your gifts, and you're ready to share them. This is so exciting, and really makes me wonder what the next card will be. Okay, so like after all of that, what is coming up next? What's the energy we need to be aware of? What do we need to know? And for that card, we have, oh my gosh, Temperance. Wow. Okay, Temperance, right? It's all about balance, harmony, patience, and moderation. It's about finding that sweet spot where everything just flows, you know. It's about not being too extreme in any one direction, but finding that middle ground where you can integrate all the different aspects of yourself and your life. And with that shielded passage theme, it feels like you're being guided towards finding that balance, towards creating a life that's harmonious and fulfilling. You're being protected from anything that could throw you off course, anything that could disrupt your equilibrium. So, what does this mean in the context of everything we've already talked about? Well, let's see, first of all, with the Page of Pentacles representing a new beginning, Temperance could be telling you that you need to be patient with this new venture, right? You can't expect things to happen overnight. You need to give it time to grow, to develop, to mature. Don't rush the process. Don't try to force things to happen before they're ready. Just trust that everything is unfolding in divine timing, and that as long as you're putting in the effort, as long as you're staying focused and grounded, you're going to reach your goals. And remember that shielded passage. It's like you're being protected from any delays or setbacks that could potentially derail you. You're being guided towards making wise decisions, towards taking the right steps, and towards staying on the right path. This card could also be about finding balance in your work life. Maybe you're working too hard, maybe you're not taking enough time for yourself, maybe you're feeling stressed or overwhelmed. It's time to create some boundaries, to prioritize your well-being, and to find a way to integrate your work and your personal life in a way that feels sustainable and fulfilling. Don't let your work consume you. Remember that you're more than just your job. You're a whole person with needs, desires, and passions. And it's important to nurture all those aspects of yourself, not just the professional one. Like, maybe you need to take more breaks during the day, maybe you need to delegate some tasks, maybe you need to set some clear boundaries with your coworkers or your clients. Whatever it is, make sure you're taking care of yourself so that you can show up fully for your work, but also for your life. The universe wants you to succeed, but it also wants you to be happy and healthy. So don't sacrifice your well-being in the pursuit of your goals. That's not what true success is all about. True success is about finding that balance, that harmony, that sweet spot where everything just flows. Okay, another thought here. With the Strength card representing inner strength and resilience, Temperance could be telling you that you need to be patient with yourself as you navigate challenges, right? You're not always going to be perfect. You're not always going to get things right, and that's okay. It's part of the learning process. Don't beat yourself up over your mistakes. Learn from them, forgive yourself, and move on. And remember that you're stronger than you think you are. You have the inner resources you need to overcome any obstacle, to face any fear, and to achieve any goal. So trust in yourself, believe in yourself, and never give up on yourself. And with that Fluorite point, you're able to see the lessons in those mistakes more clearly. This card can also be about finding balance in your relationships. Maybe you're giving too much to others, maybe you're not receiving enough, maybe you're feeling resentful or unappreciated. It's time to reassess your relationships, to communicate your needs and desires, and to create boundaries that protect your energy and your well-being. Don't let others take advantage of you. Don't let them drain your energy. And don't be afraid to ask for what you need. You deserve to be loved, respected, and appreciated. And if you're not getting that in your current relationships, it's time to make some changes. It's time to create relationships that are based on mutual respect, mutual support, and mutual love. And that shielded passage could be helping you see which relationships are truly serving you and which ones are holding you back. Like, maybe you need to distance yourself from toxic people. Maybe you need to set some clear boundaries with demanding family members. Maybe you need to communicate your needs more clearly to your partner. Whatever it is, make sure you're creating relationships that are healthy, fulfilling, and supportive. The universe wants you to be surrounded by love and positivity. So don't settle for anything less. Okay, let's dig a little deeper. With the World card representing completion and fulfillment, Temperance could be telling you that you need to integrate all the different aspects of your life into a cohesive whole, right? You can't just focus on one area of your life and neglect the others. You need to create a life that's balanced, harmonious, and fulfilling in all areas. That means taking care of your physical health, your mental health, your emotional health, your spiritual health, your relationships, your career, your finances, and your passions. You need to find a way to integrate all these different aspects of yourself into a cohesive whole, so that you can live a life that's truly aligned with your values and your purpose. Like, maybe you need to start exercising regularly, maybe you need to meditate, maybe you need to spend more time in nature, maybe you need to connect with your spiritual side, maybe you need to pursue your hobbies and passions, maybe you need to spend more time with loved ones. Whatever it is, make sure you're nurturing all aspects of yourself so that you can live a life that's truly complete and fulfilling. And that shielded passage is making sure you don't get too caught up in one area and neglect the others. You're being gently guided towards a more balanced and holistic approach to life. This card can also be about finding balance in your finances. Maybe you're spending too much money, maybe you're not saving enough, maybe you're feeling stressed about your financial situation. It's time to create a budget, to track your expenses, and to make a plan for your financial future. Don't let money control you. Take control of your money. And remember that money is just a tool. It's not the most important thing in life. It's important to have enough money to meet your basic needs, but it's also important to find joy and fulfillment in other areas of your life. So don't sacrifice your happiness for the sake of money. Find a way to balance your financial goals with your other goals and values. Like, maybe you need to cut back on your spending. Maybe you need to find a side hustle to earn extra income. Maybe you need to invest your money wisely. Maybe you need to donate to causes you care about. Whatever it is, make sure you're creating a financial plan that's aligned with your values and your goals. The universe wants you to be financially secure, but it also wants you to be generous and compassionate. So find a way to balance your financial needs with your desire to make a positive impact on the world. Okay, I'm getting another image here. This Temperance card could also be about finding balance in your diet. Are you eating too much junk food? Are you not getting enough nutrients? It's time to make some healthy changes to your diet. Eat more fruits, vegetables, and whole grains. Limit your intake of processed foods, sugary drinks, and unhealthy fats. And listen to your body. Pay attention to what it's telling you. If you're feeling tired, sluggish, or unwell, it could be a sign that you need to adjust your diet. And remember that food is fuel. It's what gives you the energy you need to live your life to the fullest. So make sure you're fueling your body with the right kind of food. Like, maybe you need to meal prep for the week, maybe you need to consult with a nutritionist, maybe you need to start cooking more at home. Whatever it is, make sure you're making healthy choices that support your overall well-being. And that shielded passage is helping you resist those unhealthy cravings and make choices that nourish your body. This card can also represent a need for moderation in your alcohol consumption. Are you drinking too much? Are you using alcohol to cope with stress or anxiety? It's time to cut back. Alcohol can have negative effects on your physical and mental health. It can also impair your judgment and lead to poor decisions. So be mindful of your alcohol consumption and make sure you're drinking in moderation. If you're struggling with alcohol abuse, seek professional help. There are many resources available to support you in your recovery. And that fluorite is helping you see the truth about your relationship with alcohol and make choices that are aligned with your highest good. Okay, one more thought on this Temperance card. It could also be a sign that you need to find balance in your sleep schedule. Are you getting enough sleep? Are you sleeping at irregular hours? It's time to create a consistent sleep schedule. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every day, even on weekends. Aim for 7 to 8 hours of sleep per night, and create a relaxing bedtime routine. Take a warm bath, read a book, or listen to calming music. Avoid using electronic devices before bed, as the blue light can interfere with your sleep. And remember that sleep is essential for your physical and mental health. It allows your body to repair itself, your mind to process information, and your emotions to regulate. So make sure you're prioritizing sleep in your life. And that shielded passage is helping you create a sleep environment that's conducive to rest and relaxation. You're being protected from anything that could disrupt your sleep, such as noise, light, or stress. All of this balance, this moderation, it's all about creating a life that's sustainable in the long run. And you know, temperance is often depicted with an angel, right? Pouring liquid from one cup to another. It's like you're taking what you have and you're redistributing it, you're mixing it, you're finding the perfect combination. It's not about scarcity, it's not about deprivation, it's about alchemy, it's about transformation. So, how does this angel energy play into the shielded passage? Well, it's like you're being guided by your angels, you're being protected by your angels as you navigate this journey. You're not alone. You have divine support every step of the way. Trust in your angels, listen to their guidance, and know that they're always there for you. This card can also be a sign that you need to be more flexible and adaptable. Life is constantly changing, and you need to be able to adapt to those changes. Don't get stuck in your ways. Be open to new ideas, new experiences, and new perspectives. And remember that change is often a good thing. It can lead to growth, to learning, and to new opportunities. So embrace change, be flexible, and trust that everything is unfolding in your best interest. And that shielded passage is helping you navigate those changes with grace and ease. You're being protected from any negative consequences, and you're being guided towards the best possible outcome. This card could also be telling you that you need to be more patient with others. Everyone is on their own journey, and everyone has their own pace. Don't try to force others to change or to grow faster than they're ready to. Just be supportive, be compassionate, and be understanding. And remember that everyone is doing the best they can with what they have. So don't judge them, don't criticize them, and don't try to fix them. Just love them for who they are and support them in their own journey. And that shielded passage is helping you see the good in others, even when they're being difficult or challenging. You're being guided to respond with compassion and understanding, rather than with judgment or anger. Okay, another possibility here. This card could be telling you that you need to find a creative outlet. Are you feeling stifled or uninspired? It's time to express yourself creatively. Paint, write, dance, sing, play music, or do whatever brings you joy. Creativity is a powerful force that can help you to heal, to grow, and to connect with your inner self. So make time for creativity in your life. And don't worry about being perfect. Just have fun and express yourself freely. And that shielded passage is opening up new avenues for creative expression. You're being guided towards opportunities that will allow you to share your gifts with the world. This card can also be a sign that you need to spend more time in nature. Nature is a powerful healer. It can help you to relax, to distress, and to connect with your inner self. So make time for nature in your life. Go for a walk in the woods, sit by the ocean, or simply spend time in your garden. And pay attention to the beauty that surrounds you. The trees, the flowers, the birds, the sky. Nature is full of wonder and inspiration. And it can help you to feel more grounded, more connected, and more at peace. And that shielded passage is protecting you from any harmful elements in nature. You're being guided towards places that are safe, beautiful, and nourishing. Okay, one more thought on this temperance card. It could also be a sign that you need to be more diplomatic in your interactions with others. Are you being too blunt or too critical? It's time to soften your approach. Be more tactful, more understanding, and more compassionate. And remember that everyone has their own perspective. So try to see things from their point of view. And communicate your needs and desires in a way that's respectful and considerate. And that shielded passage is helping you to navigate difficult conversations with grace and ease. You're being guided to find common ground, to build bridges, and to resolve conflicts peacefully. This is so much about finding harmony, and I'm already thinking about what the next cards could be like. Is there something specific blocking this harmony? Or is there something that can amplify it? I can't wait to find out. But this card, Temperance, it's really hitting home the need for balance and patience on this protected journey. Everything is set up for success, but you still need to nurture it, you still need to tend to it, you still need to find that flow. And with the fluorite there to keep your mind clear, you are able to achieve that balance. You are able to really assess what you need to do in order to keep things flowing in your life. And it's just like everything we've talked about so far, right? It's about, the new beginnings, but also having the strength to continue on even when things get tough. And the shielded passage just kind of amplifies all of these energies. And it's about completion and being open to the fact that your path is not always going to be a straight line. I think, more than anything, it's about believing in yourself and your ability to navigate, your ability to overcome. The angel on this card is a reminder of guidance, and a reminder that you are not alone, and with the fluorite, you're extra protected, and you're extra supported, and it's all about staying open. It's all about staying receptive. It's all about finding that flow state in your life. It's like, wow, I cannot wait to see what the next card is gonna be, because it just feels like this is building to something. But it's all about the everyday maintaining and believing that you can get there. So good. Okay, so after all this talk about balance and protected paths, we have to see what could possibly get in the way, right? What could block all this amazing energy? And for that card, we have Oh Wow, the Hermit. Okay, this isn't necessarily a bad card, but in this context, it's the biggest way you could block these blessings is by isolating yourself, by retreating too much into your own head, by not seeking guidance or support when you need it. Listen, the Hermit is all about introspection and solitude, right? It's about taking time to go within, to connect with your inner wisdom, to find your own answers. And that's a beautiful thing. It's so important to have that time for yourself, to recharge your batteries, to get clear on what you want and what you need. But there's a difference between healthy solitude and unhealthy isolation. And the danger here is that you could get so caught up in your own thoughts and feelings that you lose touch with the outside world. You could become so focused on your own problems that you forget that there are other people out there who care about you, who want to help you, who can offer you valuable insights and perspectives. It's like with that Page of Pentacles, that new beginning, you might think you have to do everything yourself, that you have to figure it all out on your own. You might be afraid to ask for help, afraid to show vulnerability, afraid to admit that you don't know everything. But that's just not true. Nobody succeeds in a vacuum. We all need support, we all need guidance, and we all need to connect with others who are on a similar path. So don't isolate yourself. Don't be afraid to reach out to others. Don't be afraid to ask for help. There are people who care about you and who want to see you succeed. Let them in. And with that Strength card, that inner resilience, you might think you have to be strong all the time, that you can't show any weakness or vulnerability. You might be afraid to admit that you're struggling, afraid to ask for support, afraid to let others see your true self. But that's just not sustainable. Nobody can be strong all the time. We all have moments of weakness, moments of doubt, moments of fear. And it's okay to show those emotions. It's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to ask for help. In fact, it's a sign of strength to be able to admit that you need support. So don't try to be a superhero. Don't try to do it all on your own. Let others in, let them see your true self, and let them support you through the tough times. And with that World card, that sense of completion and fulfillment, you might think you have to have all the answers, that you have to know exactly what you're doing and where you're going. You might be afraid to admit that you're still learning, still growing, still evolving. But that's just not realistic. Nobody has all the answers. We're all constantly learning and growing and evolving. And it's okay to admit that you don't know everything. It's okay to be curious, to ask questions, to seek guidance from others. In fact, that's how we learn and grow. So don't be afraid to admit that you're still on a journey. Don't be afraid to ask for help. And don't be afraid to explore new possibilities. The world is full of wonder and opportunity, and you're just getting started. And with that Temperance card, that need for balance and moderation, you might think you have to be perfect, that you have to do everything right, that you can't make any mistakes. You might be afraid to admit that you're struggling to find balance, afraid to ask for help, afraid to let others see your imperfections. But that's just not healthy. Nobody is perfect. We all make mistakes. We all have flaws, and it's okay to admit that you're struggling to find balance. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to let others see your imperfections. In fact, that's what makes you human, so don't try to be perfect. Don't try to hide your flaws. Embrace your imperfections, learn from your mistakes, and ask for help when you need it. The Hermit, in this case, it's like the biggest obstacle is you. It's your own fear, your own insecurity, your own self-doubt. It's the belief that you have to do it all on your own, that you can't ask for help, that you can't show vulnerability. But that's just not true. You are not alone. You are supported. You are loved. And you have the strength to overcome any obstacle. So let go of your fear, let go of your insecurity, and let go of your self-doubt. Open yourself up to the support that's available to you and trust that you are on the right path. Okay, let's dig a little deeper. This Hermit card could also be telling you that you need to avoid overthinking things, right? You know how you can get sometimes, like, stuck in your head, analyzing every little detail, worrying about every possible outcome? Yeah, that's not going to help you right now. It's just going to paralyze you and prevent you from taking action. So try to quiet your mind, trust your intuition, and just go with the flow. Don't get bogged down in the details. Focus on the big picture and trust that everything is going to work out the way it's supposed to. And with that Page of Pentacles, that new beginning, you might be tempted to research everything to death, to plan every little detail, to make sure you have all your ducks in a row before you even start. But that's just going to delay the process and prevent you from ever getting started. Sometimes you just have to take a leap of faith and trust that you'll figure things out as you go along. So don't get stuck in the planning phase. Take action, even if you're not 100% sure what you're doing. You'll learn more by doing than you will by thinking. And with that Strength card, that inner resilience, you might be tempted to analyze your fears and anxieties to death, to try to understand where they come from and how to overcome them. But sometimes the best way to deal with fear is to just face it head on. Don't try to understand it, don't try to analyze it, just do the thing that scares you. And with each step you take, your fear will diminish. So don't let your fears paralyze you. Take action, even if you're afraid. You're stronger than you think you are. And with that World card, that sense of completion and fulfillment, you might be tempted to overthink your goals, to question whether you're really on the right path, to worry about whether you're good enough to achieve your dreams. But that's just going to undermine your confidence and prevent you from reaching your full potential. So trust in your abilities, believe in your dreams, and just keep moving forward. Don't let your doubts hold you back. You're capable of amazing things. And with that Temperance card, that need for balance and moderation, you might be tempted to overanalyze your relationships, to question whether you're giving too much or not enough, to worry about whether you're being treated fairly. But sometimes the best way to maintain balance in your relationships is to just be present, to be open, and to be honest. Don't overthink things, don't keep score, just communicate your needs and desires clearly and respectfully. And trust that your relationships will evolve in the way they're supposed to. This Hermit card, it's really about getting out of your head and into your heart. It's about trusting your intuition, following your passions, and taking action, even when you're not sure what you're doing. It's about letting go of your fears, your doubts, and your insecurities and embracing the unknown. So don't let your mind hold you back. Listen to your heart, trust your gut, and just go for it. You've got this. Okay, I'm getting another image here. This Hermit card could also be telling you that you need to avoid being too critical of yourself and others, right? You know how you can be sometimes like a perfectionist, always striving for the best, always pointing out flaws and mistakes. Yeah, that's not going to serve you right now. It's just going to create unnecessary stress and tension, and it's going to damage your relationships. So try to be more compassionate, more understanding, and more forgiving, both towards yourself and towards others. And with that Page of Pentacles, that new beginning, you might be tempted to compare yourself to others, to judge your progress based on their achievements, to feel discouraged if you're not where you think you should be. But that's just going to undermine your confidence and prevent you from enjoying the journey. So focus on your own path, celebrate your own successes, and be grateful for what you have. Don't compare yourself to others. You're unique, you're valuable, and you're on your own timeline. And with that strength card, that inner resilience, you might be tempted to judge yourself harshly for your weaknesses and flaws, to feel ashamed of your mistakes, to beat yourself up for not being perfect. But that's just going to erode your self-esteem and prevent you from growing. So embrace your imperfections, learn from your mistakes, and forgive yourself for not being perfect. You're human, you're doing the best you can, and you're worthy of love and acceptance, just as you are. And with that World card, that sense of completion and fulfillment, you might be tempted to judge others for their choices, to criticize their beliefs, to dismiss their experiences. But that's just going to create unnecessary conflict and prevent you from connecting with others on a deeper level. So be open-minded, be respectful, and be curious about others' perspectives. Don't judge them, don't criticize them, just listen to them, learn from them, and appreciate their unique contributions to the world. And with that Temperance card, that need for balance and moderation, you might be tempted to judge yourself or others for not being balanced enough, for not being moderate enough, for not living up to your expectations. But that's just going to create unnecessary pressure and prevent you from finding true harmony. So be gentle with yourself and others, be patient with the process, and trust that balance and moderation will come in time. Don't judge yourself or others for not being perfect. Just focus on making small, positive changes each day and trust that you're moving in the right direction. This Hermit card, it's really about cultivating compassion, both for yourself and for others. It's about recognizing that everyone is on their own journey, everyone is doing the best they can, and everyone is worthy of love and acceptance. So let go of your judgment, let go of your criticism, and let go of your expectations. Open your heart to yourself and to others, and embrace the beauty and the diversity of the human experience. Okay, one more thought on this Hermit card. It could also be a sign that you need to avoid dwelling on the past, right? You know how you can be sometimes, like replaying old memories, rehashing old arguments, and regretting old decisions. Yeah, that's not going to help you right now. It's just going to keep you stuck in the past and prevent you from moving forward. So try to focus on the present moment, learn from your past mistakes, and let go of any regrets or resentments. And with that Page of Pentacles, that new beginning, you might be tempted to compare your current situation to past experiences, to worry that you're going to repeat old patterns, to feel discouraged by past failures. But that's just going to undermine your confidence and prevent you from embracing new opportunities. So focus on the present moment, learn from your past mistakes, and trust that you have the power to create a different future. Don't let your past define you. You're capable of amazing things. And with that Strength card, that inner resilience, you might be tempted to dwell on past traumas, to re-experience old pain, to feel victimized by past events. But that's just going to keep you stuck in a cycle of suffering and prevent you from healing. So acknowledge your past traumas, validate your feelings, and seek support from trusted friends, family members, or therapists. But don't let your past define you. You're stronger than you think you are, and you have the power to heal and move on. And with that World card, that sense of completion and fulfillment, you might be tempted to cling to past achievements, to feel nostalgic for past experiences, to resist change and growth. But that's just going to prevent you from embracing new opportunities and reaching your full potential. So celebrate your past successes, cherish your memories, and be grateful for all that you've experienced. But don't let your past define you. You're constantly evolving, constantly growing, and constantly creating new possibilities for your future. And with that Temperance card, that need for balance and moderation, you might be tempted to dwell on past imbalances, to regret past excesses, to feel guilty about past mistakes. But that's just going to create unnecessary stress and tension and prevent you from finding true harmony. So acknowledge your past imbalances, learn from your past excesses, and forgive yourself for past mistakes. But don't let your past define you. You're capable of finding balance, moderation, and harmony in your life, and you have the power to create a different future. This Hermit card, it's really about letting go of the past and embracing the present moment. It's about learning from your mistakes, forgiving yourself and others, and moving forward with hope and optimism. So don't let your past hold you back. Focus on the present, embrace the future, and trust that you're on the right path. The biggest thing that could get in your way is getting stuck in your head and what has happened. Like, it's okay to feel disappointment, it's okay to be frustrated, it's okay to be sad and hurt and angry about things that have happened. But what is not okay is to allow those feelings to delude you into thinking you shouldn't be doing it in the first place. To allow those feelings to be a reflection of your value and your worth in this space, especially if it's a space you're genuinely passionate about, especially if it's something that you feel in your heart you're meant to do, especially if it's something where you're like, I would rather face a million disappointments doing this thing than doing something that is safe, and that kills my soul. I think more than anything, this is a lot about recognizing that there are gonna be bumps in the road. It's about the people who do believe in you. It's about looking at what you haven't experienced, the opportunities you haven't seen yet, the successes that are yet to come. And you know, with this card, you are being called to turn inward, but with that shielded passage, it's like, do it temporarily. Do it to recharge. But don't stay there, you know? This card can also be a sign that you need to be more open to receiving help and support from others. Are you someone who tends to be independent and self-sufficient, preferring to do things on your own? While there's nothing wrong with being independent, it's important to remember that we all need help and support from time to time. Don't be afraid to reach out to others when you're struggling. There are people who care about you and want to help you succeed. And with that Page of Pentacles, that new beginning, you might be tempted to try to do everything yourself, believing that you're the only one who can do it right. But that's a recipe for burnout and exhaustion. Delegate tasks, ask for assistance, and trust that others are capable of contributing in meaningful ways. And with that Strength card, that inner resilience, you might be tempted to hide your vulnerabilities and pretend that you're always strong and in control. But that's not sustainable in the long run. Allow yourself to be vulnerable, share your struggles with others, and accept their support and encouragement. And with that World card, that sense of completion and fulfillment, you might be tempted to take all the credit for your successes, forgetting the contributions of others who have helped you along the way. But that's not only unfair, it's also isolating. Acknowledge the contributions of others, express your gratitude, and celebrate your successes together. And with that Temperance card, that need for balance and moderation, you might be tempted to isolate yourself from others, believing that you need to focus solely on your own needs and goals. But that's not a balanced approach to life. Nurture your relationships, connect with others, and find ways to give back to your community. This Hermit card, it's really about finding the right balance between independence and interdependence. It's about recognizing your own strengths and abilities, while also acknowledging your need for help and support from others. So be open to receiving help, be grateful for the contributions of others, and remember that we're all in this together. This could also be telling you that you need to be more proactive in seeking out mentors and guides, right? Are you feeling lost or uncertain about your path? Don't wait for someone to come along and offer you guidance. Take the initiative to seek out mentors and guides who can share their wisdom and experience with you. And with that Page of Pentacles, that new beginning, you might be feeling overwhelmed by all the new information and challenges you're facing. Find someone who has already walked the path you're on and ask for their advice and support. And with that Strength card, that inner resilience, you might be facing a difficult situation that requires you to draw on your inner strength. Seek guidance from someone who has overcome similar challenges and learn from their experiences. And with that World card, that sense of completion and fulfillment, you might be looking for ways to give back to your community and share your knowledge with others. Become a mentor or guide to someone who is just starting out on their journey. And with that Temperance card, that need for balance and moderation, you might be struggling to find the right balance between work and personal life. Seek guidance from someone who has successfully integrated their work and personal life in a way that feels fulfilling and sustainable. This Hermit card, it's really about recognizing that you don't have to do it all alone. There are people who are willing to help you, guide you, and support you along the way. So be proactive in seeking out mentors and guides, and be open to receiving their wisdom and experience. Okay, I'm getting one more image here. This Hermit card could also be a sign that you need to avoid being too rigid and inflexible in your thinking, right? Are you someone who tends to see things in black and white, with little room for nuance or compromise? While it's important to have strong values and beliefs, it's also important to be open-minded and adaptable to new information and perspectives. And with that Page of Pentacles, that new beginning, you might be tempted to cling to old beliefs and assumptions, resisting new ideas and approaches. But that's not going to help you grow and evolve. Be open to new possibilities, be willing to challenge your own assumptions, and be curious about different perspectives. And with that Strength card, that inner resilience, you might be facing a difficult situation that requires you to be flexible and adaptable. Don't get stuck in your ways. Be willing to try new approaches, be open to compromise, and be willing to change your plans if necessary. And with that World card, that sense of completion and fulfillment, you might be tempted to believe that you have all the answers, that you know everything there is to know. But that's not only arrogant, it's also limiting. Be humble, be open to learning, and be willing to admit when you're wrong. And with that Temperance card, that need for balance and moderation, you might be tempted to cling to extreme positions, refusing to compromise or find common ground. But that's not a balanced approach to life. Be willing to listen to different perspectives, be open to compromise, and be willing to find solutions that work for everyone. This Hermit card, it's really about cultivating a mindset of openness, curiosity, and adaptability. It's about recognizing that there's always more to learn, that there are always different perspectives to consider, and that there's always room for growth and evolution. So be open-minded, be curious, and be willing to challenge your own assumptions. The world is constantly changing, and you need to be able to adapt to those changes in order to thrive. It's all about believing in yourself and your ability to navigate, your ability to overcome. The Hermit on this card is a reminder of the need to turn inward, but the Shielded Passage is a reminder not to stay there too long. It's about staying open. It's about staying receptive. It's about finding that flow state in your life and not blocking it by retreating too much. This card is going to represent how to ensure you don't block any of these blessings from coming your way, and for that the mushroom, it can often grow in dark and damp places, but always finds a way to shoot up and out. This journey and path that you are starting needs you to be a little bit selfish with your time, a little more self-serving, because others will bring you down. You have the energy to go it alone, but you won't. So all of this to say, you need to not become the hermit, and how do you do that? With the Page of Pentacles, you need to be sure not to ignore the little things that bring you joy. If you're starting something new or getting to work in a new avenue, it's easy to get bogged down in the big picture. When you lose sight of the small things, that's when the journey gets long and the destination seems farther away than ever. With the Strength card, you must listen to your body. We get so bogged down in doing what we must do that sometimes we ignore the body's cries for help. Even the strongest people need to take a break, and the Hermit here reminds us that if we don't, we can't continue. With the World, you need to ensure that you're leaving room for fun. The World is the last card and the goal, but you can't reach the goal if you don't take the time to appreciate what's right in front of you. Even if that's as simple as a night in with some popcorn and your favorite movie. With Temperance, that harmony can't happen with excess in any way. It can't happen without taking any time for yourself. It must be a mix of both, so the key to not becoming the hermit is listening to what you need at your core, and the only way to know that is to be active in your own life, to be present. To not hide away, and with that Shielded Passage, it's like you're being protected from anything that could lead you down a path of isolation. You're being guided towards connections, towards community, and towards a sense of belonging. Wow, this has been quite the journey so far. I'm really feeling like something big is about to happen, but I'm also getting the sense that there's still one piece of the puzzle missing. I wonder what the final card will reveal. Will it be a warning? Will it be a blessing? Will it be a call to action? I can't wait to find out. Okay, so we've been given a lot to think about with where to start. I think that we should pull another card to ensure we aren't blocking anything, as that's what we're dealing with. So let's go. It's the Three of Wands. Oh my gosh. I love this card, but it makes me wanna ask, friend, what are you looking at? What are you waiting for? What ships are you waiting to come in? Because this is big picture energy, but it also can be don't get so stuck on the horizon that you don't do anything. It's the biggest thing with the Three of Wands, what I see here is you're at a point where you've laid the groundwork, right? You've planted the seeds, that Page of Pentacles, you've nurtured them, you've put in the work, and now you're starting to see some results. You're starting to see things take shape, you're starting to see your vision come to life. But it's not quite there yet, right? It's still on the horizon. It's still a potential, not a reality. And that's where the Three of Wands comes in. It's about expanding your horizons, it's about taking your vision to the next level, it's about reaching out to new markets, new opportunities, new possibilities. It's about saying, okay, I've done the groundwork, now what? How can I make this bigger? How can I make this better? How can I make this reach more people? And the danger here is getting stuck in the what if? What if it doesn't work? What if I fail? What if nobody cares? What if I'm not good enough? That's the hermit energy creeping in, right? And that's what's going to block you. Because the Three of Wands is all about taking calculated risks. It's about stepping outside your comfort zone. It's about believing in yourself and your vision, even when nobody else does. It's about saying, I'm going to put myself out there, I'm going to take a chance, I'm going to see what happens. And the shielded passage is there to protect you from the worst case scenarios. It's not saying that you're not going to face any challenges. It's not saying that everything is going to be easy, but it's saying that you're not going to be completely blindsided, you're not going to be knocked down for good. You're going to have the resources, the support, the inner strength to weather any storm. So, how does this connect back to the Page of Pentacles? Well, with that new beginning, the Three of Wands is saying, don't just stay in your comfort zone. Don't just play it safe. Take a risk, expand your horizons, see what's possible. It's you've planted that seed, now it's time to let it grow. It's time to give it the space, the sunlight, the water it needs to flourish. It's time to see what it can become. And maybe that means taking a course. Maybe that means networking with new people. Maybe that means investing in your business. Maybe that means launching a new product. Whatever it is, it's about taking action. It's about moving forward. It's about expanding your reach. And the fluorite is helping you see clearly which opportunities are worth pursuing and which ones are just distractions. With that new beginning, that's going to take time. With the Strength card, you're going to need to stand tall in your decisions. I see here that the decisions you make, you are going to have to own them. I think this also is a sign that you are going to need to stand up for yourself, to not let others walk all over you, and that is where that inner strength is going to come in. And the world with the Temperance card, you are going to get there. You have been divinely guided to this place, so believe that you can get there. It's not going to happen overnight, but it's a guarantee. With that new beginning with the fluorite, the Three of Wands is saying, trust your intuition, trust your gut feeling, trust that you know what's best for you. It's you've done your research, you've weighed your options, now it's time to make a decision. And don't let fear hold you back, don't let doubt creep in. Don't let other people's opinions sway you. Trust yourself, trust your vision, and take that leap of faith. The fluorite is amplifying that signal from your intuition, making it easier to hear, easier to understand, easier to trust. And that shielded passage is making sure that even if you make a mistake, even if you take a wrong turn, you're not going to be completely derailed. You're going to be guided back on track, you're going to learn from your mistakes, and you're going to come out stronger on the other side. This card could also be about partnering with others. Okay, how does this connect back to the Strength card? Well, with that inner strength, the Three of Wands is saying, you have what it takes. You have the courage, the resilience, the determination to make your vision a reality. It's you've faced challenges before, you've overcome obstacles before, and you can do it again. Don't let fear hold you back. Don't let doubt creep in. Don't let other people's opinions sway you. Trust yourself, trust your vision, and take that leap of faith. It's you're tamming that inner lion, you're harnessing your power, you're channeling your energy in a positive direction. And the shielded passage is making sure that you don't burn out, that you don't get overwhelmed, that you don't lose sight of your goals. You're being given the strength, the stamina, the resilience to keep going, even when things get tough. The Three of Wands can also represent the recognition of existing strength. With that inner strength in mind, the Three of Wands is saying, it's time to recognize you have the courage, the ability, the work ethic, and the understanding to achieve any goal you set your mind to. Okay, how does this connect back to the World card? Well, with that sense of completion and fulfillment, the Three of Wands is saying, this is your chance to make a difference. This is your chance to leave your mark on the world. This is your chance to create something truly meaningful. It's like you've come so far, you've worked so hard, you've overcome so many obstacles, and now you're on the verge of achieving your dreams. Don't let anything hold you back. Don't let fear hold you back. Don't let doubt creep in. Don't let other people's opinions sway you. Trust yourself, trust your vision, and take that leap of faith. The journey you're on is leading you exactly where you're meant to be. Embrace that. You are going to make the change you want to see in the world. This card could also be a reminder to celebrate your accomplishments along the way. It's easy to get so focused on the future that you forget to appreciate the present moment. Take time to acknowledge your progress, to celebrate your wins, and to express gratitude for all that you have. This will help you stay motivated, stay inspired, and stay on track. This can also connect to partnership with others. Okay, how does this connect back to the Temperance card? I feel like, with that need for balance and moderation, the Three of Wands is saying, don't get so caught up in your vision that you forget to take care of yourself. Don't let your ambition consume you. Don't sacrifice your health, your relationships, or your well-being for the sake of your goals. It's like you need to find that sweet spot, that balance point, where you're working hard, but also taking time to rest, to recharge, to connect with others. You need to find a way to integrate your vision into your life in a way that feels sustainable and fulfilling. And the shielded passage is helping you find that balance. It's protecting you from burnout, from exhaustion, from overwhelm. You're being guided towards making choices that support your overall well-being, not just your professional success. This could be a warning. The need to maintain balance is imperative, and you must make time for everything. Work-life balance can feel unachievable, so a good rule of thumb is at the very least to not bring work home. That time needs to be for you and your family. Okay, how does this connect back to the Hermit card? Well, with that warning against isolation, the Three of Wands is saying, don't try to do it all alone. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Don't be afraid to delegate. Don't be afraid to collaborate. It's like you need to build a team, you need to find partners, you need to connect with others who share your vision. You can't do it all yourself, and the shielded passage is helping you find those connections. It's guiding you towards people who are supportive, who are encouraging, who are aligned with your values. And the Fluorite is helping you discern who to trust and who to avoid. You know, with that Fluorite energy, you're able to see clearly who is genuinely interested in helping you and who is just trying to take advantage of you. This card, it feels like, you're being called to step into your power, to embrace your vision, and to take action. But you're also being reminded to stay grounded, to stay balanced, and to stay connected. You can't do it all alone, and you don't have to. You have the resources, the support, and the inner strength to make your dreams a reality. And with that shielded passage, you're being protected every step of the way. Okay, let's dig a little deeper. What are some specific scenarios where this Three of Wands energy might be playing out in your life? Well, like maybe you're starting a new business and you're trying to figure out how to expand your reach. Maybe you're launching a new product and you're trying to figure out how to market it to a wider audience. Maybe you're trying to get a promotion at work and you're trying to figure out how to stand out from the crowd. In all these scenarios, the Three of Wands is saying, think big. Think creatively, think outside the box. Don't just do what everyone else is doing. Find a new angle, a new approach, a new way to connect with your audience. And don't be afraid to take risks. Don't be afraid to experiment. Don't be afraid to fail. Because every failure is a learning opportunity, and every success is a stepping stone to something even bigger. The Three of Wands means it is a time to expand, and while expanding, think to partner with others. Maybe you are going to be working with someone, maybe you are going to hire someone or have someone work for you. It could mean anything. Use your head, though, to make those decisions, because while you may work well with someone, that doesn't mean you should go into business with them, but that will be a good partnership. This card could also be about international opportunities. Maybe you're considering expanding your business overseas. Maybe you're considering working for a company that has international operations. Maybe you're considering traveling to a new country for business or for pleasure. In all these scenarios, the Three of Wands is saying, be open to new experiences. Be open to new cultures. Be open to new ways of thinking. Don't be afraid to step outside your comfort zone. Don't be afraid to learn new things. Don't be afraid to embrace the unknown. And with that shielded passage, you're being protected from any potential dangers or challenges that might arise from these international opportunities. You're being guided towards safe, reliable, and trustworthy partners. You're being given the resources, the support, and the knowledge to navigate any cultural differences or language barriers. This card can also represent the need to be patient and persistent. You're not going to see results overnight. It takes time to build a business. It takes time to launch a product. It takes time to get a promotion. Don't get discouraged if you don't see immediate results. Just keep putting in the work, keep staying focused, and keep believing in yourself. The rewards will come in time. And with that fluorite energy, you're able to stay grounded, stay focused, and stay motivated, even when things get tough. You're able to see the big picture, to remember your goals, and to keep moving forward one step at a time. The time of harvest has come, but you need to stay consistent. You have so much potential for goodness that it is almost blinding. So make sure you stay consistent and work towards what you know you can achieve. Okay, I'm getting another image here. This Three of Wands card could also be telling you that you need to be more proactive in networking and building relationships, right? You know how important it is to have a strong network of contacts in your industry. These are the people who can open doors for you, who can provide you with valuable insights and advice, and who can support you in your career goals. Don't just sit back and wait for opportunities to come to you. Take the initiative to reach out to others, to attend industry events, to join professional organizations, and to connect with people online. The more connections you have, the more opportunities will come your way. If you are the type of person to stay home, this is the sign to go out. And with that Page of Pentacles, that new beginning, you might be wondering how to build relationships with people who are more experienced or more successful than you. Don't be intimidated. Just be yourself, be genuine, and be respectful. Ask questions, listen attentively, and offer your help whenever possible. Most people are happy to share their knowledge and experience with others, especially if they see that you're genuinely interested in learning. And with that Strength card, that inner resilience, you might be afraid of rejection or criticism. Don't let that stop you. Just put yourself out there, be confident in your abilities, and trust that you have something valuable to offer. Not everyone is going to like you, but that's okay. The important thing is to keep networking, keep building relationships, and keep putting yourself in a position to succeed. So don't be afraid to put yourself out there. You're never going to know unless you try. The time is now, and you have no time to waste. The longer you wait, the less results are going to come, and that isn't a reflection on you, it's because of the timing. Jump now, or it could be too late. This card is also a sign that you need to be more strategic in your planning and decision-making, right? It's not enough to just have a vision. You need to have a plan to make that vision a reality. And that plan needs to be based on careful research, analysis, and evaluation. Don't just jump into things without thinking them through. Take the time to assess your resources, to identify your strengths and weaknesses, and to develop a strategy that will maximize your chances of success. Talk to others, read books, attend workshops, and do whatever you can to gain the knowledge and skills you need to make informed decisions. The more prepared you are, the more confident you'll be, and the more likely you'll be to succeed. You're not always going to be right, but you need to have a reason to be. You need to have the facts, the data, the evidence to back up your decisions. That doesn't mean you can't take risks, but it does mean you need to be smart about the risks you take. With all this hard work, you need to make sure that you are thinking about yourself first. In what way do you want to see yourself and get to work to make it happen? You are the only person who is going to do the things that are best for you. So take the time, be selfish, be honest, and remember the goals. I know you can get there, and this is your sign that you have what it takes. Okay, one more thought on this Three of Wands card. It could also be a sign that you need to be more willing to delegate tasks and responsibilities, right? You know how you tend to try to do everything yourself because you think you're the only one who can do it right. Yeah, that's not sustainable in the long run. You're going to burn yourself out, and you're going to limit your potential for growth. It's time to trust others, to empower others, and to delegate tasks to people who are capable of handling them. Not only will this free up your time and energy, but it will also help you develop your leadership skills and build a stronger team. You don't have to do it all alone, and you shouldn't. Remember that shielded passage will help you navigate this, and that Fluorite is going to let you be able to make those hard calls. This journey is yours, and this is your reminder. Okay, so, after all of that, we have the Ten of Cups. That's amazing. The Ten of Cups, right? It's all about happiness, harmony, emotional fulfillment, like that perfect family picture, you know? It's about that feeling of complete contentment, of having everything you need, of being surrounded by love and support. It's about that deep sense of gratitude for all the blessings in your life, and it's about sharing that joy with others. It's like, wow, it's so cool to be sharing this with you. So, the Ten of Cups is not just about fleeting happiness, right? It's not just about those momentary bursts of joy, it's about creating a lasting sense of contentment. It's about building a life that's truly aligned with your values and your passions, and that brings you deep, unwavering fulfillment. So, with that shielded passage theme, it feels like you're being guided towards creating that kind of life, towards building that foundation of happiness that's protected, supported, and divinely guided, you know. Okay, so, how does this all connect with the cards we've already pulled, right? Let's go back to the Page of Pentacles. So, with that Page of Pentacles, which is that new beginning, right? The Ten of Cups is saying that this new beginning is going to bring you so much joy. It's not just about the material success. It's not just about the career or the finances. It's about the emotional fulfillment that comes with pursuing your passions and creating something meaningful. So it's whatever this new venture is, it's going to make you happy. It's going to make you feel good about yourself. It's going to bring you closer to the people you love, and it's going to create a ripple effect of positivity in your life. You know, and with that shielded passage theme, it's you're being protected from any negativity that could potentially taint that joy. You're being guided towards making choices that support your emotional well-being, and you're being surrounded by people who uplift you and encourage you. So, even if you face challenges or setbacks along the way, you can trust that you're being protected and supported, and that you'll eventually reach that place of lasting happiness. It's you are being told with this card pull that it is all up to you. You are the driving force behind the new beginning, and the level of happiness is going to be reflected on what you decide to do. Okay, so what about that Strength card, right? With that Strength card, which is all about inner strength and resilience, the Ten of Cups is saying that you have the power to create your own happiness, you know? You don't have to rely on external circumstances or other people to make you happy. You have the inner resources to cultivate joy, contentment, and gratitude in your life, no matter what's going on around you. You know. It's you're tamming that inner lion, you're harnessing your inner strength, and you're choosing to focus on the positive aspects of your life. You're choosing to appreciate what you have, rather than dwelling on what you lack. You're choosing to forgive yourself and others, and to let go of any resentment or bitterness that could potentially block your happiness. And with that shielded passage theme, it's you're being given the inner resources you need to maintain that positive mindset, even when things get tough. You're being shielded from negativity, from self-doubt, and from any other limiting beliefs that could potentially sabotage your happiness. You are strong enough to believe in yourself, you just have to. So what about the World, right, which is completion? With the World card, which is all about completion and fulfillment, the Ten of Cups is saying that you're on the verge of achieving a state of lasting happiness and contentment. You've come so far, you've worked so hard, and you're finally ready to reap the rewards of your efforts. You're about to experience a sense of wholeness, of integration, of having everything you need to live a happy and fulfilling life. It's like you're standing on top of the mountain, you're looking out at the view, and you're feeling that sense of accomplishment, that sense of gratitude, that sense of pure, unadulterated joy. You know. And with that shielded passage theme, it's like you're being protected from any last-minute obstacles that could potentially prevent you from reaching that state of completion. You're being guided towards the final steps you need to take to achieve your goals, and you're being surrounded by people who support you and celebrate your success. So you can trust that you're on the right path, that you're being divinely guided, and that you're about to experience a level of happiness and fulfillment that you've never known before. How are you going to get there, and what is it going to be? That is up to you. So let's talk about temperance, right? It's all about balance. With that temperance card, which is all about balance and moderation, the Ten of Cups is like saying that you need to maintain balance in your life in order to sustain your happiness. You can't just focus on one area of your life and neglect the others. You need to find a way to integrate all the different aspects of your being into a harmonious whole. You know. It's like you need to take care of your physical health, your mental health, your emotional health, your spiritual health, your relationships, your career, your finances, and your passions. You need to find a way to create a life that's balanced, fulfilling, and sustainable in the long run. And with that shielded passage theme, it's like you're being guided towards making choices that support your overall well-being. You're being protected from any imbalances or excesses that could potentially disrupt your happiness. So, you can trust that you're on the right track, that you're being divinely guided, and that you have the power to create a life that's both happy and healthy. And while you are going to experience this, you are going to be able to have a good foundation from the jump to get there. I love this card. Temperance is asking you to take a step back and re-access what truly is meaningful to you. You could think you're doing good by working 24/7, but is it truly helping you? That could come crumbling down, and it will not be a fun experience. So, how does the Ten of Cups pair with the Hermit? With that Hermit card, which is a warning against isolation, the Ten of Cups is like emphasizing the importance of connection and community in your happiness. You can't be happy in a vacuum. You need to surround yourself with people who love you, support you, and share your values. You need to cultivate meaningful relationships, and you need to give back to your community. You know, it's like you need to let go of any fear or insecurity that might be preventing you from connecting with others. You need to open your heart, be vulnerable, and let people in. And with that shielded passage theme, it's like you're being guided towards connecting with the right people, people who will uplift you, encourage you, and support you on your journey. You're being protected from any toxic or negative relationships that could potentially drain your energy or sabotage your happiness. So, you can trust that you're being divinely guided and that you have the power to create a strong and supportive community around you. I think for you, those relationships are going to be closer to the besties level and not in a partner way. So don't be afraid to jump out and do it. You're being told here that you need to embrace and create those long-lasting relationships, and you can't do that from the four walls of your home. And finally, the Three of Wands, which is a card about expansion. With the Three of Wands card, which is all about expanding your horizons and taking calculated risks, the Ten of Cups is like saying that you need to be willing to step outside of your comfort zone in order to create a truly happy and fulfilling life. You can't just stay in your safe little bubble. You need to be willing to explore new possibilities, to try new things, and to take chances on yourself. You know, it's like you need to be willing to invest in your dreams, to pursue your passions, and to make a difference in the world. And with that shielded passage theme, it's like you're being protected from any major setbacks or failures that could potentially derail your happiness. You're being guided towards opportunities that are aligned with your values and your passions, and you're being given the inner resources you need to overcome any challenges along the way. So, you can trust that you're on the right path, that you're being divinely guided, and that you have the power to create a life that's both exciting and fulfilling. Listen, with this energy, you can't get caught up in the what-ifs, and you can't be afraid to take the calculated risk. You need to trust yourself that you are going to make the right decision and the right call. This is also a great reminder to not let the opinion of others sway you. I know that you can do this, and I'm here to support you. The path to your dreams and happiness is going to take you on a journey, and it's going to take hard work to get where you want to be. Okay, so, what are some specific ways that you can cultivate this Ten of Cups energy in your life, right? What are some concrete actions you can take to create a lasting sense of joy and contentment? Well, first of all, you can focus on building strong and supportive relationships. Make time for the people you love, express your appreciation for them, and be there for them when they need you. Nurture your relationships and let go of any toxic or negative connections that might be draining your energy. Prioritize spending time with loved ones, nurturing those bonds, because those are going to be what are truly important to you at the end of the day. Don't be afraid to be yourself, be open, and let people in. I know it can be easy to close yourself off and to focus on you. You can also practice gratitude, Take time each day to appreciate the good things in your life, no matter how small they may seem. Keep a gratitude journal, express your thanks to others, and focus on the positive aspects of your experiences. The more you focus on what you have, the less you'll dwell on what you lack, and the happier you'll be. I know in the world we live in, it's easy to want and desire all the new things, but that truly isn't where happiness comes from. You are on a course to great success, and you need to take the time to acknowledge those achievements. I know it's easy to get down on yourself for not being somewhere that others are, but you can't compare. You have to live in your own moment. You can also pursue your passions, right? Make time for the activities that bring you joy, and don't be afraid to invest in your dreams. Whether it's painting, writing, dancing, singing, playing music, or anything else that makes your heart sing, make it a priority in your life. The more you engage in activities that you love, the happier and more fulfilled you'll be. It is vital that you are doing what is going to keep you excited about life. Never stop chasing those dreams. Don't let anybody tell you can't make it. If you believe in yourself, I believe in you. It is easy to go through the motions of the things that are asked of you, but don't forget about what you need to stay excited about your life. You can also take care of your physical health, Eat healthy foods, exercise regularly, get enough sleep, and avoid harmful substances. The better you take care of your body, the better you'll feel, both physically and emotionally. The better you feel, the happier you'll be. Make sure you are going to the doctor because I love and care about you. You need to take care of yourself, mind, body, and soul. You can also practice mindfulness, Take time each day to be present in the moment, to observe your thoughts and feelings without judgment, and to connect with your inner self. Meditate, practice yoga, spend time in nature, or simply sit in silence and focus on your breath. The more mindful you are, the more you'll appreciate the present moment, and the less you'll worry about the past or the future. I am a big advocate for therapy and working on yourself to become the best version of you. I know you can make it there, and that's going to provide you with so much happiness. You can also give back to your community, right? Volunteer your time, donate to causes you care about, or simply offer a helping hand to someone in need. The more you give back to others, the more you'll feel connected to something larger than yourself, and the happier and more fulfilled you'll be. You know that your heart is good, and this is something you already do. I love that about you and that you are so caring. This is your reminder to never stop. You could also learn to love yourself, and that is something that is going to bring you happiness. Okay, so, what challenges might you face along the way, right? What obstacles could potentially prevent you from cultivating this Ten of Cups energy in your life? Well, you might face setbacks in your career or finances. You might experience conflict in your relationships. You might struggle with health problems or emotional difficulties. Life is full of ups and downs, and it's inevitable that you'll face challenges along the way. The key is to not let those challenges derail you from your path to happiness. The key is to remember that you have the inner resources to overcome any obstacle, and that you're being divinely guided every step of the way. But it is all up to you to make sure that you are taking the steps that are needed. You can't just sit back and wait because you are divinely aligned. That is something that is never going to happen. The card does not say, happiness comes to you, but with your guidance, you are able to create the world you've dreamt of. You might also struggle with negative thoughts and emotions, Self-doubt, fear, anxiety, anger, resentment, bitterness. These are all common human experiences, and they can all potentially block your happiness. The key is to not let those negative thoughts and emotions control you. The key is to acknowledge them, to feel them, and to let them go. The key is to replace them with positive thoughts and emotions, such as gratitude, compassion, and hope. This doesn't mean that you are faking it till you make it. Those feelings are always going to come back. I think that is a sign that you are human. It is okay to not be okay. It is not a sign that you are not on the right path. You might also face resistance from others, People might not understand your vision, they might not support your goals, or they might even try to sabotage your efforts. It's important to remember that you can't control other people's actions or opinions. You can only control your own reactions. Don't let other people's negativity bring you down. Stay true to yourself, stay focused on your goals, and surround yourself with people who believe in you. I know you can make it, and that I believe in you. You are one of the greatest people I know, and you deserve to be happy and successful. Never let anybody change the way you feel about that. It's okay to be sensitive, and that does not make you a bad person. Okay, so, how can you use that shielded passage to overcome those challenges, right? How can you use that divine protection to stay on your path to happiness, even when things get tough? Well, first of all, you can trust in your intuition, right? You have an inner guidance system that's always leading you in the right direction. Pay attention to your gut feelings, your hunches, and your instincts. The more you trust your intuition, the more you'll be able to make choices that are aligned with your values and your passions. This is going to lead you in the right direction, and you need to know and understand that you are not alone. Sometimes our intuition isn't always the best, but you need to trust that more than ever, because you are going to achieve that long sought-after goal, and this will lead to happiness. You can also ask for guidance from the universe, Pray, meditate, visualize, or simply set your intention. The more you connect with the divine, the more you'll be able to tap into that source of infinite wisdom and support. Ask for guidance, ask for clarity, and ask for strength. Trust that the universe is always working in your favor, even when you can't see it. The universe is always looking to find the right alignment for you, so you can meet your goals. You can't let fear win. You have to take the risk and jump. You can also surround yourself with positive influences, Spend time with people who uplift you, who encourage you, and who believe in you. Read inspiring books, listen to uplifting music, and watch movies that make you feel good. The more you surround yourself with positivity, the more positive you'll become, and the easier it will be to stay on your path to happiness. Cut the negative people out and those who are bringing you down. This journey is yours and not for them. You can also practice self-care, right? Take time each day to nurture your mind, body, and soul. Get enough sleep, eat healthy foods, exercise regularly, and engage in activities that bring you joy. The more you take care of yourself, the more energy you'll have to pursue your goals and to create a life that's truly happy and fulfilling. Prioritizing you is going to amplify that the most. This is a journey that is meant to be. It is happening, and that is the guarantee, because it has been divinely guided for you. You have all the tools and what it takes to get where you want to be. You just have to believe. So I have to know, after all of this, what are you going to do? And what is the final step? I know that last card is going to bring this full circle. What are you excited to get to? Okay, so, after all of that, what does the Fool mean in the context of everything we've talked about, right? I think, the most important thing is that the Fool is all about trust. It's about trusting yourself, trusting the universe, and trusting that everything is going to work out for the best, even when you can't see how, even when it doesn't make sense, even when it feels scary. The Fool doesn't know what's going to happen next, but he doesn't care. He's not afraid of the unknown. He's excited about it. He knows that every step of the journey is an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to experience something new, and with that fluorite point and the shielded passage theme, it's like you're being given extra protection, extra guidance, extra support as you take this leap of faith. Like you're not just jumping into the unknown blindly. You're jumping with the confidence that you're being divinely protected, that you're on the right path, and that you have the inner resources to handle anything that comes your way. And I think that fluorite crystal is really helping with that, like keeping your mind clear, keeping you focused on the positive, and blocking out any negative energy that could potentially hold you back. Okay, so, like, how does the Fool connect with the Page of Pentacles, right? With that new beginning, the Fool is like saying, okay, you've planted the seed, you've prepared the ground, and now it's time to just let it grow. Don't overthink it, don't overanalyze it, don't try to control every little detail. Just trust that it's going to blossom in its own time and in its own way. It's like you've done the work, you've laid the foundation, and now it's time to release your grip and let the universe take over. And that can be scary, right? It can be hard to let go of control, especially when you're so invested in something. But the Fool is reminding you that you don't have to do it all yourself. You have the universe on your side, you have your intuition guiding you, and you have that shielded passage protecting you. So trust the process, trust yourself, and trust that everything is unfolding exactly as it's meant to. You are the one that knows the most on what to do, and that means you just need to listen. Okay, so, like, how does the Fool connect with the Strength card, right? With that inner strength, the Fool is like saying, okay, you have all the courage, resilience, and determination you need to face whatever challenges come your way. You don't have to be afraid of failing, you don't have to be afraid of making mistakes, and you don't have to be afraid of being vulnerable. It's like you've tamed that inner lion, you've harnessed your inner power, and you're ready to stand tall in the face of adversity. You can handle anything that life throws your way. And that shielded passage theme is making sure that even when you stumble, even when you fall, you're not going to be knocked down for good. You're going to have the strength to get back up, to learn from your mistakes, and to keep moving forward. And the Fool has that childlike innocence, that ability to bounce back from anything, that unwavering belief in himself. And you have that too. You just need to tap into it, to embrace it, and to let it guide you. It is okay to fail, and you can't let that be something that stops you from wanting to be on this earth. You are a light that must stay, and you bring so much joy to others. Okay, so, like, how does the Fool connect with the World card, right? With that sense of completion and fulfillment, the Fool is like saying, okay, you've reached the top of the mountain, you've achieved your goals, and you've experienced a sense of wholeness and integration. But that's not the end of the journey. It's just the beginning of a new one. The Fool is like reminding you that life is a constant cycle of endings and beginnings, of deaths and rebirths, of completions and new adventures. And that even when you reach a point of fulfillment, there's always something new to explore, something new to learn, and something new to create. It's like you're standing on the edge of a cliff, you're looking out at the vast expanse of the unknown, and you're feeling that sense of excitement, that sense of possibility, that sense of pure, unadulterated freedom. And the Fool is saying, jump! Don't be afraid to take that leap of faith. Don't be afraid to embrace the unknown. Because the greatest adventures are always waiting just beyond the edge of your comfort zone. You have such an opportunity to meet goals that most aren't even able to think, so you just need to keep moving towards them. The shielded passage is always going to be there, even if you can't always see it. Okay, so, like, how does the Fool connect with the Temperance card, right? With that need for balance and moderation, the Fool is like saying, okay, as you embark on this new adventure, remember to maintain balance in your life. Don't get so caught up in the excitement and the enthusiasm that you neglect your other responsibilities or your own well-being. It's like the Fool has a tendency to be a little impulsive, a little reckless, a little too eager to jump into things without thinking them through. But Temperance is reminding you that you can't just throw caution to the wind. You need to be mindful of your limitations, you need to be aware of your resources, and you need to be responsible in your actions. It's like you're pouring water from one cup to another. You're finding that perfect balance between risk and reward, between spontaneity and planning, between freedom and responsibility. And with that shielded passage theme, it's like you're being guided towards making choices that are both exciting and sustainable. You're being protected from any extremes that could potentially throw you off balance, and you're being supported in creating a life that's both fulfilling and harmonious. Always listen to your body, because what you want to do can only happen if you are here and fully. Okay, so, how does the Fool connect with the Hermit card, right? With that warning against isolation, the Fool is saying, okay, as you go out into the world to explore new possibilities, remember to stay connected to your community. Don't isolate yourself, don't withdraw from others, and don't try to do everything on your own. The Fool has a tendency to be a lone wolf, to wander off into the wilderness without any companions. But the Hermit is reminding you that you need support, you need guidance, and you need connection in order to thrive. It's like you're carrying that lantern, you're shining your light, and you're attracting other kindred spirits to your side. You're building a tribe, you're creating a network, and you're surrounding yourself with people who love you, support you, and believe in you. And with that shielded passage theme, it's like you're being guided towards connecting with the right people, people who will uplift you, inspire you, and help you on your journey. You're being protected from any toxic or negative influences that could potentially drain your energy or sabotage your success. Don't give in to the tendency to hide away because the journey is hard. I know it's easy to do that, but there are people here who want to support you. Okay, so, how does the Fool connect with the Three of Wands card, right? With that call to expand your horizons, the Fool is saying, okay, now is the time to take that vision and share it with the world. It's time to start reaching for the stars and believe that you have the ability to go anywhere and everywhere that you want. The Three of Wands has already put in the work and is just on the precipice of watching things come to you. Listen to this calling. You need to show yourself to this world and make your vision a reality. Take the chances, because this is divinely guided to come to you. And with that shielded passage theme, it's like you're being protected from any major setbacks or failures that could potentially derail your dreams. You're being guided towards opportunities that are aligned with your values and your passions, and you're being given the inner resources you need to overcome any challenges along the way. Have a vision of where you want to be, believe that you can be, and you can be the best. Okay, so, how does the Fool connect with the Ten of Cups, right? With that promise of lasting happiness, the Fool is saying, okay, this new journey is going to bring you so much joy, so much love, and so much fulfillment. You're going to create a life that's truly aligned with your values and your passions, and you're going to be surrounded by people who love you, support you, and celebrate you. It's like you're standing under that rainbow, you're feeling that sense of gratitude, that sense of contentment, that sense of pure, unadulterated happiness. And the Fool is saying, embrace it, savor it, share it with the world. The better you are able to do, the better you will be doing and the more you will have. And with that shielded passage theme, it's like you're being protected from any negativity that could potentially taint that joy. You're being guided towards making choices that support your emotional well-being, and you're being surrounded by people who uplift you and encourage you. This all starts with you, so never stop believing in your vision. Okay, so, what are some specific ways that you can embrace this Fool energy in your life, right? What are some concrete actions you can take to live your life with more joy, more freedom, and more trust, right? First, embrace spontaneity, right? Don't be afraid to say yes to new opportunities, even if they seem a little crazy or a little outside of your comfort zone. Take a day trip to a place you've never been, try a new activity, or strike up a conversation with a stranger. The more you embrace spontaneity, the more you'll open yourself up to new experiences, new connections, and new possibilities. Be willing to not overthink, because all good will come when you just listen. You can also follow your intuition, right? Pay attention to your gut feelings, your hunches, and your instincts. The more you trust your intuition, the more you'll be able to make choices that are aligned with your values and your passions. Don't let fear or doubt hold you back. Trust that you know what's best for you and follow your heart. You can also take risks, right? Don't be afraid to step outside of your comfort zone and try something new. Start a business, pursue a creative project, or travel to a foreign country. The more risks you take, the more you'll grow, the more you'll learn, and the more you'll discover your true potential, and you're protected during all of this. Because again, you are here for a reason. You can also let go of control, right? Don't try to micromanage every aspect of your life. Trust that the universe is working in your favor and let go of any attachments to specific outcomes. The more you let go of control, the more you'll be able to relax, to enjoy the present moment, and to allow things to unfold naturally, especially with that new beginning. Remember that you put in the hard work and the effort. There is nothing else you can do. You just have to let it all flow. You can also embrace your imperfections, right? Don't strive for perfection. Embrace your flaws, your quirks, and your vulnerabilities. The more you accept yourself for who you are, the more authentic, the more genuine, and the more lovable you'll be. I think that's hard for all humans, and you just want to be the most perfect. But never let that be something that you fixate on, because those small little things are what makes you, you. With that shielded passage, never let anybody try to control you or turn you into something else. You can also live in the present moment, right? Don't dwell on the past, and don't worry about the future. Focus on the here and now and savor every moment. The more present you are, the more you'll appreciate the beauty, the wonder, and the magic of life. Everything starts and ends with the actions you are doing now, so make sure you are doing it all for you. Live it for you. You can also trust the universe, right? Believe that everything is happening for a reason, even when you can't see it. Have faith that you're on the right path, and trust that the universe is always working in your best interest. The more you trust the universe, the more peace, joy, and abundance you'll attract into your life. Okay, so, what challenges might you face as you embrace this full energy, right? What obstacles could potentially prevent you from living your life with more joy, more freedom, and more trust? Well, you might face fear, right? Fear of the unknown, fear of failure, fear of rejection. Fear can be paralyzing. It can hold you back from pursuing your dreams, and it can prevent you from living your life to the fullest. The key is to acknowledge your fears, to feel your fears, and to move forward despite your fears. And again, I think you can, so I believe in you. You might also face doubt, right? Self-doubt, doubt in your abilities, doubt in your vision. Doubt can undermine your confidence. It can erode your self-esteem, and it can prevent you from achieving your goals. The key is to believe in yourself, to trust your intuition, and to remember all the amazing things you've already accomplished. Because at the end of the day, everything comes down to you. You might also face criticism, right? Criticism from others, criticism from yourself, criticism from the world. Criticism can be hurtful, it can be discouraging, and it can make you want to give up. The key is to not let criticism define you. The key is to remember your worth, to stay true to yourself, and to surround yourself with people who support you and believe in you. You are so sensitive to the things people say, but never forget your potential. What I will say is that you can use your shielded passage to block all of this. This is the time to put on and listen, because you have to do it. Okay, so, how can you use that shielded passage to overcome those challenges, right? How can you use that divine protection to stay on your path of joy, freedom, and trust, even when things get tough? Well, first of all, you can use your fluorite, right? Hold it, meditate with it, carry it with you, and let its protective energy shield you from negativity, from doubt, and from fear. Let it clear your mind, let it open your heart, and let it guide you on your journey. This point was specifically given to you at this time, so use it, believe it, and let it help. You can also connect with your spiritual guidance, right? Pray, meditate, visualize, or simply set your intention. The more you connect with the divine, the more you'll be able to tap into that source of infinite wisdom and support. Ask for guidance, ask for clarity, and ask for strength. Trust that you're being divinely protected, and trust that you're on the right path. And that's going to bring you inner peace. You can also practice self-care, right? Take time each day to nurture your mind, body, and soul. Get enough sleep, eat healthy foods, exercise regularly, and engage in activities that bring you joy. The more you take care of yourself, the more energy you'll have to face challenges, to pursue your dreams, and to live your life to the fullest. You can't forget about yourself, because there is so much greatness inside you. You can also surround yourself with positive influences, right? Spend time with people who uplift you, who encourage you, and who believe in you. Read inspiring books, listen to uplifting music, and watch movies that make you feel good. The more you surround yourself with positivity, the more positive you'll become, and the easier it will be to stay on your path of joy, freedom, and trust. And block those who don't believe in you. You can also trust in yourself, right? Believe in your abilities, trust your intuition, and have faith in your vision. You are capable of amazing things, and you have the power to create a life that's truly extraordinary. Trust that you're being divinely guided, and trust that everything is unfolding exactly as it's meant to. Okay, so, like my friend, this has been such an amazing journey, right? We've explored so much, we've uncovered so much, and we've learned so much about yourself, about your potential, and about your path. And I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited to see what you create, what you achieve, and what you become. Because you are a light, you are a gift, and you have so much to offer the world. Don't be afraid to shine your light, don't be afraid to share your gifts, and don't be afraid to embrace your true self. You are loved, you are supported, and you are divinely protected. So go out there, take that leap of faith, and create the life of your dreams. You deserve it. You are the one that makes it all happen, and that is only you. Listen to the pull of the universe and listen to that small voice, because it's there for a reason. I think you just need to start trusting it a little more. I know this has been such a long and amazing ride. Remember to embrace those times of hardship, and just trust that they are going to bring you great joy. There is nobody else who has walked your path, so never compare. I think this has been a beautiful ride. It's been an honor to read for you. And with that is all I have to say. Thank you so much for being here, and I can't wait to see all that you can achieve. Okay, hello there, pile with the Labradorite palm stone. Thank you so much for choosing this pile. I'm really excited to delve into this reading for you. This Labradorite is all about nurturing, and wow, does this pile need to hear that right now? It's here to remind you to be gentle with yourself. And the theme for this reading is echoes of guidance. Gentle whispers and supportive energies shaping your timeline from within, so let's see how these cards echo that. Okay, so the first card we have here is the Hierophant. The Hierophant, this card can mean so many things, right? It's often associated with tradition, with institutions, with established systems, things like that. It's the keeper of knowledge, the one who understands the rules, the rituals, the way things have always been done. When I see the Hierophant, I immediately think about, structures, right? It could be religious institutions, it could be educational institutions, it could even be family traditions, societal norms, anything that's kind of been passed down through generations. It's that feeling of this is the way we do things around here, you know? And sometimes that can be really comforting, right? It can provide a sense of stability, a sense of belonging. Knowing that you're part of something bigger than yourself, that you're following a path that's been laid out by those who came before you. There's real comfort in that, isn't there? Especially when things feel chaotic or uncertain. Having that solid foundation can be a real anchor. You know, during the holidays, following those family traditions, even if they're a little bit quirky or, even if they drive you a little bit crazy, there's still something really comforting about doing them, right? It connects you to your past, to your family, to your roots. It's oh yeah, this is us. This is what we do. It makes you feel secure and connected. But you know, the Hierophant can also represent something a little bit more restrictive, right? It can point to a time where you feel like you're conforming to expectations, following rules that don't really resonate with you anymore. Maybe you're questioning the status quo, wondering if there's a different way, a better way, a more authentic way to live your life. And that can be really challenging because it can feel like you're going against the grain, like you're disappointing people or betraying your own values or what you thought were your own values, you know. So it's kind of imagine you've always been told that you need to go to college, get a good job, settle down, buy a house, have kids, all that stuff, right? That's the traditional path. That's the Hierophant in action. But what if you don't want that? What if you have a burning desire to travel the world, to start your own business, to, live a completely unconventional life? That's where the conflict comes in, right? Do you follow the rules, do what's expected of you, and risk feeling unfulfilled? Or do you break free, forge your own path, and risk disappointing others or facing judgment? That's a tough one, isn't it? It's you don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but you also don't want to hurt your feelings, right? Or maybe it's something smaller than that. maybe it's just about questioning a certain belief or tradition within your family. Like, maybe your family has always voted a certain way, but you're starting to see things differently. Or maybe your family has always celebrated a certain holiday in a certain way, but you're feeling like it's time for a change. It can be hard to challenge those deeply ingrained beliefs and traditions, especially when they're tied to your identity and your sense of belonging, right? You don't want to rock the boat, but you also don't want to pretend to be someone you're not. And the Hierophant can also represent mentors, teachers, guides, people who embody those traditional values and systems. These people can be incredibly helpful, right? They can offer wisdom, guidance, support based on their own experiences and knowledge. They can help you navigate the complexities of life, make important decisions, and stay on the right path, whatever that path might be. Think about like a professor who's been teaching for decades, right? They have a wealth of knowledge about their subject, but they also have a lot of experience working with students, helping them succeed. Or a religious leader who's dedicated their life to serving their community, offering spiritual guidance and support to those in need. These people can be invaluable resources, but it's also important to remember that they're just people, right? They have their own biases, their own limitations, and their own perspectives. Their wisdom is useful, but it's not the only wisdom out there, you know? So, the Hierophant is really asking you to think about your relationship to tradition, to institutions, to authority figures. Are you blindly following the rules, or are you questioning them? Are you conforming to expectations, or are you forging your own path? Are you listening to the wisdom of others, or are you trusting your own intuition? It's about finding that balance, right? Respecting the past, but also being open to the future. Honoring the wisdom of others, but also trusting your own inner voice. It's not about rejecting tradition altogether, but about consciously choosing what to keep and what to let go of, based on what truly resonates with you. And remember that Labradorite, right? This is where that nurturing energy comes in. It's okay to question things. It's okay to challenge the status quo. It's okay to feel confused or uncertain. Be gentle with yourself as you navigate these questions. Listen to those echoes of guidance, those gentle whispers from within that are guiding you towards your own truth. Nurture yourself, be patient with yourself, and trust that you'll find your way. It's all about balance, isn't it? It's like you can't just throw everything out the window, but you also can't just blindly follow the rules without questioning them. There has to be a happy medium. Now, let's move on to the next card, which is the Two of Pentacles. Oh boy, this card is all about balance, juggling, adaptability, multitasking, all that good stuff, right? It's like you're trying to keep all these different balls in the air, trying to manage all these different demands on your time and energy. It can feel really overwhelming, can't it? Like you're constantly running around, trying to catch up, and never quite succeeding. When I see the Two of Pentacles, I immediately think of someone who's like working a full-time job, taking care of their family, going to school part-time, trying to maintain a social life, and like maybe trying to start a side hustle, you know? It's like, how do you possibly fit everything in? How do you keep all those plates spinning without dropping one? It's exhausting just thinking about it, right? And the thing is, the Two of Pentacles isn't just about having a lot to do. It's also about the mental and emotional energy it takes to manage all those different things, right? It's about the constant decision-making, the constant prioritizing, the constant feeling of being pulled in a million different directions. It can be really draining, like you're spreading yourself too thin and not giving yourself enough time to rest and recharge. It's that feeling of, like, you're running on empty, but you still have to keep going. So, this card is really highlighting the need for balance, right? It's about finding a way to manage your time and energy effectively, so you can actually get things done without burning out. It's about prioritizing what's important, delegating what you can, and learning to say no to things that don't serve you, which is so hard, isn't it? It's like, you want to do everything, you want to help everyone, but you can't, you just can't. You have to protect your own energy, or you'll end up with nothing left to give. And the Two of Pentacles also suggests that adaptability is key, right? Things are constantly changing, priorities are shifting, and you need to be able to roll with the punches. You can't get too attached to your plans because they're likely to change at any moment. You need to be flexible, resourceful, and willing to adjust your approach as needed, which is easier said than done, right? It's like you have this perfect plan in your head, and then life throws you a curveball, and you have to completely rethink everything. It's also about finding joy in the chaos, right? It's about recognizing that life is never going to be perfectly balanced, and that's okay. It's about embracing the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows, and finding a way to stay grounded and centered amidst the storm. It's about finding those moments of joy and gratitude, even when things feel overwhelming. Like, maybe it's just taking a few minutes to drink a cup of tea in silence, or going for a walk in nature, or spending time with loved ones. Those little moments can make a big difference in your overall well-being. Think about a working parent who's trying to balance their career with raising their children, right? They have to be super organized, super efficient, and super adaptable. They have to be able to handle unexpected emergencies, like a sick child or a last-minute work deadline. They have to be able to switch gears quickly, from being a CEO to being a caregiver and back again. It's a lot, but it's also incredibly rewarding, right? They're building a career, raising a family, and creating a life that's full of love and purpose, even if it's a little bit chaotic at times. It's like they wouldn't trade it for the world, but they definitely need a vacation. Or maybe it's about managing your finances, right? You have bills to pay, debts to manage, and maybe you're trying to save for the future, all while trying to enjoy your life in the present. It can feel like a constant balancing act, trying to make ends meet and still have some fun. You have to be disciplined, resourceful, and willing to make sacrifices, but you also have to remember to treat yourself sometimes, right? You can't just deprive yourself of everything you enjoy, or you'll end up feeling resentful and burned out. It's like you have to find that sweet spot between saving and spending, between being responsible and being spontaneous. So, the Two of Pentacles is really asking you to assess your current situation, to look at all the different demands on your time and energy, and to find a way to create more balance in your life. What can you let go of? What can you delegate? What can you prioritize? How can you be more adaptable and flexible? How can you find joy in the chaos? It's about creating a life that feels sustainable and fulfilling, even when it's a little bit messy. And again, let's bring it back to that Labradorite, right? This is where that nurturing energy comes in again. Be kind to yourself as you navigate these challenges. Don't beat yourself up if you drop a ball or two. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to say no. Nurture yourself, be patient with yourself, and trust that you'll find your way to a more balanced and fulfilling life. Remember those echoes of guidance, right? They're there to help you find that balance, to guide you towards what truly matters. Okay, and now for the final card, the Eight of Swords. Oh, this card can be a tough one, right? It often represents feeling trapped, restricted, limited, like you're stuck in a situation that you can't escape. But the thing about the Eight of Swords is that the restrictions are often self-imposed, right? It's not that you're actually physically trapped, it's that you're trapped by your own thoughts, your own beliefs, your own fears. When I see the Eight of Swords, I immediately think about someone who's, stuck in a job they hate, but they're afraid to quit because they don't think they'll find anything better. Or someone who's in a toxic relationship, but they're afraid to leave because they don't want to be alone. Or someone who has a dream they want to pursue, but they're afraid to try because they're afraid of failing. It's that feeling of being stuck in a box of your own making, right? You've built these walls around yourself, and now you can't see a way out. And the Eight of Swords often points to negative self-talk, right? It's that inner critic that's constantly telling you that you're not good enough, that you're not capable, that you're going to fail. It's the voice that tells you that you're not worthy of love, of success, of happiness. It can be really hard to silence that voice, especially when it's been with you for a long time, right? It's like it's become so familiar that you don't even realize it's there, constantly undermining you. It's also about fear of judgment, right? It's about worrying what other people will think if you step outside of the box, if you challenge the status quo, if you pursue your dreams. It's about being afraid of being ridiculed, of being rejected, of being ostracized. It can be paralyzing, like you're so afraid of what other people will think that you don't even try to do what you want to do. It's like you're living your life for other people instead of for yourself. And the Eight of Swords can also represent a lack of information, right? It's about feeling like you don't have all the facts, like you're missing a piece of the puzzle, and that's why you're stuck. It can be helpful to seek out more information, to talk to people who have been in similar situations, to do some research, to get a clearer understanding of your options. It's like sometimes all you need is a little bit of knowledge to break free from those self-imposed limitations. Think about, like, someone who's been diagnosed with a chronic illness, right? They might feel trapped by their illness, like they can't do the things they used to do, like their life is over. But if they start to educate themselves about their condition, if they find support groups, if they learn about different treatment options, they might start to feel more empowered, more in control, and more able to live a fulfilling life despite their illness. It's like knowledge is power, and it can help you break free from those feelings of being trapped. Or maybe it's about someone who's been through a traumatic experience, right? They might feel trapped by their trauma, like they can't move on, like they're constantly reliving the past. But if they seek out therapy, if they find healthy coping mechanisms, if they allow themselves to heal, they can start to break free from the grip of their trauma and create a new future for themselves. It's like healing is possible, and it can help you break free from those feelings of being stuck in the past. So, the Eight of Swords is really asking you to examine your thoughts, your beliefs, your fears, and to identify the self-imposed limitations that are holding you back. What are you afraid of? What are you telling yourself that's not true? What information are you missing? How can you challenge those negative thoughts and beliefs? How can you step outside of your comfort zone? It's about recognizing that you have the power to change your situation, even if it doesn't feel like it right now. It's about taking off the blindfold and seeing the possibilities that are available to you. And of course, let's not forget our Labradorite, right? This is where that nurturing energy is so important. Be gentle with yourself as you explore these difficult emotions. Don't judge yourself for feeling trapped or afraid. Acknowledge your feelings, validate your experiences, and remind yourself that you are strong, capable, and worthy of love and happiness. Nurture yourself, be patient with yourself, and trust that you have the power to break free from those self-imposed limitations. And listen to those echoes of guidance, right? They're whispering to you, reminding you of your strength, your resilience, and your inherent worth. They're guiding you towards your own liberation. So, putting it all together, these cards are really painting a picture of someone who's navigating a complex situation, right? You're dealing with traditional expectations, you're trying to balance multiple demands, and you're struggling with self-doubt and fear. But the good news is that you also have the power to change your situation, to break free from those limitations, and to create a life that's more authentic, more fulfilling, and more aligned with your true self. The Hierophant is reminding you to question the status quo, to challenge the rules that don't resonate with you, and to forge your own path. The Two of Pentacles is reminding you to find balance, to prioritize your time and energy, and to embrace the chaos of life. And the Eight of Swords is reminding you to examine your thoughts, to challenge your fears, and to break free from self-imposed limitations. And throughout it all, that Labradorite is there to nurture you, to support you, and to remind you that you are not alone. Listen to those echoes of guidance, those gentle whispers that are guiding you towards your own truth, and trust that you have the strength, the wisdom, and the courage to create the life you truly desire. I wonder how the next card is going to build on this. Okay. Wow, this is getting really interesting. So, after all of that, after the Hierophant, the Two of Pentacles, and the Eight of Swords, we have the Star. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful card. You know, after feeling so trapped and restricted like with the Eight of Swords, the Star is like this huge breath of fresh air. It's like, finally. The Star is all about hope, inspiration, healing, faith, and feeling like you're finally on the right path, you know? It's like after a period of darkness or difficulty, you're starting to see the light again, starting to feel like things are going to be okay. It's that feeling of like, yes, I can do this. I am on my way. It's so beautiful. When I see the Star, I immediately think of like looking up at the night sky and just feeling this sense of peace and wonder, you know? Like everything is going to be all right. It's like the universe is vast and beautiful, and you're a part of it, and you're connected to something bigger than yourself. There's a lot of hope in that, right? And the star is often associated with Aquarius, which is all about innovation, individuality, and humanitarianism. So, it's also about finding your unique gifts and using them to make the world a better place, you know? It's like you have something special to offer, and it's time to share it with the world. It's a very Aquarian energy. It's also about healing, right? After the challenges and restrictions of the previous cards, the star is like this soothing balm that helps you to heal your wounds, to release your fears, and to reconnect with your inner self. It's like you've been through a lot, but you're still here, and you're stronger than you think. And now, you're ready to move forward with renewed hope and faith. It's about cleaning all that gunk out, you know? Think about like after a really difficult breakup, right? You might feel lost, heartbroken, and like you'll never find love again. But then, one day, you start to see the light again. You start to realize that you're okay on your own, that you're worthy of love, and that there are plenty of other fish in the sea. And that's the star energy, right? It's like, okay, this sucks, but I'm going to be okay. I'm going to heal, and I'm going to move on, and I'm going to find something even better. Or maybe it's like after losing your job, you know? You might feel scared, uncertain, and like you'll never find another job. But then, you start to get creative, you start to explore new possibilities, and you realize that this is an opportunity to do something you've always wanted to do. And that's the star energy, right? It's like, okay, this is scary, but I'm going to use this as an opportunity to reinvent myself and create a life that's more fulfilling. Like, you get fired from one job, and then you open a bakery. So, the star is really about embracing hope, having faith in the future, and trusting that everything is going to work out for the best, even when it doesn't feel like it right now, right? It's about believing in yourself, believing in your dreams, and believing in the power of the universe to guide you towards your highest good. It's so empowering. It's like, even when things are tough, you still have this inner light that can guide you through the darkness. Okay, so how does this connect to the Eight of Swords, right? Because that card was all about feeling trapped and restricted, and like you're stuck in a situation that you can't escape. But the thing about the Eight of Swords, as we talked about, is that the restrictions are often self-imposed, right? It's not that you're actually physically trapped, it's that you're trapped by your own thoughts, your own beliefs, your own fears. So, the star is like the key to unlocking those self-imposed limitations, you know. It's like it's showing you that you have the power to break free from those chains and create a new reality for yourself. It's like, remember in the Eight of Swords, you're blindfolded. The star is ripping off that blindfold. The star is reminding you that you're not defined by your limitations, you're defined by your potential, right? It's about recognizing that you have the power to change your thoughts, to challenge your beliefs, and to overcome your fears. It's about stepping outside of your comfort zone and taking risks, even when it feels scary. It's like, what's the worst that could happen? You might fail, but you might also succeed. And even if you fail, you'll learn something valuable that will help you in the future, right? It's all about learning. Think about like someone who's always been afraid of public speaking, right? They might feel trapped by that fear, like they can't pursue certain career opportunities or express themselves fully. But the star is encouraging them to challenge that fear, to take a public speaking class, to practice in front of friends and family, and to eventually realize that it's not as scary as they thought it was. It's like, once they break through that fear, they open up a whole new world of possibilities for themselves. They can give presentations at work, they can speak at conferences, they can even start their own YouTube channel. Like, the sky's the limit, right? Or maybe it's about someone who's always believed that they're not good enough, that they're not worthy of love or success, right? They might feel trapped by that belief, like they can't achieve their goals or find happiness. But the star is reminding them that they are good enough, that they are worthy of love and success, and that they have so much to offer the world. It's about challenging that negative self-talk, practicing self-compassion, and focusing on their strengths and accomplishments. It's like, once they start to believe in themselves, they can achieve anything they set their minds to. They can start their own business, they can find their soulmate, they can create a life that's truly fulfilling. It's so inspiring, isn't it? The star is also about having faith in the universe, right? It's about trusting that everything is happening for a reason, even when it doesn't make sense right now. It's about surrendering to the flow of life and allowing the universe to guide you towards your highest good. It's like, sometimes you just have to let go and trust that things are going to work out, even when you can't see the path ahead. It's like having blind faith. Think about like someone who's going through a really difficult time, like a loss of a loved one, right? They might feel lost, heartbroken, and like they'll never be happy again. But the star is reminding them that they're not alone, that they're surrounded by love and support, and that they have the strength to get through this. It's about trusting that their loved one is at peace, that they'll always be connected, and that they'll eventually find happiness again. It's like, even in the darkest of times, there's always a glimmer of hope, and the star is that glimmer of hope. So, the star is really encouraging you to break free from those self-imposed limitations, to challenge your fears, to believe in yourself, and to have faith in the universe. It's about recognizing that you have the power to create your own reality and to live a life that's full of joy, purpose, and fulfillment. It's about realizing you are the star. It's like, you're not a victim of your circumstances, you're the creator of your destiny. So go out there and create something amazing. You can do it. Okay, so now let's connect the star to the Two of Pentacles, right? Because that card was all about balance, juggling, adaptability, multitasking, and feeling like you're trying to keep all these different balls in the air. It can feel really overwhelming, can't it? Like you're constantly running around, trying to catch up, and never quite succeeding. So, the star is like offering a new perspective on how to approach that balancing act, It's like it's not just about managing your time and energy, it's about finding inspiration and joy in the process. It's saying, yeah, you're juggling a lot of things, but what if you could find a way to make it feel less stressful and more fulfilling? Like, it's about adding some sparkle. The star is reminding you that it's important to take time for yourself, to nurture your soul, and to reconnect with your passions, right? It's about finding activities that bring you joy and help you to relax and recharge. It's like you can't pour from an empty cup, so you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself first, so you can better manage all those other demands on your time and energy. It's self-care. Think about like someone who's working a full-time job, taking care of their family, and going to school part-time, right? They might feel like they have no time for themselves, like they're constantly running on empty. But the star is encouraging them to find small ways to incorporate self-care into their daily routine, like taking a few minutes to meditate, going for a walk in nature, or listening to their favorite music. It's like even just a few minutes of self-care can make a big difference in their overall well-being. They might also try to find ways to incorporate their passions into their daily routine, like listening to educational podcasts on their commute or joining a study group with like-minded people. It's like when you're doing something you enjoy, it doesn't feel like work, and it can actually energize you and make you more productive, right? It makes total sense. Or maybe it's about someone who's managing their finances, right? They might feel stressed and overwhelmed by all the bills and debts and saving for the future. But the star is encouraging them to find ways to make managing their finances more fun and engaging, like using a budgeting app, setting financial goals with a friend, or rewarding themselves when they reach a milestone. It's like, when you make it a game, it doesn't feel so daunting, and you're more likely to stick with it. They might also try to find ways to generate extra income by pursuing their passions, like selling their crafts online or offering their services as a freelancer. It's like, when you're making money doing something you love, it doesn't feel like work, and it can actually improve your overall financial situation. The whole idea is working smarter, not harder. The star is also about finding inspiration in unexpected places, right? It's about being open to new ideas, new experiences, and new perspectives. It's like, sometimes the best ideas come when you're not even looking for them. It's all about happenstance. Think about like someone who's feeling stuck in a rut, like they're doing the same thing every day and not getting anywhere, right? The star is encouraging them to try something new, like taking a class, joining a club, or traveling to a different country. It's like, when you expose yourself to new experiences, you open yourself up to new possibilities and new opportunities. They might also try to connect with people who are different from them, like people from different cultures, different backgrounds, or different age groups. It's like when you talk to people who have different perspectives, you can learn a lot and expand your horizons. It's all about broadening your horizons. So, the star is really encouraging you to find balance, inspiration, and joy in the midst of your busy life. It's about taking time for yourself, nurturing your soul, reconnecting with your passions, and being open to new experiences. It's like when you're feeling inspired and energized, you're better able to manage all those different demands on your time and energy, and you can create a life that's both fulfilling and sustainable. It's about finding that flow state, you know? It's like you're not just surviving, you're thriving. Okay, and now let's connect the star to the Hierophant, right? Because that card was all about tradition, institutions, established systems, and following the rules. But the star is like challenging those traditional structures and encouraging you to find your own path, you know? It's like, it's not about rejecting tradition altogether, but it's about questioning it, redefining it, and making it your own. The star is reminding you that you don't have to follow the rules just because that's the way things have always been done, right? It's about listening to your own intuition, trusting your own inner guidance, and creating a life that's aligned with your own values and beliefs. It's like you have the power to choose your own path, and you don't have to conform to anyone else's expectations. It's all about choice. Think about like someone who's always been told that they need to go to college, get a good job, settle down, buy a house, and have kids, right? But what if they don't want that? What if they have a burning desire to travel the world, start their own business, or live a completely unconventional life? The star is encouraging them to follow their own path, even if it's different from what everyone else expects. It's like, it's your life, and you get to choose how you want to live it. You don't have to live your life according to someone else's script. You can write your own story. It's your story. Or maybe it's about someone who's questioning their religious beliefs, right? They might feel like they're betraying their family or their community if they start to doubt the teachings they've always been taught. But the star is encouraging them to explore their own spirituality, to question their beliefs, and to find their own truth. It's like, it's okay to have doubts, and it's okay to change your mind. It's about finding what resonates with you and creating a spiritual practice that's authentic and meaningful. It's all about authenticity. The star is also about finding your own unique gifts and using them to make the world a better place, right? It's about recognizing that you have something special to offer, and it's time to share it with the world. It's like you don't have to be famous or wealthy or powerful to make a difference. You can make a difference in your own small way by using your talents and passions to help others. It's about making a difference. Think about, like, someone who's passionate about environmentalism, right? They might feel like they can't do much to stop climate change on their own. But the star is encouraging them to find small ways to make a difference, like reducing their carbon footprint, volunteering for environmental organizations, or educating others about climate change. It's like every little bit helps, and together we can make a big difference. Or maybe it's about someone who's passionate about art, right? They might feel like they can't make a living as an artist. But the star is encouraging them to find ways to incorporate art into their life, like selling their artwork online, teaching art classes, or volunteering their artistic skills to local organizations. It's like, when you use your talents to help others, you not only make a difference in the world, but you also find more meaning and fulfillment in your own life. It's a win-win. So, the star is really encouraging you to question tradition, to find your own path, to use your unique gifts, and to make a difference in the world. It's about creating a life that's authentic, meaningful, and aligned with your own values and beliefs. It's about living your best life. It's like you're not just a cog in the machine, you're a star, and you have the power to shine brightly and inspire others. So, shine on. Okay, so putting it all together, these cards are really telling a story about transformation, right? You started out feeling trapped and restricted by traditional expectations and self-imposed limitations. But now, the star is showing you the way out, encouraging you to break free from those chains, find balance and inspiration in your life, and create a path that's authentic and fulfilling. And that Labradorite palm stone is there to nurture you, to support you, and to remind you that you have the strength, the wisdom, and the courage to make your dreams a reality. Remember those echoes of guidance. They're getting louder. They are. I am so curious what the next card is going to be. What's the universe going to throw at us next? Okay, so after that amazing star card, which, like, seriously, what a relief after the Eight of Swords, right? It's like the universe just gave you a big hug. But now, okay, now we have the moon. And the moon, oh boy, the moon can be a tricky one, you know? It's not always as straightforward as the star. It's not all sunshine and rainbows, but it's not necessarily bad either. It's just shady, literally and figuratively. The moon is all about intuition, the subconscious mind, your dreams, your fears and illusions, things that aren't always what they seem, you know? It's like that feeling you get when something just doesn't sit right, even if you can't put your finger on why. It's that gut feeling, that little voice inside your head that's trying to tell you something. When I see the moon, I immediately think of, like, nighttime, obviously, right? But not just any night, like a night where the moon is full and bright, but also kind of eerie, you know? Like, things look different in the moonlight. Shadows are longer, shapes are distorted, and it's hard to tell what's real and what's not. It's like that feeling you get when you're walking alone at night and you hear a noise, and you're not sure if it's just the wind or something else, something more, you know? It's unsettling. The moon is also about your subconscious mind, all those thoughts and feelings that are bubbling beneath the surface of your awareness. It's like a hidden world inside you, full of secrets and mysteries, things that you might not even know about yourself. And sometimes, those things can be scary, right? Like, you might have hidden fears or insecurities that you're not even aware of, but they're still influencing your behavior, still holding you back. And that's where the illusions come in. The moon can represent illusions, things that you think are true but aren't really, things that you're projecting onto the world based on your own fears and insecurities. It's like seeing what you want to see, or what you're afraid of seeing, instead of what's actually there. It's like wearing those rose-colored glasses, or maybe those, like, fear-colored glasses, you know. Think about, like, a relationship, right? You might be so in love with someone that you ignore all the red flags, all the warning signs that they're not good for you. You're seeing what you want to see, this perfect version of them, instead of the reality. That's the moon in action, creating illusions. Or maybe you're so afraid of being alone that you stay in a relationship that's clearly toxic, just because you don't want to be by yourself. You're projecting your fear of loneliness onto the situation, and it's blinding you to the truth, you know? The moon is also about your dreams, those weird and wonderful stories that your mind creates while you're asleep. And dreams can be really insightful, right? They can give you clues about your subconscious mind, about your fears and desires, about things that you're not consciously aware of. It's like your subconscious is trying to talk to you in a language that you don't always understand. But the thing about dreams is that they're not always easy to interpret. They can be symbolic, metaphorical, and just plain bizarre, you know? It's like trying to decipher a secret code. But if you pay attention to your dreams, if you try to understand what they're trying to tell you, you can gain valuable insights into yourself and your life. It's like having a personal therapist who only speaks in riddles. So, the moon is really asking you to pay attention to your intuition, to trust your gut feelings, even if they don't make sense logically, you know. It's asking you to explore your subconscious mind, to face your fears, to challenge your illusions, and to listen to your dreams. It's about going into the darkness, into the unknown, and trusting that you'll find your way through. Because even though the moon can be scary, it can also be incredibly powerful, right? It can help you to uncover hidden truths, to heal old wounds, and to connect with your deepest self. It's like going on a treasure hunt inside your own mind. Okay, so how does the moon connect to the Hierophant? Because that's the first card we pulled, right? And the Hierophant is all about tradition, institutions, and established systems, things that are often very structured and logical, you know? But the moon is like saying, okay, that's all well and good, but don't forget about your intuition. Don't forget about your inner voice. The Hierophant can sometimes represent following the rules blindly, just because that's the way things have always been done, without questioning whether those rules are actually right for you, right? It's about that feeling of obligation, of having to conform to expectations, even if it doesn't feel authentic. But the moon is like whispering in your ear, is this really what you want? Is this really who you are? It's like maybe you've always been told that you need to go to college and get a good job, but your intuition is telling you that you're meant to be an artist or a musician or a writer. The Hierophant is the voice of your parents, your teachers, your society, saying, be practical, be responsible, get a stable job. But the moon is the voice of your soul, saying, follow your heart, follow your dreams, be true to yourself. And it can be scary to listen to that voice, right? It can be scary to go against the grain, to defy expectations, to risk failure. But the moon is reminding you that your intuition is a powerful guide, and that if you ignore it, you're likely to end up feeling unfulfilled and unhappy. It's like living someone else's life instead of your own. The moon is also about questioning the illusions that are perpetuated by those traditional systems. It's about seeing through the propaganda, the misinformation, the biases that are often embedded in those institutions. It's like not just accepting what you're told at face value, but doing your own research, thinking for yourself, and forming your own opinions. It's all about critical thinking. Think about, like, the news, right? We're constantly bombarded with information from different sources, and it can be hard to tell what's true and what's not. The moon is encouraging you to be skeptical, to question the narratives that are being presented to you, and to seek out alternative perspectives. It's about not just blindly believing everything you hear, but doing your own digging and figuring out what's really going on. Or maybe it's about your family traditions, right? You might have certain beliefs or practices that have been passed down through generations, but you're starting to question whether they're actually healthy or helpful for you. The moon is encouraging you to challenge those traditions, to break free from the patterns that are no longer serving you, and to create your own traditions that are more aligned with your values. It's about creating your own family, your own rules. The moon is also about trusting your own inner authority instead of relying on external sources for guidance. The Hierophant can represent seeking approval from authority figures, from teachers, from mentors, from religious leaders. But the moon is reminding you that you have all the answers you need inside of you. It's about trusting your own intuition, your own wisdom, and your own ability to make the right decisions for yourself. It's about being your own guru. It's like maybe you're facing a difficult decision, and you're tempted to ask for advice from everyone you know. But the moon is encouraging you to go within, to meditate, to journal, to connect with your inner self, and to listen to what your intuition is telling you. It's about trusting that you already know the answer, and that you just need to quiet your mind and listen to that still, small voice inside. So, the moon is really challenging the Hierophant, right? It's saying, tradition is important, but intuition is even more important. Institutions can be helpful, but they can also be misleading. Authority figures can offer guidance, but ultimately you have to trust yourself. It's about finding that balance between honoring the past and creating your own future. It's about respecting the wisdom of others, but also trusting your own inner wisdom. Okay, so now let's connect the moon to the Two of Pentacles. Because the Two of Pentacles is all about balance, juggling, adaptability, and trying to manage all the different demands on your time and energy, right? It can feel really overwhelming, like you're constantly running around and never quite catching up. But the moon is like saying, okay, slow down, take a breath. Are you sure you're even juggling the right things? Are you sure you're prioritizing what's truly important to you? It's about questioning the illusions that you're creating around your own busyness. It's about seeing through the haze and getting clear on what really matters. The Two of Pentacles can sometimes represent trying to do too much, trying to be everything to everyone, and spreading yourself too thin, right? It's about that feeling of obligation, of having to say yes to every request, even when you're already overwhelmed. But the moon is like whispering in your ear, is this really serving you? Is this really aligned with your values? Are you taking care of yourself? It's like maybe you're constantly volunteering for different organizations, or taking on extra projects at work, or helping out your friends and family, but you're neglecting your own needs, you're sacrificing your own well-being, and you're starting to feel resentful and burned out. The moon is encouraging you to set boundaries, to say no to things that don't serve you, and to prioritize your own self-care. It's about putting your own oxygen mask on first. The moon is also about exploring the subconscious reasons why you might be overcommitting yourself. It's about understanding the fears and insecurities that are driving your behavior. It's like, are you afraid of disappointing people? Are you afraid of being seen as lazy or selfish? Are you trying to prove your worth by constantly doing more? Think about, like, someone who's a people pleaser, right? They might have a deep-seated fear of rejection, and they're constantly trying to earn the approval of others by saying yes to everything. The moon is encouraging them to explore that fear, to understand where it comes from, and to challenge the belief that they need to earn the love and acceptance of others. It's about recognizing that they're already worthy of love, just as they are. Or maybe it's about someone who's a workaholic, right? They might have a deep-seated fear of failure, and they're constantly trying to prove their worth by working harder and longer than everyone else. The moon is encouraging them to explore that fear, to understand where it comes from, and to challenge the belief that their value is tied to their productivity. It's about recognizing that they're already valuable, regardless of their accomplishments. The moon is also about trusting your intuition when it comes to making decisions about how to spend your time and energy. It's about listening to your gut feelings about what feels right and what feels wrong, and about honoring your own needs and desires. It's like not just blindly following your to-do list, but checking in with yourself and asking, is this really what I want to be doing right now? Is this really the best use of my time and energy? It's like, maybe you have a bunch of errands to run, but you're feeling really drawn to spend some time in nature, or to read a book, or to connect with a friend. The moon is encouraging you to listen to that inner guidance, to trust that your intuition knows what's best for you, and to prioritize those activities that nourish your soul. It's about creating a life that feels balanced and fulfilling, not just busy. So, the moon is really offering a new perspective on the Two of Pentacles, right? It's saying balance is important, but it's not just about managing your time and energy. It's about understanding your motivations, challenging your illusions, and trusting your intuition. It's about creating a life that's aligned with your values and that nourishes your soul. It's about not just doing things, but doing the right things for the right reasons. Okay, and now let's connect the moon to the Eight of Swords. Oh boy, this is going to be good. Because the Eight of Swords is all about feeling trapped, restricted, limited, and like you're stuck in a situation that you can't escape, right? But the thing about the Eight of Swords, as we talked about, is that the restrictions are often self-imposed, that you're trapped by your own thoughts, your own beliefs, your own fears. And the moon is like shining a light on those fears, on those beliefs, on those illusions that are keeping you stuck. It's about bringing those hidden things to the surface so you can finally deal with them. It's like going into the darkness and facing your demons. The Eight of Swords can represent negative self-talk, that inner critic that's constantly telling you that you're not good enough, that you're not capable, that you're going to fail, right? And the moon is like helping you to identify those negative thoughts, to understand where they come from, and to challenge their validity. It's about recognizing that those thoughts are just thoughts, they're not facts, and you have the power to change them. It's all about reframing. Think about, like, someone who's always believed that they're not smart enough to go back to school, right? They might have had a bad experience in the past, or they might have been told by someone that they're not academically inclined. The moon is encouraging them to challenge that belief, to question whether it's really true, and to consider the possibility that they're actually much smarter than they think. It's about giving yourself a chance. Or maybe it's about someone who's always believed that they're not worthy of love, right? They might have been hurt in the past, or they might have been told by someone that they're unlovable. The moon is encouraging them to challenge that belief, to question whether it's really true, and to consider the possibility that they're actually very lovable. It's about recognizing your own worth. The moon is also about exploring the subconscious fears that are driving those negative beliefs. It's about understanding what you're really afraid of. It's like, are you afraid of failing? Are you afraid of being rejected? Are you afraid of being vulnerable? It's like maybe you're afraid of going back to school because you're afraid of failing. And that would confirm your belief that you're not smart enough, right? The moon is encouraging you to explore that fear, to understand that failure is not the end of the world, that it's actually an opportunity to learn and grow, and that even if you fail, you're still worthy of love and respect. Or maybe you're afraid of opening yourself up to love because you're afraid of being hurt again, and that would confirm your belief that you're unlovable, right? The moon is encouraging you to explore that fear, to understand that vulnerability is not a weakness, that it's actually a strength, and that even if you get hurt, you're still capable of healing and finding love again. The moon is also about trusting your intuition when it comes to making decisions about your life, even when those decisions are scary, you know. It's about listening to your gut feelings about what feels right and what feels wrong, and about honoring your own needs and desires, even if it means stepping outside of your comfort zone. It's like maybe you're feeling trapped in a job that you hate, but you're afraid to quit because you don't know what else you would do, right? The moon is encouraging you to listen to your intuition, to trust that the universe will guide you to something better, and to take that leap of faith even if it feels scary. It's about believing in yourself. So the moon is really offering a powerful antidote to the Eight of Swords, right? It's saying, you're not really trapped. You have the power to change your situation. You just need to face your fears, challenge your beliefs, and trust your intuition. It's about breaking free from those self-imposed limitations and creating a life that's truly authentic and fulfilling, you know. It's about taking off the blindfold and seeing the possibilities that are available to you. And finally, let's connect the moon to the star, because this is where it gets really interesting, right? After all that darkness and confusion, the star brought this amazing hope and inspiration, and now the moon is coming along and saying, what exactly? Is it trying to take that hope away? No, I don't think so. I think it's more like the moon is adding a layer of depth, a layer of realism, you know? The star is all about believing in your dreams, having faith in the future, and trusting that everything is going to work out for the best, even when it doesn't feel like it right now, right? It's about that feeling of optimism, of knowing that you're on the right path, even when you can't see the destination. But the moon is like reminding you that the path isn't always going to be smooth and easy, you know? It's about acknowledging that there will be challenges, there will be setbacks, there will be times when you doubt yourself and your abilities. It's about being realistic about the journey, not just focusing on the destination. The star can sometimes represent a kind of naive optimism, a belief that everything is going to be perfect and that you won't have to face any difficulties, right? But the moon is like saying, okay, that's a nice thought, but it's not really realistic. Life is messy, life is complicated, and you're going to face challenges along the way. It's like maybe you have this dream of starting your own business, and you're so excited and optimistic about it, you know? The star is telling you to go for it, to believe in yourself, and to trust that you'll be successful. But the moon is reminding you that starting a business is hard work, that you're going to face a lot of challenges, that you're going to have to deal with setbacks and disappointments, and that you're going to have to be resilient and adaptable to survive, you know? It's about being prepared for the reality, not just the fantasy. The moon is also about exploring the subconscious fears that might be undermining your optimism, you know? It's about understanding what you're really afraid of. It's like, are you afraid of failing? Are you afraid of succeeding? Are you afraid of not being good enough? It's like maybe you're afraid of starting your own business because you're afraid of failing. And that would confirm your belief that you're not capable of being an entrepreneur, right? The moon is encouraging you to explore that fear, to understand that failure is not the end of the world, that it's actually an opportunity to learn and grow, and that even if you fail, you're still worthy of love and respect. Or maybe you're afraid of starting your own business because you're afraid of succeeding, and that would mean that you have to step into a new level of responsibility and visibility. And that's scary, right? The moon is encouraging you to explore that fear, to understand that you're capable of handling the challenges of success, and that you deserve to live a life that's fulfilling and meaningful. The moon is also about trusting your intuition when it comes to making decisions about your dreams, even when those decisions are difficult, you know. It's about listening to your gut feelings about what feels right and what feels wrong, and about honoring your own needs and desires, even if it means adjusting your plans or changing your direction. It's like maybe you have this dream of becoming a famous musician, but you're starting to realize that the lifestyle of a famous musician isn't really aligned with your values, and you're feeling conflicted, right? The moon is encouraging you to listen to your intuition, to trust that you can find a way to express your musical talents in a way that's more authentic and fulfilling for you, even if it means giving up on the dream of fame. It's about finding your own path. So, the moon is really adding a dose of realism to the stars' optimism, right? It's saying dreams are important, but they're not the whole story. You need to be realistic about the challenges you're going to face. You need to explore your subconscious fears, and you need to trust your intuition to guide you along the way. It's about creating a life that's both hopeful and grounded, both inspired and practical, It's about not just reaching for the stars, but also planting your feet firmly on the earth. So, putting it all together, these cards are really painting a picture of someone who's on a journey of self-discovery, right? You're questioning tradition, you're balancing multiple demands, you're facing your fears, and you're pursuing your dreams. And the moon is like guiding you through the darkness, helping you to uncover the hidden truths, and encouraging you to trust your intuition every step of the way. It's about embracing the mystery, about accepting the uncertainty, and about knowing that you have the strength, the wisdom, and the courage to create a life that's truly aligned with your soul. Remember that Labradorite palm stone. It's all about nurturing yourself as you navigate these murky waters, and those echoes of guidance are getting clearer, even if they're still a little whispery, I can't wait to see what the final card is going to be. Okay, so after all of that, after the moon, which hue, that was a lot of subconscious stuff, right? Okay, so now we have the Hanged Man. The Hanged Man. Oh man, this card always makes me pause, It's not a bad card, but it's definitely a hold on a second card, The Hanged Man is all about surrender, sacrifice, new perspectives, waiting, pausing, It's that feeling of being suspended in time, you can't move forward. But you're also not really going backward. You're just kind of hanging there. Literally. When I see the Hanged Man, I immediately think of someone who's at a crossroads in their life, They're not sure which direction to go or what to do next, so they just kind of stop and wait for guidance. It's that feeling of being stuck in limbo, you're waiting for something to happen, but you're not sure what it is or when it's going to happen. It's definitely a patience card, right? The Hanged Man is also about seeing things from a different perspective, Sometimes you need to, turn things upside down in order to see them clearly. It's about letting go of your old ways of thinking, your old beliefs, and opening yourself up to new possibilities. It's that feeling of oh wow, I never thought of it that way before. Or, oh my gosh, I've had it wrong the entire time. It's a total mind shift. The Hanged Man is asking you to, step outside of your comfort zone, to challenge your assumptions, and to be open to new ideas. It's about being willing to see the world in a different light, even if it's a little bit uncomfortable or even upside down, And of course, the Hanged Man is also about sacrifice, Sometimes you have to give up something in order to gain something else. It's about letting go of what's no longer serving you, so that you can make room for what is, It's that feeling of okay, I have to let go of this thing even though it's hard because it's holding me back from something better, right? Think about someone who's stuck in a dead-end job, right? They might be afraid to quit because they need the money, they need the security, But the Hanged Man is asking them to consider the possibility that maybe that job is actually holding them back from their true potential, Maybe it's preventing them from pursuing their dreams or from finding a job that's more fulfilling, right? So the Hanged Man is encouraging them to consider sacrificing that security to take a leap of faith and to pursue something that's more aligned with their soul, even if it's a little bit scary, right? Or maybe it's someone who's in a toxic relationship, right? They might be afraid to leave because they don't want to be alone. They don't want to hurt their partner, But the Hanged Man is asking them to consider the possibility that, maybe that relationship is actually preventing them from finding true love. Like maybe it's keeping them from being their authentic self or from attracting a partner who's more compatible, right? So, the Hanged Man is, encouraging them to, consider sacrificing that relationship, to prioritize their own well-being, and to create space for a love that's more healthy and fulfilling, even if it's a little bit painful in the short term. It's so much about the long game. So, the Hanged Man is really about embracing, surrender, about seeing things from a different perspective, and about being willing to make sacrifices in order to create a better future for yourself. It's about trusting that the universe has a plan for you, even if you can't see it right now. It's like letting go and letting God. It's so beautiful. Okay, so, how does the Hanged Man connect to the Hierophant, right? Because that card was all about tradition, institutions, established systems, and following the rules, right? But the Hanged Man is, totally challenging that, right? It's like saying, okay, those traditions and rules might be helpful, but, are they really serving you? Are they really aligned with your soul? The Hierophant can sometimes represent, blindly following the rules, just because that's the way things have always been done, without questioning whether those rules are actually right for you. It's about that feeling of obligation, of having to conform to expectations, even if it doesn't feel authentic, like we talked about, right? But the Hanged Man is, asking you to, pause and reflect on those rules to see if they're actually helping you to grow and evolve, or if they're actually holding you back from your true potential. It's like maybe you've always been told that you need to go to college and get a good job, but the Hanged Man is, asking you to consider the possibility that, maybe that's not the right path for you. Maybe you're meant to be an artist or a musician or a writer or something completely different, right? So the Hanged Man is, encouraging you to, question those traditional expectations, to take a leap of faith, and to pursue something that's more aligned with your soul, even if it's a little bit scary or unconventional. The Hanged Man is also about seeing those traditional systems from a different perspective. It's not just accepting them at face value, but really understanding how they work and how they affect you and how they affect the world. It's maybe you've always been taught to believe in a certain political ideology, but the Hanged Man is, asking you to, consider the possibility that, maybe that ideology isn't as perfect as you thought it was. Maybe it has some flaws or some biases or some unintended consequences, right? So the Hanged Man is, encouraging you to, do your own research, to think critically, and to form your own opinions, even if they're different from what you've always been told. It's all about thinking for yourself. The Hanged Man is also about sacrificing your ego. The Hierophant can sometimes represent, being attached to your beliefs, your opinions, your identity, and being unwilling to, change your mind, even when you're presented with new information. It's about that feeling of, I'm right and everyone else is wrong. Or, this is who I am and I'm never going to change, right? But the Hanged Man is, asking you to, let go of that ego, to be willing to admit that you might be wrong, and to be open to new perspectives, even if they challenge your core beliefs. It's about being humble and teachable and willing to grow. It is not always easy, I know, it's so hard. It's maybe you've always been a diehard fan of a certain sports team, but the Hanged Man is, asking you to consider the possibility that, maybe that team isn't as great as you thought it was. Maybe they have some flaws or some problems or some players who are, not really good people, right? So the Hanged Man is, encouraging you to, be willing to criticize your team, to acknowledge their faults, and to even consider supporting a different team, if that's what feels right to you. It's about being a fan of the sport, not just a fan of the team, right? So the Hanged Man is really challenging the Hierophant, right? It's like saying, tradition is important, but it's not the only thing. Rules are helpful, but they're not always right. Systems are useful, but they're not always perfect. It's about finding that balance between respecting the past and creating your own future. It's about honoring the wisdom of others, but also trusting your own inner guidance. Okay, so now, let's connect the Hanged Man to the Two of Pentacles, right? Because that card was all about balance, juggling, adaptability, and trying to manage all the different demands on your time and energy, right? It can feel really overwhelming, like you're constantly running around and never quite catching up, you know? But the Hanged Man is like saying, okay, slow down. Stop juggling for a second. What if you dropped all the balls? You know, it's what if you just stopped trying to do everything and just focused on what's really important, right? The Two of Pentacles can sometimes represent trying to do too much, trying to be everything to everyone, and spreading yourself too thin, like we said, right? It's about that feeling of obligation, of having to say yes to every request, even when you're already overwhelmed, you know? But the Hanged Man is asking you to consider the possibility that maybe you're actually doing yourself a disservice by trying to do too much, you know? Maybe you're sacrificing your own well-being, your own happiness, your own potential by trying to please everyone else, right? So, the Hanged Man is encouraging you to prioritize your own needs, to say no to things that don't serve you, and to focus on what's really important to you, even if it means disappointing some people, you know. It's about putting yourself first, for once. The Hanged Man is also about seeing your responsibilities from a different perspective, you know? It's not just accepting them as fixed and immutable, but really questioning whether they're actually necessary, or whether they're just habits or expectations, or things that you've been told you have to do, you know. It's maybe you're constantly volunteering for different organizations, but the Hanged Man is asking you to consider the possibility that maybe you're not actually making a difference, or maybe you're not actually enjoying it, or maybe you're just doing it because you feel like you have to, right? So the Hanged Man is encouraging you to take a break from volunteering, to reassess your priorities, and to find ways to make a difference that are more aligned with your values and your passions, you know? It's about being intentional, not just automatic. The Hanged Man is also about sacrificing your need for control, you know? The Two of Pentacles can sometimes represent trying to control everything, trying to manage everything perfectly, and getting stressed out when things don't go according to plan, right? It's about that feeling of I have to do everything myself or it won't get done right. Or I have to be in charge or everything will fall apart, right? But the Hanged Man is asking you to let go of that need for control, to trust that things will work out even if you're not in charge, and to allow yourself to surrender to the flow of life, you know? It's about being flexible and adaptable and willing to go with the flow, even when it's a little bit scary. It's maybe you're planning a big event, but the Hanged Man is asking you to consider the possibility that maybe things won't go exactly as planned, you know? Maybe the weather will be bad, or maybe some people won't be able to make it, or maybe something unexpected will happen, right? So the Hanged Man is encouraging you to be prepared for anything, to be willing to adjust your plans as needed, and to trust that, even if things don't go perfectly, the event will still be a success in its own way, you know? So, the Hanged Man is really offering a new perspective on the Two of Pentacles, right? It's saying, balance is important, but it's not just about juggling everything perfectly. It's about prioritizing your needs, questioning your responsibilities, and surrendering your need for control. It's about creating a life that's more aligned with your soul and less driven by external pressures, you know. Okay, and now let's connect the Hanged Man to the Eight of Swords, which is oh, that card is so rough. It's all about feeling trapped, restricted, limited, and you're stuck in a situation that you can't escape, right? But the thing about the Eight of Swords, as we talked about, is that the restrictions are often self-imposed, that you're trapped by your own thoughts, your own beliefs, your own fears. And the Hanged Man is offering a way out of that trap, you know. It's about seeing your situation from a different perspective, about letting go of your limiting beliefs, and about surrendering to the possibility that you're not as trapped as you think you are, right? The Eight of Swords can represent negative self-talk, that inner critic that's constantly telling you that you're not good enough, that you're not capable, that you're going to fail, right? But the Hanged Man is asking you to question those negative thoughts to see if they're actually true or if they're just lies that you've been telling yourself for years, right? It's about challenging your assumptions and about being willing to believe in yourself even when it's hard. It's like maybe you've always believed that you're not smart enough to go back to school, but the Hanged Man is like asking you to consider the possibility that maybe you're actually much smarter than you think you are, you know? Like maybe you just need to find the right learning environment or the right subject or the right teacher, and then you'll excel, right? The Hanged Man is also about sacrificing your fear of the unknown, you know? The Eight of Swords can sometimes represent being afraid to step outside of your comfort zone, being afraid to take risks, and being afraid to try new things because you're afraid of failing or being rejected or looking foolish, right? It's about that feeling of I'm safe here, even though I'm unhappy because at least I know what to expect. Or I can't change my life because it's too scary and I don't know what will happen, right? But the Hanged Man is asking you to let go of that fear, to embrace the unknown, and to trust that you're capable of handling whatever comes your way, you know. It's about being brave and adventurous and willing to take a leap of faith, even when it's a little bit terrifying. It's like maybe you're feeling trapped in a job that you hate, but the Hanged Man is asking you to consider the possibility that maybe there's a better job out there for you, or maybe you're meant to start your own business, or maybe you're meant to do something completely different with your life, right? So the Hanged Man is encouraging you to quit your job, to take some time to explore your options, and to trust that you'll find something that's more fulfilling and meaningful, even if it's a little bit scary, you know? The Hanged Man is also about surrendering to the present moment, you know. The Eight of Swords can sometimes represent being stuck in the past or worrying about the future and being unable to enjoy the present moment, right? It's about that feeling of I can't be happy now because of what happened in the past, or I can't relax now because I'm too worried about what's going to happen in the future, right? But the Hanged Man is asking you to let go of those thoughts, to focus on the present moment and to appreciate the beauty and the joy that's all around you right now. It's about being mindful and grateful and present, and about recognizing that you have everything you need right here, right now. It's maybe you're going through a difficult time, but the Hanged Man is asking you to consider the possibility that maybe there are still things to be grateful for, even in the midst of your challenges, you know. Maybe you have loving friends and family, or maybe you have a roof over your head, or maybe you have your health right. So the Hanged Man is encouraging you to focus on those blessings, to appreciate the good things in your life, and to trust that things will get better eventually. So the Hanged Man is really offering a powerful antidote to the Eight of Swords, right? It's saying, you're not really trapped. You have the power to change your situation. You just need to see things from a different perspective, let go of your limiting beliefs, and surrender to the present moment. It's about breaking free from those self-imposed restrictions and creating a life that's more authentic, more fulfilling, and more joyful, you know? And okay, let's get to the good stuff, the star. How does this card connect to the star? Because after all that, the star shows up and it is right? So much relief, so much hope. The Hanged Man is prepping you to really embody the star, you know? The star is all about hope, inspiration, healing, faith, and feeling like you're finally on the right path, right? But the Hanged Man is asking you to consider the possibility that maybe your path isn't as clear as you think it is, you know? Maybe you need to pause and reflect on your goals, your values, and your intentions before you can truly move forward with confidence and clarity, right? It's about making sure you're heading in the right direction before you start running full speed ahead. The star can sometimes represent a kind of naive optimism, a belief that everything is going to be perfect and that you won't have to face any challenges along the way, right? But the Hanged Man is reminding you that life is messy and that you're going to face obstacles and setbacks, no matter how hopeful you are, you know? It's about being realistic and prepared and resilient, and about knowing that you have the strength to overcome whatever comes your way. It's maybe you have this dream of starting your own business, and you're feeling so inspired and excited, but the Hanged Man is asking you to consider the possibility that maybe it's not going to be as easy as you think, Like, maybe you're going to face competition, or financial challenges, or marketing difficulties, or something else, right? So, the Hanged Man is like encouraging you to do your research to create a solid business plan, to network with other entrepreneurs, and to be prepared for the inevitable challenges that you're going to face. It's about being proactive, not just reactive. The Hanged Man is also about sacrificing your need for control. The star can sometimes represent being so focused on your goals that you forget to enjoy the journey or to appreciate the present moment, right? It's about that feeling of I'll be happy when I achieve my dreams, or I'll be fulfilled when I reach my destination, but not really being present. But the Hanged Man is asking you to let go of that need for control, to surrender to the flow of life, and to trust that everything is happening for a reason, even if you can't see it right now. It's about being patient and flexible and open to new possibilities, and about appreciating the beauty and the joy that's all around you, even as you're working towards your goals. It's so beautiful when you are able to practice it. It's like maybe you have this dream of finding your soulmate, and you're feeling so hopeful and optimistic, but the Hanged Man is asking you to consider the possibility that maybe it's not going to happen as quickly as you want it to, or in the way that you expect it to. Maybe you're going to have to go on some bad dates, or face some disappointments, or work on yourself before you're truly ready to find love, right? So the Hanged Man is encouraging you to be patient, to trust that the universe is working in your favor, and to focus on being the best version of yourself, so that you can attract the right person into your life when the time is right. So, the Hanged Man is really adding a layer of depth and realism to the star's hope and inspiration, right? It's like saying, dreams are important, but they're not the whole story. You need to be prepared for the challenges, you need to let go of your need for control, and you need to trust that everything is happening for a reason. Okay, and what about the moon? We can't forget about the moon. Because that card was all about intuition, the subconscious mind, your dreams, your fears, and illusions. And the Hanged Man is amplifying all of that, right? It's like saying, okay, you need to really tune into your intuition, because things aren't always what they seem, and you need to trust your gut feelings, even when they don't make sense, right? The Hanged Man is asking you to go even deeper into your subconscious mind, to explore your hidden fears, your limiting beliefs, and your unconscious patterns, so that you can heal them and transform them and create a more authentic and fulfilling life for yourself. It's so intense. The moon can sometimes represent being confused and uncertain and afraid of the unknown, and the Hanged Man is encouraging you to embrace that uncertainty, to surrender to the mystery, and to trust that you're being guided by a higher power, even when you can't see the path ahead, right? It's like maybe you're facing a difficult decision, and you're feeling totally lost and confused, and the Hanged Man is asking you to consider the possibility that maybe there's no right or wrong answer, and that you just need to trust your intuition and follow your heart and see where it leads you. The Hanged Man is also about sacrificing your illusions. The moon can sometimes represent being attached to your fantasies, your projections, and your idealized versions of reality, and being unwilling to see things as they truly are, right? It's about that feeling of I want things to be a certain way, so I'm going to ignore the red flags, and I'm going to pretend that everything is perfect, even when it's not, right? But the Hanged Man is asking you to let go of those illusions, to see the truth, even when it's painful, and to accept reality as it is, so that you can make better decisions and create a more fulfilling life for yourself. It's about being honest with yourself and with others. It's maybe you're in a relationship that's not really working, but you're afraid to break up because you don't want to be alone. And the Hanged Man is asking you to consider the possibility that maybe you're better off alone than in a relationship that's making you unhappy. Maybe you need to let go of that illusion of a perfect relationship and face the reality that it's not serving you, so that you can create space for a love that's more healthy and fulfilling, right? So, the Hanged Man is really amplifying the moon's message of intuition, subconscious exploration, and illusion shattering, right? It's like saying, you need to really, really trust your gut. You need to really, really face your fears, and you need to really, really let go of your illusions if you want to create a life that's truly authentic and fulfilling. So, putting it all together, these cards are like painting this super complex picture of like someone who's in the middle of a major transformation, right? You're questioning tradition, you're balancing multiple demands, you're facing your fears, you're pursuing your dreams, and you're trusting your intuition. And the Hanged Man is like asking you to like surrender to the process, to see things from a different perspective, and to make the necessary sacrifices to create the life that you truly desire, right? It's like you're being asked to like let go of everything that's holding you back so that you can like step into your full potential and live your best life, you know? It's intense, but it's also so exciting. And remember that Labradorite palm stone, right? This is where that nurturing energy is so important. Be gentle with yourself as you go through this process. Don't judge yourself for feeling confused or scared or uncertain. Just trust that you're being guided and that everything is happening for a reason, and listen to those echoes of guidance, those gentle whispers from within that are guiding you towards your own truth. And gosh, I wonder what the final card is going to be. Like, after all of this, what's the universe going to throw at us next? I am so curious. Okay, so putting it all together, these cards are like painting this super complex picture of like someone who's in the middle of a major transformation, right? You're questioning tradition, you're balancing multiple demands, you're facing your fears, you're pursuing your dreams, and you're trusting your intuition. And the Hanged Man is like asking you to like surrender to the process, to see things from a different perspective, and to make the necessary sacrifices to create the life that you truly desire, right? It's like you're being asked to like let go of everything that's holding you back so that you can like step into your full potential and live your best life, you know? It's intense, but it's also so exciting. And remember that Labradorite palm stone, right? This is where that nurturing energy is so important. Be gentle with yourself as you go through this process. Don't judge yourself for feeling confused or scared or uncertain. Just trust that you're being guided and that everything is happening for a reason, and listen to those echoes of guidance, those gentle whispers from within that are guiding you towards your own truth. And gosh, I wonder what the final card is going to be. Like, after all of this, what's the universe going to throw at us next? I am so curious. All right. Drum roll, please. For the next card, which is Strength. Oh wow, oh my gosh, this card is so powerful and so perfect for this moment, you know? After all that surrendering and shifting perspectives, it's time to really embody your inner strength. This isn't about, like, physical strength, you know, like lifting weights or anything like that. Although, like, that can be a part of it. This strength is all about inner strength, courage, compassion, patience, and taming your inner beast, you know? It's about finding that quiet power within yourself to overcome any challenge, to face any fear, and to live your life with grace and authenticity. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've done the work, now it's time to shine. So, yeah, I'm so excited about this card. Okay, so, like, how does strength connect to the Hierophant, right? Because the Hierophant is all about tradition, institutions, and established systems. Strength comes in and says, okay, so, like, what if we question these systems with strength and courage? The Hierophant is all about the status quo, about following the rules, about doing what's expected of you, and about conforming to societal norms, you know? But strength is like, nah, I'm not just blindly following the rules. Strength says, I'm going to question everything with courage and compassion. You know, like, the Hierophant can sometimes feel a little bit restrictive, a little bit stifling, like you're being held back by these outdated beliefs and expectations. But strength is like, you have the power to break free from those limitations. You have the courage to challenge the status quo and to create your own path. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you don't have to just accept what you've been told, you can question everything. It's about really embodying that strength and deciding what traditions serve you. What traditions are aligned with your values? What traditions, like, genuinely make you happy? Those are the traditions that you should keep, but the traditions that don't serve you. The traditions that make you feel bad about yourself. The traditions that, hold you back from your full potential. Those are the traditions that you need to let go of. It's like the universe is saying, you have the power to choose. So, yeah, it's all about choosing what's right for you. And it's not always easy, right? It takes a lot of courage to stand up to tradition, especially when you're going against the grain. People might not understand you. They might judge you. They might even try to pressure you into conforming. But strength is about staying true to yourself, even when it's hard. Strength is about having the confidence to say, this is who I am, this is what I believe, and I'm not going to apologize for it. That's such a beautiful, powerful thing. And it's not just about being strong and courageous. It's also about being compassionate, It's about understanding that everyone is on their own journey, and that everyone has their own reasons for believing what they believe. It's about respecting other people's opinions, even when you disagree with them. Strength is about approaching these conversations with compassion and kindness, because it's not about winning an argument, it's about understanding each other. It's about creating a more inclusive and accepting world where everyone feels safe to be themselves. Think about your family, right? Maybe your family has always voted a certain way, or believed in a certain religion, or followed a certain set of rules. But you're starting to see things differently, and you're not sure how to talk to them about it. Strength is about approaching those conversations with love and respect. It's about explaining your perspective without being judgmental or condescending. It's about listening to their perspective without being defensive or dismissive. It's about finding common ground and about building bridges instead of walls. It's about remembering that you're all part of the same family, even if you don't always agree on everything. Or maybe it's about your workplace, right? Maybe your workplace has a certain culture, a certain way of doing things, and you're starting to feel like it's not aligned with your values. Strength is about speaking up with courage and integrity. It's about suggesting new ideas, challenging old assumptions, and advocating for positive change. It's about creating a more ethical and sustainable workplace where everyone feels valued and respected. But it's also about being patient and understanding. It's about recognizing that change takes time and that not everyone is going to be on board right away. It's about working collaboratively and about building consensus and about finding solutions that work for everyone. It's about remembering that you're all working towards the same goal, even if you have different ideas about how to get there. So, strength is really about finding that balance between courage and compassion. It's about standing up for what you believe in, but also about respecting other people's perspectives. It's about challenging the status quo, but also about building bridges. It's about creating a better world, one conversation at a time. All right, so how does strength connect to the Two of Pentacles, right? Because that card is all about balancing multiple demands, juggling responsibilities, and trying to keep everything afloat, right? It can feel really overwhelming, like you're constantly being pulled in a million different directions, and you just can't keep up. Strength says, okay, so how about we approach all of this with a little compassion? The Two of Pentacles can sometimes feel a little bit chaotic, a little bit stressful, like you're constantly running around and never getting anything done. But strength says, you have the power to create more balance in your life. It's about being compassionate with yourself. Strength is about recognizing that you're only human and that you can't do everything. It's about accepting your limitations and about being kind to yourself when you make mistakes. It's like the universe is saying, you don't have to be perfect, you just have to be you. It's so true. And it's not just about being compassionate with yourself, it's also about being compassionate with others. It's about understanding that everyone is struggling with their own challenges, and that everyone is doing the best they can. It's about offering support and encouragement and understanding, instead of judgment and criticism and negativity. It's like the universe is saying, we're all in this together. It's like maybe you're feeling overwhelmed by your workload, and you're starting to get frustrated with your coworkers. Strength is about approaching those situations with compassion and understanding. It's about recognizing that your coworkers are probably just as stressed as you are, and that they're probably doing the best they can with what they have. It's about offering to help them out, or about listening to their concerns, or about simply being a supportive presence in their lives. It's about creating a more positive and collaborative work environment where everyone feels valued and respected. Or maybe you're feeling overwhelmed by your family responsibilities, and you're starting to get impatient with your loved ones. Strength is about approaching those situations with compassion and understanding. It's about recognizing that your loved ones are probably just as stressed as you are, and that they're probably doing the best they can with what they have. It's about offering to help them out, or about listening to their concerns, or about simply being a loving and supportive presence in their lives. It's about creating a more harmonious and peaceful home environment where everyone feels loved and appreciated. It's about prioritizing what matters. Strength is also about prioritizing your own well-being. It's about recognizing that you can't pour from an empty cup, and that you need to take care of yourself before you can take care of others. It's about making time for self-care activities like exercise, meditation, or spending time in nature. It's about setting boundaries and about saying no to things that don't serve you. It's about creating a life that's sustainable and fulfilling instead of just busy and overwhelming. Strength can bring balance and ease. It's like maybe you're feeling guilty about taking time for yourself because you feel like you should be doing something else. Strength is about challenging those beliefs and about recognizing that self-care is not selfish, it's essential. It's about understanding that you deserve to take care of yourself and that you're a better person when you do. It's about creating a life that's balanced and fulfilling instead of just stressful and overwhelming. So, strength is really about finding that balance between compassion and self-care. It's about being kind to yourself and about being kind to others. It's about recognizing your limitations and about prioritizing your well-being. It's about creating a life that's sustainable, fulfilling, and joyful. Okay, so how does strength connect to the Eight of Swords, right? This is a card we want to really emphasize its potential, because that card is all about feeling trapped, restricted, and limited by your own thoughts, beliefs, and fears. And strength is like, oh honey, you are so powerful, and you have everything you need to break free from those limitations. The Eight of Swords is all about those negative self-talk, that inner critic that's constantly telling you that you're not good enough, that you're not capable, that you're going to fail, right? Strength says, okay, so what if we just shut that voice down? It's about taming your inner beast. Strength is about recognizing that you have the power to control your thoughts and to challenge those negative beliefs. It's about replacing those negative thoughts with positive affirmations and about focusing on your strengths and your accomplishments and your potential. It's like the universe is saying, you are so much stronger than you think you are. It's about tapping into that inner power and inner strength. And it's not just about controlling your thoughts, it's also about controlling your emotions. It's about recognizing that you have the power to choose how you respond to your feelings and to manage your emotions in a healthy and constructive way. It's about practicing self-regulation and about developing emotional intelligence. It's like the universe is saying, you are the master of your own emotions. It's like maybe you're feeling anxious about a certain situation and you're starting to spiral into negative thoughts. Strength is about recognizing those feelings and about taking a deep breath and about reminding yourself that you're safe and that you're capable and that you're going to get through this. It's about practicing mindfulness and about focusing on the present moment and about letting go of your worries about the future. It's about choosing to respond to that situation with courage and with confidence and with grace instead of with fear and with anxiety and with negativity. Or maybe you're feeling angry about something that someone said or did, and you're starting to lash out and to say things that you regret. Strength is about recognizing those feelings and about taking a step back and about reminding yourself that you don't have to react in that way. It's about practicing empathy and about trying to understand the other person's perspective and about choosing to respond with kindness and with compassion and with forgiveness instead of with anger and with resentment and with revenge. Strength also means patience. It's about recognizing that breaking free from your limitations takes time and effort and persistence. It's about being patient with yourself, and about celebrating your progress, and about never giving up on your dreams. It's like the universe is saying, you're going to get there, just keep going. Think about recovery, or addiction, or self-harm, or bad relationship patterns. A lot of issues require time, effort, energy, and a whole lot of strength. It's like maybe you're trying to overcome a certain fear, and you're making slow progress, and you're getting discouraged. Strength is about reminding yourself that every step forward counts, and that you're getting closer to your goal every day. It's about celebrating those small victories, and about learning from your setbacks, and about never losing sight of your vision. It's about trusting the process, and about knowing that you're capable of achieving anything you set your mind to. So, strength is really about finding that balance between courage, compassion, and patience. It's about taming your inner beast, and about controlling your thoughts and emotions. It's about practicing self-regulation, and about developing emotional intelligence. It's about breaking free from your limitations, and about creating a life that's full of potential, possibility, and purpose. All right, so how does strength connect to the star, right? Oh, the star. That card of hope, inspiration, healing, and faith. Strength is here and saying, you want to keep that hope alive? I got you. The star is all about believing in yourself, and about having faith in the universe, and about trusting that everything is going to work out for the best, right? Strength is about maintaining that hope, even when things get tough. The star can sometimes feel a little bit fragile, a little bit vulnerable, like it could be easily extinguished by negativity, doubt, or fear. But strength says, you have the power to protect that hope and to keep it burning bright. It's about nurturing your inner flame. Strength is about recognizing that hope is a choice, and that you can choose to focus on the positive, even when things seem bleak. It's about practicing gratitude, and about appreciating the good things in your life, and about reminding yourself that you have so much to be thankful for. It's like the universe is saying, you are blessed beyond measure. Like, it's about choosing to see the beauty in the world, and about choosing to believe in the goodness of humanity, and about choosing to be a source of light and inspiration for others. It's about embodying that star energy, and about sharing it with the world. And it's not just about maintaining hope for yourself, it's also about inspiring hope in others. It's about being a role model, and about showing people that it's possible to overcome challenges, and to achieve their dreams, and to live a fulfilling life, no matter what. It's about spreading positivity, and about encouraging people to believe in themselves, and about creating a more hopeful and optimistic world. Think about being a mentor, or volunteering, or just simply being a kind and supportive friend. It's about using your strength to uplift others and to help them to see their own potential. It's like, maybe you've overcome a certain challenge in your life, and you're feeling grateful, and you want to give back. Strength is about sharing your story, and about inspiring others to overcome similar challenges. It's about being vulnerable, and about showing people that it's okay to struggle, and that it's possible to heal, and to grow, and to thrive, no matter what. Or maybe you're passionate about a certain cause, and you want to make a difference in the world. Strength is about using your voice, and about advocating for that cause, and about inspiring others to join you. It's about creating a movement, and about making a positive impact on the world, and about leaving a legacy of hope and inspiration. It's about recognizing that hope is contagious, and that you can inspire others to believe in themselves, and to believe in a better future. Strength is also about having faith in the universe, and about trusting that everything is happening for a reason, even when you don't understand it. It's about surrendering to the flow of life, and about allowing the universe to guide you on your path. It's like the universe is saying, I've got you, just trust me. It's about letting go of your need for control, and about accepting that you can't always know what's going to happen, and about trusting that everything is going to work out for the best, eventually. So, strength is really about maintaining hope, inspiring others, and having faith in the universe. It's about nurturing your inner flame, and about spreading positivity, and about surrendering to the flow of life. It's about creating a world that's full of hope, inspiration, and love. Okay, so how does strength connect to the moon? This is a really big one, right? The moon, that mysterious card of intuition, the subconscious, fears, and illusions. The The moon is challenging, for sure, and strength can help make it not so scary. The moon is all about exploring your subconscious mind, about facing your fears, and about uncovering your hidden truths, right? Strength is about approaching that exploration with courage and with compassion and with self-love. The moon can sometimes feel a little bit scary, a little bit overwhelming, like you're being confronted with all of your deepest fears and insecurities, right? Strength says, okay, so what if we just held ourselves with compassion through all of this? It's about being gentle with yourself. It's about recognizing that you're not perfect, and that you have flaws, and that you have wounds, and that's okay. It's about accepting yourself for who you are, and about loving yourself unconditionally, flaws and all. It's like the universe is saying, you are worthy of love just as you are. What a relief, right? Strength can also help you to identify those fears. The moon asks you to be open, and strength gives you that courage. And it's not just about loving yourself, it's also about forgiving yourself. It's about letting go of the past and about releasing any guilt or shame or resentment that you might be holding onto. It's about recognizing that you've done the best you could with what you knew at the time and that you're ready to move forward and to create a better future for yourself. It's like the universe is saying, you are forgiven. And it's not just about forgiving yourself, it's also about forgiving others. It's about letting go of any anger or bitterness or resentment that you might be holding onto towards other people. It's about recognizing that everyone makes mistakes and that everyone is doing the best they can with what they know at the time, and that you're ready to move forward and to create more peaceful and harmonious relationships in your life. It's about recognizing that holding onto resentment only hurts you, and that forgiveness is a gift that you give yourself. And it's definitely a sign of strength. It's also about facing your shadow self, those parts of yourself that you don't like, or that you're ashamed of, or that you try to hide from the world. The moon makes you confront it, and strength helps you to make peace with that shadow. Strength is recognizing that your shadow self is a part of you, and that it's not something to be feared or to be rejected, but to be embraced and to be integrated into your whole self. It's about understanding that your shadow self has valuable lessons to teach you, and that it can help you to grow and to evolve and to become a more complete and authentic person. So, strength is really about approaching your subconscious mind with courage, compassion, and self-love. It's about being gentle with yourself, forgiving yourself and others, and embracing your shadow self. It's about healing your wounds, uncovering your truths, and creating a life that's authentic, fulfilling, and joyful, And then we have the Hanged Man. After all this introspection from the moon, the Hanged Man suggests surrender. So how can strength pair with that? It turns out pretty beautifully. Strength reminds you to be compassionate with yourself even when it's hard to surrender. It's about surrendering with grace, So putting it all together, you've got strength as this amazing through line, giving you the courage to question, compassion to balance, power to break free, faith to have hope, and love to face your fears. Wow, this is just a testament to your potential for growth. And that Labradorite is just fueling you with all that nurturing energy. Keep listening to those echoes of guidance, okay? Okay, I'm so ready for this next card to build on all this. Okay, wow, after all of that, after all that amazing energy and all those twists and turns, we finally have the last card, which is the Three of Swords. Oh, the Three of Swords. Okay, so this card, yeah, it can be a little bit intense, right? It's not always the easiest card to see, but it's a really important one, It's all about heartbreak, betrayal, sorrow, difficult truths, and cutting through illusions, It's that feeling of your heart being broken open, like you're experiencing a deep sense of pain or loss. It's ouch. When I see the Three of Swords, I immediately think of a really difficult breakup or the end of a friendship or a really painful realization about someone or something that you really cared about, It can be really rough. It's that deep, intense pain. And it's not just a little bit sad, but really, really hurt. It's that feeling of being blindsided. But the thing about the Three of Swords is that, even though it's a painful card, it's also a really powerful card, It's it's showing you that something needs to change, that something isn't working, and that you need to, let go of something in order to move forward, It's a chance for growth. It's a catalyst. It's about cutting through illusions and seeing the truth, even when it hurts. It's about learning from your experiences and becoming stronger and more resilient. It's all about transformation. Think about, finding out that someone you trusted has been lying to you or has been betraying you behind your back, That can be a really, really painful experience, especially if it's someone that you were really close to, like a partner or a best friend or a family member. It can make you question everything that you thought you knew about them and about your relationship with them. Was anything real? Was any of it real? Or maybe it's about, realizing that a dream that you've been working towards for a long time isn't going to come true, or that a path that you've been following for years isn't the right path for you, That can also be a really painful realization, especially if you've invested a lot of time and energy into that dream or that path. It can feel like you've wasted your time or that you've made the wrong choices, But the Three of Swords is, encouraging you to see those experiences as opportunities for growth, It's okay, this hurts, but what can I learn from this? How can I become stronger and more resilient? How can I use this experience to create a better future for myself? I know it's hard to see in the moment, but it's really important. If you find out that someone has been lying to you, it's an opportunity to learn how to trust your intuition more, to pay attention to the red flags, and to set better boundaries in your relationships. It's about choosing people more wisely, Or, if you realize that a dream isn't going to come true, it's an opportunity to explore new possibilities, to discover new passions, and to create a new vision for your life. It's about following your heart, even if it leads you in a different direction than you expected, Maybe you wanted to be a doctor, but it turns out you want to be an artist. The Three of Swords is there to help you get there. Okay, so how does the Three of Swords connect to the Hierophant? This is a really important connection, because the Hierophant is all about tradition, institutions, established systems, and following the rules right. And the Three of Swords is showing you that sometimes those traditions, those institutions, those systems, those rules can be really, really painful, It's sad, but sometimes traditions can cause great harm. It's oh no. The Hierophant can sometimes represent, blindly following the rules, just because that's the way things have always been done, without questioning whether those rules are actually right for you, or whether they're actually harming you or others, It's about that feeling of obligation, of having to conform to expectations, even if it goes against your values or against your heart, But the Three of Swords is, showing you that sometimes you need to break free from those expectations, you need to challenge those rules, and you need to create your own path, even if it means disappointing others or going against the grain, Maybe you've always been told that you need to get married and have kids, but you don't want to. The Three of Swords is that pain that you feel, that pressure, that is valid. It's an invitation. The Three of Swords says that maybe what other people expect isn't what's right for you. It's okay to create your own path. You have the strength. You can trust yourself. You can go your own way. Or maybe you've always been taught to believe in a certain religion or a certain political ideology, but you're starting to question those beliefs, and you're starting to feel like they don't really resonate with you anymore, The Three of Swords is showing you that it's okay to question those beliefs. It's okay to explore different perspectives, and it's okay to create your own spiritual or political path, even if it's different from what you were taught, It's not about rejecting everything that you've ever known, but it's about finding what truly resonates with you, and about creating a life that's aligned with your own values and your own truth, It's about listening to your own heart and about trusting your own intuition, even if it leads you in a different direction than you expected, It's okay, this is what I've always been told, but what do I really believe? What do I really feel? It's not always easy, and it can be really painful to break free from those expectations, but it's so worth it in the end, because it allows you to live a more authentic and fulfilling life, And strength is there to guide you through that, give you the courage to follow your own path. Okay, so how does the Three of Swords connect to the Two of Pentacles? This card is all about balance, juggling, adaptability, and trying to manage all the different demands on your time and energy, right? But the Three of Swords comes in and is like, what if you're balancing things that are ultimately hurting you? What if you are juggling broken glass? I know it sounds intense. The Two of Pentacles can sometimes represent trying to do too much, trying to be everything to everyone, and spreading yourself too thin. It's about that feeling of obligation, of having to say yes to every request, even when you're already overwhelmed and exhausted. And the Three of Swords can represent, the pain that comes from that imbalance. It's like you're trying to juggle all these different things, but you're dropping the ball, you're letting people down, and you're feeling like a failure. Or maybe you're prioritizing other people's needs over your own, and you're neglecting your own health, your own happiness, and your own well-being. And the Three of Swords can represent, the resentment, the anger, the frustration that comes from that sacrifice. It's like, I'm doing everything for everyone else, but who's taking care of me? Who's looking out for my needs? The Three of Swords is showing you that you can't keep juggling everything. You can't keep trying to be everything to everyone, and you can't keep sacrificing your own needs. It's about setting boundaries, prioritizing your own well-being, and saying no to things that don't serve you, even if it means disappointing others or letting some things fall by the wayside. It's about recognizing that you can't pour from an empty cup, and that you need to take care of yourself before you can take care of others. It's about letting go of the things that are draining your energy, and about focusing on the things that bring you joy, that nourish your soul, and that help you to thrive. It's about creating a life that's balanced, sustainable, and fulfilling, instead of just chaotic, stressful, and overwhelming. It's not always easy, and it can be really scary to let go of those responsibilities, but it's so worth it in the end, because it allows you to create a life that's more aligned with your own values and your own needs, with strength. Okay, how does this connect with the Eight of Swords? The Eight of Swords, it's all about feeling trapped and restricted and limited by your own thoughts, your own beliefs, and your own fears, right? And the Three of Swords is showing you that those thoughts, those beliefs, those fears can be really, really painful. The Eight of Swords is that negative self-talk, that inner critic that's constantly telling you that you're not good enough, that you're not capable, that you're going to fail, right? Strength helps to shut it down, and Three of Swords shows what happens if you don't. The Three of Swords is representing the heartbreak that comes from believing those lies, the pain that comes from living a life that's based on fear and insecurity, and the sorrow that comes from not living up to your full potential. Or maybe you're afraid of being judged, of being rejected, of being hurt, and you're constantly putting up walls, you're constantly hiding your true self, and you're constantly trying to please others. The Three of Swords is showing you that those walls, those masks, those attempts to please others are actually preventing you from experiencing true connection, true intimacy, and true love. The Three of Swords is showing you that those fears are actually keeping you trapped, that those beliefs are actually holding you back, and that those thoughts are actually causing you a lot of pain. The Three of Swords is showing you that you need to challenge those thoughts, you need to question those beliefs, and you need to face those fears. You need to break free from those self-imposed restrictions, and you need to create a life that's based on truth, authenticity, and self-love. It's about recognizing that you are good enough, that you are capable, that you are worthy of love, and that you deserve to live a life that's full of joy, purpose, and fulfillment. Okay, but how does this all circle back to the Star? That card of hope and inspiration. Is the Three of Swords just crashing the party? No, not at all. The Star is all about believing in yourself, about having faith in the universe, and about trusting that everything is going to work out for the best, right? And the Three of Swords is showing you that sometimes things don't work out the way you expect them to, and that sometimes you have to face heartbreak and betrayal and sorrow and difficult truths. The Star is about having hope for the future, but the Three of Swords is showing you that the future is not always going to be easy, and that you're going to face challenges and setbacks and disappointments, Along the way, you know. The Star is about believing in the goodness of people, but the Three of Swords is showing you that people are not always good, and that sometimes they're going to hurt you, and they're going to betray you, and they're going to let you down, you know. The Three of Swords is not trying to take away your hope, or your faith, or your trust, but it's trying to make them stronger, more resilient, and more grounded in reality, you know. It's about recognizing that life is not always going to be perfect, and that you're going to face pain and loss and suffering, but that you also have the power to heal, to grow, and to create a beautiful life, even in the midst of those challenges, you know. It's about being realistic, but also optimistic, about being vulnerable, but also strong, and about being willing to face the darkness, but also to embrace the light, you know. It's about knowing that you can get through anything, and that you can create a life that's full of joy, purpose, and fulfillment, no matter what, because you have the strength, the courage, and the wisdom to do so, you know? It's the storm that makes the tree stronger, you know? It's like, if you only experience sunshine, how can you grow? The rain is important too. This is just a painful rainstorm. The star can feel fragile, but with strength, it can weather anything. And what about the moon? That card of intuition, subconscious fears, and illusions. How does the Three of Swords interact with that? Oh, this is powerful. The moon asks us to look at the shadows, and the Three of Swords is what happens when those shadows become real, when those fears manifest. The moon is all about exploring your subconscious mind, about facing your fears, and about uncovering your hidden truths, right? And the Three of Swords is like showing you that sometimes those truths are painful, and that sometimes those fears come true, and that sometimes you have to face the darkness within yourself and within the world, you know. The moon is about trusting your intuition, but the Three of Swords is showing you that sometimes your intuition can lead you astray, and that sometimes you can be deceived, and that sometimes you can make mistakes, you know. Maybe you had a gut feeling about something, but you ignored it, and now you're facing the consequences. Maybe you trusted someone who you shouldn't have, and now you're feeling betrayed. Maybe you believed in something that turned out to be false, and now you're feeling disillusioned, you know? The moon is saying, trust your intuition, and the Three of Swords is showing you that sometimes it's hard to know who or what to trust, you know? But you did the best you could. It's like, but this is an invitation. It's about learning to discern the truth from the lies, and about learning to trust yourself, even when it's hard, and about recognizing that mistakes are a part of life, and that you can learn from them, and that you can grow from them, and that you can create a better future for yourself, even after you've been hurt, you know. So you can still trust that gut feeling, but it's also important to use your head, you know, to weigh things carefully. The cards really do work together. The moon is about recognizing your illusions, and the Three of Swords is like shattering them, but it's necessary. It's so necessary. It's like you thought this person was your friend, but they weren't. You thought this job was your dream job, but it wasn't. You thought this relationship was going to last forever, but it didn't. The Three of Swords is like, wake up, see the truth? It can hurt, but it's freeing. The Three of Swords, it's like a painful but necessary step. It's about seeing things as they really are, not as you wish they were. Okay, then we have the Hanged Man. This card is all about surrender, about sacrifice, about seeing things from a different perspective. Oh my gosh, it connects so perfectly to the Three of Swords. With the Hanged Man comes acceptance. The Three of Swords shows pain, and the Hanged Man suggests that you accept it, feel it, and then let it go. It's all okay to feel the pain. The Three of Swords can make you feel victimized. But the Hanged Man can help you to release those feelings. It's like, okay, this happened. It hurts. I'm sad. But I'm not going to let it define me. It's about choosing to see things differently. Instead of seeing yourself as a victim, you can see yourself as a survivor. You can see yourself as someone who has learned a valuable lesson. You can see yourself as someone who is stronger and more resilient than ever before. It's so important. The Three of Swords, it's that moment of pain. And the Hanged Man, it's about integrating it, surrendering to it. It's about choosing to learn from it, to grow from it, and to move forward with strength and with grace. And that leads us right back to our Strength card. Yes. It all comes together. Okay, so you're dealing with heartbreak. You're dealing with some painful truths, right? This is what the Three of Swords is showing you. but you have strength. You have the inner power to get through this. You have the courage to face these challenges. You have the compassion to forgive yourself and others. You have the resilience to keep going, even when things are hard. Strength helps you to get through it. It's a reminder that you are not defined by your pain. You are defined by your strength. You are defined by your courage. You are defined by your love. It's also about recognizing that this is a temporary situation. It's not going to last forever. You're not always going to feel this way. You're going to heal. You're going to grow. You're going to find happiness again. And the star is there to guide you, to give you hope, and to remind you that everything is going to be okay. Trust yourself. Trust your intuition. Trust the process. You are strong. So, what do you do with this information, right? What are some practical steps you can take to navigate this challenging time? First, allow yourself to feel your feelings. Don't try to suppress them, don't try to ignore them, and don't try to pretend that you're okay when you're not. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to be angry. It's okay to be hurt. It's important to allow yourself to experience those emotions fully and to process them in a healthy way. Write it all down in a journal. Scream into a pillow. Talk to a friend. Do whatever you need to do to get those feelings out. Be gentle with yourself. This is a difficult time, and you deserve to be treated with kindness and compassion. Don't beat yourself up. Don't blame yourself. Don't judge yourself. Just be gentle. Remember that Labradorite, Nurture yourself. Take care of yourself. Do things that make you feel good. Take a bath. Read a book. Watch a movie. Spend time in nature. Connect with loved ones. Do whatever it takes to nourish your soul. Then, practice self-care. Make sure you're eating healthy, getting enough sleep, and exercising regularly. These things can make a big difference in your mood, your energy levels, and your overall well-being. It can be really easy to let these things slide when you're feeling down, but it's important to prioritize them, even when you don't feel like it, It's just about doing what you can. Remember the Two of Pentacles. What is the best thing you can actually handle right now? This is a theme that keeps coming back, and it's a very important one. Connect with your support system. Talk to your friends, your family, your therapist, or anyone else who can offer you support, guidance, and understanding. It's important to have people in your life who you can lean on during difficult times and who can help you to see things from a different perspective. Strength can also mean leaning on your community and support system. Don't forget them. Trust your intuition. Pay attention to your gut feelings and don't ignore the red flags. If something feels off, it probably is. Listen to your inner voice and trust that it's guiding you in the right direction, even if it doesn't always make sense, The moon is there for you. Learn from your experiences. What can you learn from this situation? What did you do well? What could you have done differently? How can you use this experience to grow, to heal, and to create a better future for yourself? Focus on the present moment. Don't dwell on the past and don't worry about the future. Just focus on what you can control right now and on making the best of each day. It's about being mindful, grateful, and present, and about appreciating the beauty and the joy that's all around you, even in the midst of your challenges, Remember the Hanged Man and take things one day at a time and surrender to the journey. And know that you are not alone. Everyone experiences heartbreak, everyone faces challenges, and everyone struggles with their own demons. You are not the only one who's going through this, and there are people who care about you, who support you, and who want to help you, So reach out, connect, and remember that you are loved, you are valued, and you are worthy of happiness, You have so much strength within you. You have the courage to face your fears, the compassion to forgive yourself and others, and the resilience to keep going, even when things are hard. This is just one chapter in your story, and you have the power to write the next chapter, and to create a life that's full of joy, purpose, and fulfillment, no matter what, And remember that Labradorite palm stone. It's there to remind you to be gentle with yourself, to nurture yourself, and to trust that you're being guided and that you have the strength, the wisdom, and the courage to create the life you truly desire. Remember those echoes of guidance. Keep listening to those whispers. You've got this. Hey there, my friend. Welcome to your reading. With the Jasper butterfly, it's all about feeling empowered, like you've totally got this. And the theme, turning challenges into opportunities, that's seriously cool. So let's dive into these cards and see what's happening on your timeline. Okay, so the first card we have is the Seven of Cups. And oh my gosh, this card can sometimes feel a little overwhelming, right? Like, there are so many choices, so many possibilities, maybe even some fantasies floating around. It's like you're standing at a crossroads, and each cup is offering you something different, something shiny, something tempting, you know. But the thing is, not everything is as it seems. It's like, are these real opportunities, or are they just illusions? Are they distractions pulling you away from what you really want? You know, this can show up in so many ways. Like, maybe you're considering a few different job offers and they all sound amazing, but you're not sure which one is the right fit. Or maybe you're juggling a few different relationships and you're kind of confused about who you truly connect with. It's a lot, right? It's a lot of energy, a lot of options, and it can feel like, oh my gosh, where do I even start? And with that Jasper butterfly energy, though, it's like, okay, you can navigate this. You have the power to see through the illusions, to make empowered choices. You just have to, tap into that inner strength and trust your intuition. You know what I mean? So, like, this could be anything from, different creative projects you want to start, different directions you want to take your life in, different places you want to move, or maybe it's even like different spiritual paths you want to explore, you know. It's like the universe is giving you all these options, but it's up to you to discern what's real and what's just like a shiny distraction. And I think the key here is not to get caught up in the fantasy of it all. Like, don't just chase after the thing that looks the most appealing. Really, take a moment, breathe, and ask yourself, okay, what truly resonates with me? What feels aligned with my values and my goals? You know, and it's almost like, sometimes you can get stuck in this card because you're afraid of making the wrong choice, right? You don't want to, pick the wrong cup and, end up disappointed. But honestly, sometimes the best way to figure things out is just to, take a leap of faith, try something out, and see what happens. You know, you can always adjust course later. It's not about, getting it perfect the first time. It's about learning and growing and figuring out what works for you. Like, maybe you try one of those job offers, and it turns out it's not the right fit. Okay, that's fine. Now you know something new about yourself, and you can move on to the next opportunity with more clarity. You know what I'm saying? It's like every experience, even the ones that don't turn out the way you expect, they all teach you something valuable. They all help you refine your sense of what you want and what you don't want. And, another thing about this card is that sometimes it can represent wishful thinking. Like, you're so focused on what could be that you're not really present in the moment, you know? You're not really appreciating what you already have. So it's important to, balance that sense of possibility with a sense of gratitude for where you are right now. Acknowledge the good things in your life, even if they're not perfect. And, I just feel like this card is really asking you to be honest with yourself. What are your true desires? What are your fears? What's holding you back from pursuing what you really want? And, I think with that Jasper butterfly energy, it's like you can face those fears. You can overcome those obstacles. You just have to be willing to, look within and, really get clear on what you're working towards. Does that make sense? And so, this could also be about, choosing between different aspects of yourself. Maybe you're trying to decide, okay, do I want to be more practical or more creative? Do I want to be more independent or more connected? And it's you don't necessarily have to choose, right? You can integrate all these different parts of yourself and create a more, whole and balanced life. It's about finding a way to honor all your different needs and desires. And I think that's really the key here. It's about integration. It's about bringing all these different aspects of yourself together and creating something beautiful and meaningful. Because, you're not just one thing, right? You're a complex and multifaceted being, and you have so much to offer the world. And I feel like this card is just reminding you of that potential, that possibility, that you have the power to create a life that's truly authentic and fulfilling. So, embrace the choices, explore the options, but always stay grounded in your truth. Always stay connected to your intuition. And, just trust that you're on the right path, even if it doesn't always feel clear. Okay, so, that's the Seven of Cups. So many options, so many possibilities, but also a call to clarity and discernment. Okay? And I think we're gonna see how this connects with the other cards now, because it gets even more interesting. So let's move on to the next card, which is, oh my gosh, the Knight of Swords. Okay, so the Knight of Swords, this is a totally different energy, right? After all those dreamy, floaty, kind of confusing vibes of the Seven of Cups, here comes this knight charging in with his sword raised, ready to cut through all the BS. This is decisive action, clear thinking, and a real I'm going for it kind of energy, you know. This knight isn't messing around. He knows what he wants and he's not afraid to go after it. He's okay, I've made my decision and I'm not looking back. And this can be a really powerful energy, especially after feeling stuck or indecisive. It's finally you're ready to take charge and make something happen, you know. But the thing with the Knight of Swords is that he can be a little impulsive, you know? He's so focused on his goal that he might not always think things through completely. He might not see the whole picture, or he might just run over people in his haste to get where he's going. So, it's important to temper that energy with a little bit of caution and awareness. You know, don't just charge blindly into things without considering the consequences. Take a moment to assess the situation and make sure you're not accidentally creating more problems for yourself. In a work situation, this could be you've been offered a promotion after all those cups of offers and you're just yes, I'm taking it. But you don't really read through the contract, you know? Or you don't consider if you're actually ready for that kind of responsibility. You know? Or in a relationship, it could be you're so excited about a new connection that you just jump in head first without really getting to know the person. And then you end up heartbroken because you didn't see the red flags, you know? So it's all about balancing that enthusiasm with a little bit of groundedness. And I think this card is also asking you to be really clear about your intentions. What are you really trying to achieve? What's your ultimate goal? And are you being honest with yourself and with others about what you want? Because, sometimes the Knight of Swords can be a little bit, aggressive, you know? He can be so focused on winning that he forgets about the impact of his actions on other people. And, that's not always the best approach, especially if you're trying to build long-term relationships or create something that's sustainable. So, it's important to, be mindful of your energy and make sure you're not, bulldozing over anyone in your path. You know? And, I also feel this card is about speaking your truth. Saying what needs to be said, even if it's difficult or uncomfortable. The Knight of Swords is not afraid to, challenge the status quo or call out injustice. He's a warrior for truth, and he's willing to fight for what he believes in. And, I think that's a really important quality to cultivate, especially in a world that's full of, misinformation and manipulation. It's important to be able to, stand up for yourself and for others, and to speak your mind with courage and conviction. You know? But again, it's about doing it in a way that's, respectful and mindful. You don't want to just, attack people or, create unnecessary conflict. You want to, speak your truth with love and compassion, even when it's hard. Maybe you have a friend, who is making some really bad choices, and it's hard to watch. The Knight of Swords would be hey, you need to stop that. But you have to be careful to not be judgmental and find a more compassionate approach, you know? And, I think the Knight of Swords is also about, cutting through limiting beliefs and negative thought patterns. Identifying the things that are holding you back from achieving your full potential and then, consciously choosing to let them go. You know? Maybe you have a belief that you're not good enough or that you're not worthy of love or success. The Knight of Swords is that's BS. You are good enough. You are worthy. And it's about challenging those beliefs and replacing them with more empowering ones. You know? Instead of saying, I can't do this, you say, I can learn to do this. Or instead of saying, I'm not good enough, you say, I'm constantly growing and evolving. It's about reframing your thoughts and creating a more positive and supportive inner dialogue, you know. And I think that's a really powerful way to use the energy of the Knight of Swords to break free from the limitations that you've placed on yourself and to step into your full power. You know? This card is so full of energy, it's just like, go, 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 do, do, do. It's all about like action and momentum. But it's important to like direct that energy wisely, you know. Like don't just like spin your wheels or waste your time on things that aren't really important. Focus your energy on the things that truly matter to you and that are aligned with your goals and values. You know? And so, this Knight of Swords could be about like starting a new business or launching a new project or like finally taking that trip that you've always wanted to take. Or it could be about like ending a relationship that's no longer serving you or like leaving a job that's making you miserable. It's about making those bold moves and taking those risks that are necessary to create the life that you truly desire. It's about having the courage to like step outside of your comfort zone and to embrace the unknown. You know. This is really about being brave and being willing to take chances. Okay, so, that's the Knight of Swords. Clear thinking, decisive action, and a willingness to fight for what you believe in. But also, a reminder to be mindful of your energy and to make sure you're not, like, running over anyone in your path. Okay. So, like, we've got all those choices in the Seven of Cups. And then, like, bam, here comes the Knight of Swords ready to make a decision. So, like, what happens next? Well, that brings us to our third card, which is, the Hermit. Okay, so the Hermit, like, this is a total shift in energy again, right? Like, after all that action and excitement of the Knight of Swords, here comes the Hermit retreating into his cave, seeking solitude and introspection. It's like, okay, I need to take a break from all the external noise and go within to find some answers. You know, like, the Hermit is all about inner wisdom, self-reflection, and a deep understanding of yourself and the world around you. And this card often appears when you need to, like, step back from the hustle and bustle of everyday life and take some time to, like, connect with your inner self. It's about, like, going on a spiritual retreat, meditating in the mountains, or just spending some quiet time alone with your thoughts. You know. And this is such a needed card, I think, right here, because all those choices with the Seven of Cups, and then that crazy energy of the Knight of Swords, it's like, wow, a break would be good, right? And I think the Hermit is also about seeking guidance from within. Like, instead of looking to external sources for answers, it's about trusting your own intuition and your own inner wisdom. It's about, like, knowing that you have all the answers you need within you, and you just need to take the time to listen to them. You know? Like, maybe you've been asking everyone else for advice, and you're getting all these different opinions and perspectives, but none of them really resonate with you. The Hermit is like, okay, stop asking everyone else and start asking yourself. What do you think? What do you feel? What do you know to be true? And it's about, like, trusting your own inner compass and following your own path, even if it's different from what everyone else is doing. You know, it's like that Jasper butterfly is guiding you inwards now, empowering you to look inside. And I also feel like the Hermit is about, like, letting go of the need for external validation. Like, not needing other people to tell you that you're good enough or that you're on the right track. It's about, like, finding that validation within yourself and knowing that you are worthy and deserving, regardless of what anyone else thinks. You know. Like, maybe you've been trying to please everyone else and to live up to their expectations, but you're feeling drained and unfulfilled. The Hermit is like, okay, stop trying to please everyone else and start pleasing yourself. What makes you happy? What makes you feel alive? What do you want to do with your life? And it's about, like, prioritizing your own needs and desires and creating a life that's aligned with your own values. You know, and I think this is so important after that Seven of Cups, too, because you might be thinking, oh, do they want this from me? Or that from me? No, what do you want? And I think the Hermit is also about, like, mastering a skill or developing a talent through dedicated practice and study. Like, taking the time to, like, hone your craft and to become an expert in your field. It's about, like, not being afraid to be a student and to constantly be learning and growing. You know. Like, maybe you've been wanting to learn a new language or to play a musical instrument or to, like, become a better writer. The Hermit is like, okay, dedicate some time to it every day and you'll be amazed at how much progress you can make. And it's about, like, being patient and persistent and knowing that mastery takes time and effort. but it's also about enjoying the process and finding joy in the journey of learning. You know? And so, this could mean that after making some quick decisions with the Knight of Swords, the Hermit is telling you to take a step back and master your craft before moving forward, you know? And I also feel like the Hermit is about sharing your wisdom and your knowledge with others. Like becoming a mentor or a teacher and helping other people to grow and to learn. It's about using your experience and your insights to make a positive impact on the world. You know, maybe you've been through some difficult times in your life and you've learned some valuable lessons along the way. The Hermit is okay, share those lessons with others. Help them to avoid the mistakes that you made and to find their own path to happiness and fulfillment. And it's about being a light for others and inspiring them to be their best selves. You know, but again, it's about doing it from a place of humility and compassion. You don't want to be preachy or judgmental. You want to be supportive and encouraging, you know. And I think the Hermit is also about finding beauty in simplicity and solitude. Appreciating the quiet moments and the simple pleasures in life. It's about not needing a lot of external stimulation or excitement to feel content. It's about finding joy in the everyday and appreciating the beauty of the natural world. You know. Maybe you've been so focused on achieving big goals and chasing after success that you've forgotten to appreciate the small things. The Hermit is okay, slow down and take a look around you. There's so much beauty to be found in the present moment. Appreciate the sunshine, the fresh air, the sound of the birds singing. Be grateful for the simple things in life. And it's about cultivating a sense of inner peace and contentment that doesn't depend on external circumstances. You know, maybe you've been, chasing after all those cups and offers and everything, and the Knight of Swords, but then you realize, wow, being quiet in my apartment with a cup of tea is really nice, you know. And so, this Hermit card could be about taking a sabbatical from work or going on a silent retreat or just spending more time alone in nature. Or it could be about ending a toxic relationship and finally finding peace in solitude. It's about prioritizing your own well-being and creating a life that's aligned with your soul. It's about having the courage to step away from the crowd and to follow your own inner guidance. You know? And so what's really cool about this card is that it's not about isolating yourself from the world forever. It's about taking a temporary retreat so that you can recharge your batteries and gain some clarity and wisdom. And then you can come back to the world with a renewed sense of purpose and a deeper understanding of yourself and your place in the universe. You know, this isn't about living in a cave forever. Okay, so, that's the Hermit. Inner wisdom, self-reflection, and a deep understanding of yourself and the world around you. But also a reminder to not isolate yourself completely and to eventually share your wisdom with others. Okay? So, to recap, we've got the Seven of Cups with all those choices, the Knight of Swords ready to take action, and the Hermit seeking solitude and introspection. So, how do we put it all together? Okay, so, that's what we're gonna find out as we go deeper. It's going to be so good, I can just feel it. Okay, so, we've got the Seven of Cups with all those choices, and then the Knight of Swords charging in, and then the Hermit going all introspective. And now, oh boy, now we have the Seven of Swords. Okay, so, this card. This card can be a little bit, sneaky, you know? It's not always the most, honest energy. It can be about, deception or trickery, or, getting away with something, you know? So, after all that, choosing and acting and reflecting, it's oh, is someone being a little bit shady? You know? This card often shows up when, you're trying to, get ahead in a situation by, maybe not being completely above board, you know? Maybe you're taking shortcuts, or you're, bending the rules, or you're, even outright lying to get what you want. And, it's not always, a conscious thing, you know? Sometimes you might not even realize that you're doing it. You might just be, thinking, oh, I'm just being clever, or I'm just being resourceful. But, underneath it all, there's a little bit of, a lack of integrity, you know? And, the thing about the Seven of Swords is that, it's not usually about, grand theft or, major crimes, you know? It's usually about, smaller things like little white lies, or like exaggerating your accomplishments, or like taking credit for someone else's work, you know? It's like those little things that like you might not think are a big deal, but they can like add up over time and like erode your sense of integrity, you know? And I feel like with that Jasper butterfly, it's like that erosion of integrity is exactly what you're being called to empower yourself against. Like, you have the strength to be honest. And so like, how does this connect to the other cards? Well, like maybe with the Seven of Cups, you were presented with all those choices, and you saw an opportunity to like get ahead by like taking advantage of someone, you know? Or like maybe with the Knight of Swords, you were so focused on like achieving your goals that you like didn't really care who you stepped on along the way, you know. And then like with the Hermit, maybe you went into that introspection and realized, oh, I haven't been totally honest with myself or others, you know? Like maybe you've been hiding something or like not being completely transparent. And so like this card can also be about like feeling like you're being taken advantage of, you know. Like maybe someone else is being sneaky or deceptive towards you, and you're feeling like betrayed or like manipulated. And it's important to like be aware of that possibility and to like protect yourself from being taken advantage of, you know. Like maybe you need to like set some boundaries or like be more assertive in your communication, or like just be more discerning about who you trust. Like, you know, maybe someone at work is like taking credit for your ideas and you're feeling resentful and undervalued. Or like maybe a friend is like constantly borrowing money from you and never paying you back, and you're feeling used and taken advantage of. Or like maybe a partner is like being secretive and dishonest, and you're feeling insecure and suspicious. You know, it's like those situations where you just feel like something's not quite right and you're not sure what to do about it. And so like the Seven of Swords can also be about like feeling like you need to like sneak away from a situation, you know? Like maybe you're feeling trapped or confined and you're looking for a way to escape. And it's not always about like physically leaving, you know? Like sometimes it can be about like mentally or emotionally detaching from a situation. Like maybe you're in a job that you hate, but you can't afford to quit, so you just like mentally check out and do the bare minimum. Or like maybe you're in a relationship that's not working, but you're afraid to break up, so you just like emotionally withdraw and avoid conflict. And the thing about this is that like it's not always a bad thing to like sneak away from a situation, you know? Like sometimes it's the best thing you can do for yourself. Like if you're in a dangerous or abusive situation, it's definitely okay to like prioritize your safety and like get out of there as quickly and quietly as possible. But it's important to like be honest with yourself about why you're sneaking away and what you're hopping to achieve. Like, are you running away from your problems, or are you like strategically removing yourself from a toxic situation? And I think the Jasper butterfly is also saying that like you're empowered to choose your battles, you know. Like you don't have to like fight every single fight. Sometimes it's okay to like just walk away and focus your energy on something more positive. And so like this card can also be about like feeling like you're not good enough, you know? Like maybe you're comparing yourself to others and you're feeling like you don't measure up. And so you might be tempted to like cheat or like cut corners to like try to keep up, you know? Like maybe you're seeing all these other people on social media who seem to have perfect lives, and you're feeling insecure and inadequate. Or like maybe you're in a competitive work environment and you're feeling like you need to like do whatever it takes to get ahead, even if it means like sacrificing your integrity. And the thing about this is that like it's never worth it to like compromise your values to like try to impress other people, you know. Like true success comes from being authentic and genuine and like living in alignment with your own truth. And so like instead of trying to be someone you're not, focus on like developing your own unique talents and skills and like celebrating your own accomplishments, you know. And I also feel like the Seven of Swords is asking you to like be really honest with yourself about your motivations, you know? Like, why are you doing what you're doing? What are you hopping to achieve? And are you being true to yourself and to your values? Because, like, sometimes we can, like, get so caught up in, like, the external rewards of success that we forget about, like, the internal consequences of our actions. And, so it's important to, like, take a step back and, like, reflect on your choices and make sure that you're, like, living in alignment with your own moral compass. Like, maybe you're pursuing a career that's, like, financially rewarding, but it's not really fulfilling, and it's, like, causing you a lot of stress and anxiety. Or, like, maybe you're in a relationship that's, like, socially desirable, but it's not really making you happy, and it's, like, draining your energy. And, so it's important to, like, be willing to, like, make some changes, even if they're difficult, to, like, create a life that's more authentic and fulfilling. And, I think that's what the empowerment from the Jasper butterfly is all about. Like, you have the power to change your life. You have the power to make different choices. And, so, like, this card can also be about, like, feeling like you're being watched or, like, monitored, you know? Like, maybe you're feeling like someone is spying on you or, like, keeping tabs on your activities. And, this can be a really unsettling feeling, especially if you don't know why you're being watched. And, so it's important to, like, trust your instincts and, like, take steps to protect your privacy and security. Like, maybe you need to, like, change your passwords or, like, be more careful about what you share online or, like, install some security software on your computer. Or, like, maybe you just need to, like, be more aware of your surroundings and, like, pay attention to who's watching you. And, so, like, this card can also be a warning to, like, be careful who you trust, you know? Like, not everyone has your best interests at heart, and some people might be trying to, like, deceive you or, like, manipulate you for their own gain. And, so it's important to, like, be discerning about who you let into your life and to, like, trust your intuition when something feels off. Like, maybe you meet someone who seems really charming and charismatic, but you get a weird vibe from them and you can't quite put your finger on it. Or, like, maybe you're in a situation where you feel like you're being pressured to do something that you're not comfortable with. And, so it's important to, like, listen to that inner voice and to, like, protect yourself from being taken advantage of. And, I think the Jasper butterfly is really highlighting that intuition here. Like, it's empowering you to listen to those gut feelings. And, so, like, the Seven of Swords can also be about, like, feeling like you're carrying a heavy burden, you know? Like, maybe you're feeling responsible for something that's not really your fault, or you're feeling like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. And, so it's important to, like, let go of that burden and to, like, trust that things will work out the way they're supposed to. Like, maybe you're feeling guilty about something that happened in the past, and you're having a hard time forgiving yourself. Or, like, maybe you're feeling responsible for the happiness of other people, and you're feeling like you need to, like, fix all their problems. And, so it's important to, like, realize that you're not responsible for everything and that you can't control everything. And, so it's okay to, like, let go of that need for control and to, like, trust that the universe has a plan for you. And, so, like, this card can also be about, like, needing to be strategic and resourceful, you know? Like, maybe you're in a situation where you need to, like, think outside the box and find creative solutions to problems. And, so it's important to, like, be flexible and adaptable and to, like, be willing to try new things. Like, maybe you're facing a difficult challenge at work and you need to, like, find a new way to approach it. Or, like, maybe you're trying to achieve a goal and you're hitting roadblocks and you need to, like, find a different path. And, so it's important to, like, be open to new ideas and to, like, be willing to experiment and to, like, learn from your mistakes. And, so I think the Seven of Swords is really about, like, navigating tricky situations with, like, cleverness and adaptability. But the trick is, are you being honest with yourself in the process? Are you maintaining your integrity? And that's where the Jasper butterfly comes in, reminding you that true empowerment comes from being true to yourself, even when it's hard. Like, maybe you have to make a difficult decision that's not going to be popular with everyone, but it's the right thing to do for you. Or, like, maybe you have to stand up for yourself in a situation where you're being treated unfairly. And, so it's important to, like, have the courage to do what's right, even if it's not easy. And, so, like, this card can also be a reminder to, like, be mindful of your energy and to, like, protect yourself from negative influences, Like, maybe you're spending time with people who are draining your energy, or like, exposing yourself to situations that are making you feel anxious or stressed. And so it's important to, like, set some boundaries and to, like, protect your energy and to, like, create a space for yourself that's safe and supportive. Like, maybe you need to, like, spend less time on social media, or like, limit your exposure to negative news, or like, create a daily routine that includes things that make you feel good, like exercise or meditation or spending time in nature. And so I think the Seven of Swords is really about, like, taking care of yourself and protecting your well-being, both physically and emotionally. And so, like, to bring it back to the other cards, maybe the Seven of Cups presented you with some tempting but ultimately dishonest choices. Maybe the Knight of Swords charged ahead without considering the consequences, and now you're dealing with the fallout. And maybe the Hermit's introspection revealed some uncomfortable truths about your own behavior. But the Jasper butterfly is here to remind you that you have the power to learn from these experiences and to make different choices moving forward. Like, maybe you realize that you've been taking shortcuts at work, and you decide to commit to doing things the right way, even if it takes longer. Or like, maybe you realize that you've been gossiping about a friend behind their back, and you decide to apologize and to be more supportive. Or like, maybe you realize that you've been lying to yourself about your own needs and desires, and you decide to start prioritizing your own well-being. And so it's really about, like, being honest with yourself and taking responsibility for your actions, and like, committing to living in alignment with your values. And that's really how you can transform this challenging energy of the Seven of Swords into an opportunity for growth, just like our theme says. It's about turning those challenges into opportunities for powerful forward movement on your timeline. And so, like, what does this all mean for you, my friend? Well, it means that you're being called to, like, examine your choices and your actions and to make sure that you're living with integrity. It means that you're being called to, like, protect yourself from being taken advantage of, and to, like, trust your intuition when something feels off. And it means that you're being called to, like, let go of any burdens that you're carrying and to, like, trust that things will work out the way they're supposed to. And so, like, as you move forward on your journey, remember that you have the power to create your own reality, and that you can choose to live a life that's aligned with your highest good. And so, like, trust yourself, believe in yourself, and know that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. And so, like, what's really cool about this is that the Jasper butterfly is really empowering you to step into your own power and to, like, create a life that's authentic and fulfilling. Like, maybe you've been feeling like you're not good enough or that you're not worthy of love or success. The Jasper butterfly is like, that's BS, you are good enough, you are worthy. And it's about, like, challenging those beliefs and replacing them with more empowering ones. Like, instead of saying, I can't do this, you say, I can learn to do this. Or instead of saying, I'm not good enough, you say, I'm constantly growing and evolving. It's about, like, reframing your thoughts and creating a more positive and supportive inner dialogue. And so, like, it's really about taking that energy of the Seven of Swords, that sneaky, deceptive energy, and turning it into something positive. Like, using your cleverness and adaptability to, like, navigate tricky situations and to, like, achieve your goals without compromising your values. And so, like, that's the challenge of the Seven of Swords, but it's also the opportunity. It's the opportunity to, like, grow and evolve and to, like, become a stronger and more authentic version of yourself. And so, like, as you reflect on this card, ask yourself, where am I being sneaky or dishonest in my life? Where am I feeling taken advantage of or manipulated? Where am I carrying a heavy burden that I need to let go of? And how can I use my cleverness and adaptability to navigate tricky situations with integrity? And so, like, those are some important questions to consider as you move forward. And so, like, what's really cool about this is that the Jasper butterfly is really supporting you in this process. It's empowering you to, like, face these challenges with courage and confidence, and to, like, Create a life that's aligned with your highest good. Okay, so, that's the Seven of Swords. Deception, trickery, and a reminder to be honest with yourself and others. But also an opportunity to use your cleverness and adaptability to navigate tricky situations with integrity and that empowerment from the Jasper butterfly. Okay? So, we've got all those choices in the Seven of Cups. The Knight of Swords making a decision, the Hermit going within, and now this Seven of Swords. What could this theft really be about? And who's stealing what from whom? Oh my gosh, it's getting so juicy now. I can't wait to pull the next card and see what happens next. Are we going to uncover some secrets? Are we going to find out who's been naughty? Oh, this is so exciting. Okay, so we've got all those choices in the Seven of Cups. The Knight of Swords making a decision, the Hermit going within, and now this Seven of Swords. What could this theft really be about? And who's stealing what from whom? Oh my gosh, it's getting so juicy now. I can't wait to pull the next card and see what happens next. Are we going to uncover some secrets? Are we going to find out who's been naughty? Oh, this is so exciting. Oh my gosh. Okay, so after all that action and sneakiness, here comes the High Priestess. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is a major card, right? This is not just some little pip card. This is the ultimate card of intuition, of mystery, of the secrets of the universe, you know. So after all that, trying to figure things out with your conscious mind, bam, here comes the High Priestess saying, okay, it's time to tap into your intuition. It's time to listen to your inner voice. It's time to access the wisdom that's hidden beneath the surface, you know. And I feel that Jasper butterfly is fluttering its wings, ready to fly you to those hidden places. And so what does this mean in the context of the other cards? Well, with the Seven of Cups, maybe you were feeling confused about all those choices and you didn't really know which way to go. The High Priestess is saying, okay, the answers are not out there. They're within you. You just need to quiet your mind and listen to your intuition. You know, and with the Knight of Swords, maybe you were charging ahead without really thinking things through. The High Priestess is saying, okay, slow down, take a breath, connect with your inner wisdom, and make sure you're making decisions that are aligned with your soul, you know. And with the Hermit, maybe you were feeling a little bit isolated and alone. The High Priestess is saying, okay, you're not alone, you're connected to the divine, you're connected to the universe, and you have access to all the wisdom and guidance you need. You know, and with the Seven of Swords. Okay, this is where it gets really interesting. So with the Seven of Swords, maybe you were feeling like you were being deceived or manipulated. The High Priestess is saying, okay, trust your intuition. You know more than you think you do. You can see through the illusions. You can uncover the truth. You know, maybe there's something that's being hidden from you, or maybe there's someone who's not being honest with you. The High Priestess is saying, okay, pay attention to your gut feelings. Pay attention to your dreams. Pay attention to the synchronicities in your life. The universe is trying to tell you something. You know, maybe you've been having this nagging feeling that something's not right, but you can't quite put your finger on it. The High Priestess is saying, okay, that's your intuition talking to you. Don't ignore it. Listen to it. Explore it. You know, maybe you've been having these vivid dreams that seem to be trying to tell you something. The High Priestess is saying, okay, pay attention to those dreams. They're messages from your subconscious mind. They're trying to guide you. You know. Maybe you've been noticing these strange coincidences or synchronicities in your life. The High Priestess is saying, okay, those are signs from the universe. They're trying to lead you down the right path. You know? And, so the High Priestess is all about, trusting your intuition, even when it doesn't make sense logically. Sometimes your intuition will tell you something that seems completely irrational or illogical, but it turns out to be true. You know, maybe you have this feeling that you shouldn't trust someone, even though they seem perfectly nice and trustworthy. The High Priestess is saying, okay, trust that feeling. There's a reason why you're feeling that way. There's something you're picking up on that you might not be consciously aware of. You know, maybe you have this urge to go in a certain direction or to take a certain action, even though it doesn't seem to make any sense. The High Priestess is saying, okay, trust that urge. It's your intuition guiding you. It's leading you to where you need to be. you know. And I think that empowerment from the Jasper butterfly is really key here. It's like you have the strength to trust your intuition, even when it's scary. And so like the High Priestess is also about like accessing the subconscious mind, you know? Like the subconscious mind is this vast reservoir of knowledge and wisdom that's stored beneath the surface of our conscious awareness. And it contains all of our memories, all of our beliefs, all of our emotions, all of our experiences. And so like the High Priestess is saying that you can access this subconscious mind through like meditation or hypnosis or dream work or like other spiritual practices. And when you do, you can gain access to all sorts of insights and information that can help you to like understand yourself better and to like make better decisions and to like create a more fulfilling life. You know, like maybe you're struggling with a certain pattern in your life and you can't figure out why you keep repeating it. The High Priestess is saying, okay, go into your subconscious mind and explore the roots of that pattern. What are the beliefs and emotions that are driving that behavior? What are the experiences that shape that pattern? You know, like maybe you're feeling stuck in a certain area of your life and you can't seem to move forward. The High Priestess is saying, okay, go into your subconscious mind and explore the blocks that are holding you back. What are the fears and limiting beliefs that are preventing you from achieving your goals? What are the past traumas that are keeping you stuck? You know, and so like the High Priestess is also about like embracing the mystery, you know. Like not needing to have all the answers, not needing to understand everything, being comfortable with the unknown. You know, like sometimes we get so caught up in like trying to figure everything out and trying to control everything that we forget to like just relax and trust the process. The High Priestess is saying, okay, let go of the need for control. Let go of the need for understanding. Just surrender to the mystery. Just trust that everything is unfolding exactly as it's supposed to. You know, like maybe you're facing a situation that seems completely confusing and chaotic, and you have no idea what's going to happen. The High Priestess is saying, okay, don't try to figure it out. Just trust that the universe has a plan. Just trust that everything is working out for your highest good. Just trust that you're being guided and supported every step of the way. You know, and so, like, to bring it back to the Seven of Swords, the High Priestess can really see through any deception or trickery now. You know. And I think that's why this card is showing up, because it's like you're being asked to really trust your gut and to see what's really going on beneath the surface, you know? It's like that Seven of Swords energy might be trying to, like, pull a fast one on you, but the High Priestess is like, no, 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 I see what you're doing. I know what you're up to. You know. And it's like you're being asked to really tap into that inner wisdom and to trust that you have the ability to see through any illusions or deceptions that might be coming your way. And that Jasper butterfly is really empowering you to see that, you know? And so, like, the High Priestess is also about, like, being patient, you know? Like, not rushing things, not forcing things. Allowing things to unfold in their own time. You know, like, sometimes we get so impatient and we want things to happen right away, but the High Priestess is saying, okay, slow down, be patient. Trust the divine timing. Everything will happen when it's supposed to happen. You know, like, maybe you're waiting for something to manifest in your life and it's taking longer than you expected. The High Priestess is saying, okay, don't give up, don't get discouraged. Just keep believing, just keep visualizing, just keep taking inspired action. And trust that it will manifest in its own time. You know, like maybe you're waiting for a relationship to develop and it's moving slowly. The High Priestess is saying, okay, don't rush it, don't force it. Just allow it to unfold naturally. Just enjoy the process. Just trust that it will develop in its own time. You know? And so, like, the High Priestess is really about, like, trusting the universe and trusting yourself and trusting that everything is happening for a reason. And I think that's such an important message right now, especially with all this Seven of Swords energy going on, you know. Because it's like, when things feel uncertain or confusing, it's easy to get caught up in fear and anxiety. But the High Priestess is saying, okay, don't let fear and anxiety control you. Trust that you're being guided and protected. Trust that everything is working out for your highest good. trust that you have the strength and wisdom to navigate any challenges that come your way. And that empowerment from the Jasper butterfly, that's your superpower right now. And the High Priestess is really about, tapping into that inner knowing and trusting that you have all the answers you need within you. And I think that's such a beautiful message, especially after all this confusion and deception with the Seven of Swords, It's like you don't need to look outside of yourself for the answers. You already have them inside of you. You just need to, quiet your mind and listen to your intuition and trust that you know what's best for you. And so, to really connect this to that Seven of Swords energy, think about this. Who do you suspect might be stealing something or being dishonest? The High Priestess says, go with your first instinct. The very first thought that popped into your head when I said that, that's likely the truth. Don't second guess it. Don't try to rationalize it away. Just acknowledge it and trust that your intuition is guiding you. Okay, so what does this mean for you, my friend? Well, it means that you're being called to, trust your intuition and to, listen to your inner voice and to, access the wisdom that's hidden beneath the surface. It means that you're being called to, embrace the mystery and to, be patient and to, trust the divine timing. And it means that you're being called to, let go of the need for control and to, surrender to the universe and to, trust that everything is unfolding exactly as it's supposed to. And with the Jasper butterfly there, it means you're being empowered to do all of that. You have the strength within you. And so, as you move forward on your journey, remember that you have the ability to, tap into your inner wisdom and to, navigate any challenges that come your way with grace and ease. And, trust yourself, believe in yourself, and know that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. And, what's really cool about this is that the Jasper butterfly is really empowering you to step into your own power and to, create a life that's authentic and fulfilling. Maybe you've been feeling like you're not good enough or that you're not worthy of love or success. The Jasper butterfly is that's BS. You are good enough. You are worthy. And it's about, challenging those beliefs and replacing them with more empowering ones. And, it's really about taking that energy of the High Priestess, that intuitive, mysterious energy, and using it to, guide you on your path and to, create a life that's aligned with your highest good. And so, as you reflect on this card, ask yourself, what is my intuition trying to tell me? What secrets are waiting to be uncovered? What mysteries am I being called to embrace? And how can I trust the divine timing and surrender to the universe? And, those are some important questions to consider as you move forward. And, what's really cool about this is that the Jasper butterfly is really supporting you in this process. It's empowering you to, face these challenges with courage and confidence and to, create a life that's aligned with your highest good. But wait, there's more. Because the High Priestess isn't just about external secrets, right? She's also about your own internal secrets, those hidden motivations that drive your actions. So, let's dive a little deeper into that Seven of Swords energy and see what the High Priestess can reveal about why someone might be tempted to be sneaky in the first place. What's the subconscious motivation behind that behavior? Is it fear? Is it insecurity? Is it a need for control? Or is it something else entirely? And I think this is where it gets really interesting, because the High Priestess can help you to uncover those hidden motivations, both in yourself and in others. Maybe someone is being sneaky because they're afraid of failing, They're afraid that they're not good enough, so they try to, cut corners or, take credit for someone else's work to make themselves look better. Or, maybe someone is being dishonest because they're insecure, They're afraid that they're not worthy of love or attention, so they try to, manipulate or deceive others to get what they want. Or, maybe someone is being controlling because they're afraid of losing control, They're afraid that things will fall apart if they don't micromanage everything, so they try to, manipulate or dominate others to maintain their power. And the High Priestess can help you to see those subconscious motivations and to understand why people are behaving the way they are. And when you understand the why, it becomes a lot easier to, have compassion for them, and 2, find a way to resolve the situation in a way that's fair and just for everyone involved. You know, maybe you realize that someone is being sneaky because they're really just afraid of failing, and you can offer them some support and encouragement to help them to overcome their fear. Or maybe you realize that someone is being dishonest because they're really just insecure, and you can offer them some validation and reassurance to help them to feel more worthy. Or maybe you realize that someone is being controlling because they're really just afraid of losing control, and you can offer them some reassurance that you're not trying to take their power away, and that you're just trying to work together to achieve a common goal. And so, the High Priestess is really about, understanding the underlying motivations behind people's behavior, and using that understanding to create more positive and harmonious relationships. And I think that's such a powerful message, especially in the context of the Seven of Swords, Because it's when someone is being sneaky or dishonest, it's easy to get caught up in anger and resentment. But the High Priestess is saying, okay, don't let anger and resentment control you. Try to understand what's really going on beneath the surface. Try to understand the why behind their behavior, and use that understanding to create a more positive and constructive outcome. And that empowering Jasper butterfly, that's what gives you the strength to look at people with compassion instead of judgment. And so, let's bring it back to all the cards together now. We had the Seven of Cups with all those choices, but maybe some of those choices weren't so honest. Then the Knight of Swords charges in, but maybe he's charging based on incomplete information or even a little bit of deception. Then the Hermit goes within to reflect, and maybe that's when the truth starts to bubble up. And then we get the Seven of Swords, and the sneaky behavior is out in the open. But the High Priestess is here to shine a light on the real reasons why it's happening. And so, what does this all mean for you, my friend? Well, it means that you're being called to, be honest with yourself about your own motivations, and 2, understand the motivations of others, and 2, use that understanding to create more positive and harmonious relationships. It means that you're being called to, tap into your intuition, and 2, trust your gut feelings, and 2, see through any deceptions or illusions that might be coming your way. And it means that you're being called to, embrace the mystery, and 2, be patient, and 2, trust that everything is unfolding exactly as it's supposed to. And so, as you move forward on your journey, remember that you have the ability to, navigate any challenges that come your way with grace and ease, and 2, create a life that's aligned with your highest good. And, so, trust yourself, believe in yourself, and know that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. And so, to really bring it all together, the High Priestess is asking you to balance the external action of the Knight of Swords with the internal reflection of the Hermit. It's not enough to just do things. You also need to understand why you're doing them. And it's not enough to just reflect on things. You also need to take action based on what you've learned. It's about finding that balance between action and reflection, between the external world and the internal world. And the High Priestess is here to guide you on that journey and to help you to find that balance. And, so, that's what it's all about, my friend. It's about trusting yourself, trusting the universe, and trusting that everything is happening for a reason. And, so, as you move forward, just remember to stay open to the mystery, to listen to your intuition, and to trust that you're being guided and supported every step of the way. And remember that even when things seem confusing or uncertain, you have the strength and wisdom within you to navigate any challenges that come your way. And the Jasper butterfly is there to empower you every step of the way. So trust yourself, believe in yourself, and know that you're capable of creating a life that's truly amazing. Okay, so, that's the High Priestess. Intuition, mystery, and a reminder to trust yourself and the universe. So, we've got all those choices in the Seven of Cups. The Knight of Swords making a decision, the Hermit going within, the Seven of Swords with some sneaky stuff, and now the High Priestess revealing secrets and asking us to trust our intuition. What's going to happen next? Oh, I can't wait to see. What secrets will be revealed? Will justice be served? Will everything work out for the best? Oh, this is so exciting. Okay, so, we've got all those choices in the Seven of Cups. The Knight of Swords making a decision, the Hermit going within, the Seven of Swords with some sneaky stuff, and now the High Priestess revealing secrets and asking us to trust our intuition. What's going to happen next? Oh, I can't wait to see. What secrets will be revealed? Will justice be served? Will everything work out for the best? Oh, this is so exciting. Oh my gosh, I can't even believe it after all of that. We pull the world, the actual world, seriously. Okay, so after all those twists and turns and ups and downs, here comes the world, the ultimate card of completion, you know? This is it. This is the end of the journey. This is achieving your goals, feeling fulfilled, and finally getting to see the bigger picture. You know? And I think with the Jasper butterfly there, that feeling of completion is just so empowered, you know? It's you did this. So what does this mean in the context of everything else we've pulled? Well, with the Seven of Cups, all those choices, the world is saying you've finally made the right choice, or you've learned from a choice. You know? All that confusion and uncertainty has finally cleared, and you're on the right path. And with the Knight of Swords, all that action and energy, the world is saying you've finally achieved your goals, you know. All that hard work has finally paid off, and you're reaping the rewards. And with the Hermit, all that introspection and self-reflection, the world is saying you've finally gained the wisdom and understanding you need to move forward in your life, you know. All that soul searching has finally led you to a place of clarity and peace. But it's the Seven of Swords and the High Priestess together that are really interesting here, right? Because, with the Seven of Swords, all that deception and trickery, the world is saying you've finally come to terms with the shadows, you know? You have navigated that dishonesty. All that sneakiness and dishonesty has finally been brought to light, and you're, ready to move on with a clean slate. It's you've learned the lessons you needed to learn, and you're, ready to start a new chapter. And with the High Priestess, all that intuition and mystery, the world is saying you've finally tapped into your inner wisdom, you know. All that searching for answers has finally led you to a place of deep understanding and knowing. You know, it's you've connected with your higher self, and you're, ready to share your gifts with the world. So, this is a card about, coming full circle, you know. You've been on this journey, and you've, gone through all these different experiences, and you've, learned all these different lessons, and now you're, finally at the end of the road. And it's not just the end, but the beginning, too. And, this could be a literal journey, too. You know, so keep that in mind. And so, what does that mean for you, my friend? Well, it means that you're, about to experience a major breakthrough in your life, you know? All your hard work and dedication is finally going to pay off, and you're going to, achieve something really amazing. You know? And, it means that you're, about to step into your full potential, you know? You're going to, embrace all your gifts and talents, and you're going to, use them to make a positive impact on the world. You know? And, it means that you're, about to experience a deep sense of fulfillment and satisfaction, you know? You're going to, feel you've finally found your purpose, and you're, living your best life. But, the thing about the world is that it's not just about personal achievement, you know? It's also about, connecting with the world around you and, recognizing your place in the grand scheme of things. It's about, understanding that you're part of something bigger than yourself, and you're connected to everyone and everything in the universe. And I think that's what's so cool about this card, because it's it's not just about you, it's about all of us, you know? So, maybe you've been so focused on your own goals and your own problems that you've forgotten to, look around and see what's going on in the world. The world is saying, okay, it's time to, broaden your horizons and to, connect with people from different cultures and backgrounds, and to, learn about different perspectives and to, see the world through different eyes. And so, this could mean, traveling to a foreign country, or, volunteering for a cause that you believe in, or, simply striking up a conversation with someone who's different from you. Or it could just be watching the news and realizing you're part of a much bigger story than you thought. And, it's about, expanding your consciousness and, becoming more aware of the interconnectedness of all things. And I think that's where the shadow work comes in, too, Because it's like, we all have these, hidden parts of ourselves that we don't really want to acknowledge, but the world is saying it's time to integrate all those parts of yourself, even the ones you don't like. It's that empowered feeling. And it's about that Jasper butterfly is saying, you can't be afraid of those shadows. Maybe you're really good at being positive and optimistic, but you have a hard time dealing with negative emotions like anger or sadness. The world is saying, okay, it's time to embrace those negative emotions and to learn how to process them in a healthy way. It's okay to feel angry or sad sometimes. It's part of being human, Or maybe you're really good at being independent and self-sufficient, but you have a hard time asking for help. The world is saying, okay, it's time to let go of your pride and to ask for help when you need it. It's okay to not be able to do everything on your own. We all need help sometimes. And, it's about accepting yourself fully, flaws and all, and recognizing that those flaws are actually part of what makes you unique and special. Because we're all perfectly imperfect, And it's our imperfections that make us interesting and relatable and human. And I think sometimes we get so caught up in trying to be perfect that we forget to just be ourselves. The world is saying, okay, stop trying to be perfect. Just be you, be authentic, be genuine, be real, and let your true self shine. And so that sneaky Seven of Swords energy can be a part of this integration too. Maybe you've been hiding some part of yourself from the world because you're afraid of what people will think. The world is saying, okay, it's time to let go of that fear and to show the world who you really are. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable. Don't be afraid to be different. The world needs your unique gifts and talents, Or maybe you've been holding onto some resentment or bitterness towards someone who's wronged you in the past. The world is saying, okay, it's time to forgive that person and to let go of that negativity. Holding on to resentment is only hurting you. Forgiveness is the key to freedom. And it's about releasing all that old baggage and moving forward with a clean slate. Because you can't create a new future if you're still carrying around all that old stuff, The world is saying, okay, let it go. Let it all go. Release it. And make space for new possibilities. Maybe that Seven of Swords was all about you stealing something from yourself, your own power, or your own voice, or your own truth. And the world is saying it's time to reclaim that, to take it back. And it's about recognizing that you are worthy of love and happiness and success, and giving yourself permission to create the life you truly desire. The world is saying, okay, you deserve it. You deserve all the good things in life. So go out there and claim them. And the Jasper butterfly there really amplifies this message, because it's you have the power to create your own reality. You have the power to choose your own destiny. You have the power to live a life that's aligned with your highest good. And it's about stepping into that power and using it wisely and creating a world that's more beautiful and just and compassionate for everyone. Because we're all in this together, And what you do affects everyone else. So it's important to be mindful of your actions and to make sure that you're contributing to the greater good. And the empowerment is all about you, but about how you impact everything around you. The world is saying, okay, be a force for good in the world. Use your gifts to help others, make a difference, and leave the world a little bit better than you found it. And so, this could mean volunteering your time to a local charity, or donating money to a cause that you believe in, or simply being kind and compassionate to the people you encounter in your daily life. Or it could mean standing up for what's right, even when it's difficult or unpopular. And it's about recognizing that we're all connected and that we all have a responsibility to take care of each other and to take care of the planet. Because we're all part of this one big family, and we need to start acting like it. And I think sometimes we get so caught up in our own little bubbles that we forget to look around and see what's going on in the world. The world is saying, okay, it's time to break out of your bubble and to connect with people from different backgrounds, and 2, like, learn about different cultures, and 2, like, see the world from different perspectives. And so, like, this could mean, like, traveling to a foreign country, or, like, reading books by authors from different backgrounds, or, like, simply watching documentaries about different cultures. And it's about, like, expanding your understanding of the world and, like, becoming more aware of the challenges that people are facing and, like, finding ways to help. And I also feel like this card is about literal travel too, you know? Like maybe you've been wanting to take a trip for a long time, but you've been putting it off for some reason. The world is saying, okay, it's time to go, book that flight, pack your bags, and go explore the world. The Jasper butterfly says, get ready for a journey that will empower you. And like maybe you've been feeling stuck in a rut and you need a change of scenery. The world is saying, okay, get out of your comfort zone, go somewhere new, experience something different, and let the world inspire you. And so, like, this could mean, like, taking a backpacking trip through Europe, or, like, going on a safari in Africa, or, like, simply taking a road trip to a nearby town that you've never been to before. And it's about, like, opening yourself up to new experiences and, like, letting the world surprise you. And it's about, like, connecting with people from different cultures and, like, learning about different ways of life and, like, seeing the world from different perspectives. Like, maybe you've been feeling like you're not good enough or that you're not worthy of love or success. The world is saying, okay, that's not true, you are good enough. You are worthy, you are amazing. And you have so much to offer the world. And it's about, like, embracing your unique gifts and talents and, like, using them to make a positive impact on the world. Like, maybe you're really good at writing, and you can use your writing to inspire others or to raise awareness about important issues. Or like maybe you're really good at listening, and you can use your listening skills to help people feel heard and understood. Or like maybe you're really good at art, and you can use your art to bring beauty and joy into the world. The world is saying, okay, use your gifts, share your talents, make a difference. The world needs what you have to offer. And I also feel like this card is about, like, celebrating your accomplishments, you know? Like you've come so far on your journey and you've achieved so much, and it's important to, like, take a moment to acknowledge that and to, like, give yourself credit for all your hard work. Like, maybe you've been working really hard on a project and you've finally finished it. The world is saying, okay, celebrate, throw a party, give yourself a pat on the back, you deserve it. Or like maybe you've been struggling with a difficult challenge and you've finally overcome it. The world is saying, okay, be proud of yourself, you did it, you're amazing, and you can do anything you set your mind to. And it's about, like, recognizing your own strength and resilience and, like, knowing that you can handle anything that comes your way. And so, like, the Jasper butterfly is really amplifying this message of empowerment because it's like you have the power to create your own reality. You have the power to choose your own destiny. And you have the power to live a life that's aligned with your highest good. And it's about, like, stepping into that power and, like, using it wisely and, like, creating a world that's more beautiful and just and compassionate for everyone. Okay, so, like, what does this all mean for you, my friend? Well, it means that you're being called to, like, embrace your full potential and to, like, live a life that's aligned with your highest good. It means that you're being called to, like, connect with the world around you and to, like, recognize your place in the grand scheme of things. And it means that you're being called to, like, celebrate your accomplishments and to, like, give yourself credit for all your hard work. And so, like, as you move forward on your journey, remember that you have the power to create your own reality and that you can choose to live a life that's full of joy, love, and abundance. And so, like, trust yourself, believe in yourself, and know that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. And so, like, what's really cool about this is that the Jasper butterfly is really empowering you to step into your own power and to, like, create a life that's authentic and fulfilling. Like maybe you've been feeling like you're not good enough or that you're not worthy of love or success. The Jasper butterfly is like, that's BS, you are good enough, you are worthy. And it's about, like, challenging those beliefs and replacing them with more empowering ones. And so, like, It's really about taking that energy of the world, that completion, that fulfillment, and using it to, create a life that's truly amazing. And so, as you reflect on this card, ask yourself, what am I ready to complete? What am I ready to let go of? What am I ready to embrace? And how can I use my gifts and talents to make a positive impact on the world? And, those are some important questions to consider as you move forward. And what lessons have you learned from the trickery and possible deception that came up with the Seven of Swords? Has coming full circle meant confronting that? Have you made amends? Or has someone made amends to you? This card is all about that completion, and to move forward, that stuff needs to be resolved. And what's really cool about this is that the Jasper butterfly is really supporting you in this process. It's empowering you to, face these challenges with courage and confidence, and to, create a life that's aligned with your highest good. But wait, there's more. The World card isn't just about reaching the finish line, it's also about seeing the whole map right. So it's about understanding how all those other cards, all those experiences, fit together to create this moment. It's about realizing that the Seven of Cups, Knight of Swords, Hermit, Seven of Swords, and High Priestess were all necessary steps on your journey, even the difficult ones. So, what happens next? Oh my gosh, what happens next after the World? Does this mean you're going on a literal trip around the world? Does this mean you are closing a chapter so a new one can open? Is this the ultimate success? Oh, I am so excited. Okay, so, we've got all those choices in the Seven of Cups. The Knight of Swords making a decision, the Hermit going within, the Seven of Swords with some sneaky stuff, and now the High Priestess revealing secrets and asking us to trust our intuition. What's going to happen next? Oh, I can't wait to see. What secrets will be revealed? Will justice be served? Will everything work out for the best? Oh, this is so exciting. Oh my gosh, I can't even believe it after all of that. We pull the world, the actual world, seriously? Okay, so, after all those twists and turns and ups and downs, here comes the world, the ultimate card of completion, you know? This is it. This is the end of the journey. This is, achieving your goals, feeling fulfilled, and, finally getting to see the bigger picture. You know? And I think with the Jasper butterfly there, that feeling of completion is just, so empowered, you know? It's you did this. You really did. All of it. So, what does this mean in the context of everything else we've pulled? Well, with the Seven of Cups, all those choices, the world is saying you've finally made the right choice. Or, you've learned from a choice that you didn't think was so right, but it led you somewhere even better. You know, all that confusion and uncertainty has finally cleared, and you're, on the right path, solid, you know. And with the Knight of Swords, all that action and energy, the world is saying you've finally achieved your goals, you know? All that hard work has finally paid off, and you're, reaping the rewards totally. You're getting it all. You deserve it. I mean, seriously, it's yes. And with the Hermit, all that introspection and self-reflection, the world is saying you've finally gained the wisdom and understanding you need to, move forward in your life, you know? All that soul-searching has finally led you to a place of clarity and peace. And you're just, so grounded and centered, you know? It's ah. But it's the Seven of Swords and the High Priestess together that are really interesting here, right? Because, with the Seven of Swords, all that deception and trickery, the world is saying you've finally come to terms with the shadows, you know? You have navigated that dishonesty. All that sneakiness and dishonesty has finally been brought to light, and you're, ready to move on with a clean slate totally. You've learned the lessons you needed to learn, and you're, ready to start a new chapter, fresh, brand new. The whole world is open to you. I mean, it's the World card after all. And you know, this could literally be the case. It could be a brand new chapter opening in a completely new place, a new country even. And with the High Priestess, all that intuition and mystery, the world is saying you've finally tapped into your inner wisdom, you know? All that searching for answers has finally led you to a place of deep understanding and knowing. And it's everything is just clicking, you know? It's you've connected with your higher self, and you're, ready to share your gifts with the world, ready to just really be you. So, this is a card about, coming full circle, you know? You've been on this journey, and you've, gone through all these different experiences, and you've, like, learned all these different lessons, and now you're, like, finally at the end of the road, but it's not just the end, it's the beginning, too. It's like the end of the beginning. And I think that's really, really important. Like, you might feel like it's all over, but really this is just the start of something absolutely huge. And this could be a literal journey too. You know, so keep that in mind, seriously. And so, like, what does that mean for you, my friend? Well, it means that you're, like, about to experience a major breakthrough in your life, you know. Like, all your hard work and dedication is finally going to pay off. And you're going to, like, achieve something really amazing, like, seriously life-changing. You know? And, it means that you're, like, about to step into your full potential, you know. Like, you're going to, like, embrace all your gifts and talents, and you're going to, like, use them to make a positive impact on the world, a real difference. You know? And, it means that you're, like, about to experience a deep sense of fulfillment and satisfaction, you know. Like, you're going to, like, feel like you've finally found your purpose, and you're, like, living your best life, seriously. Like, you're going to wake up every day and just think, wow, this is it. But, like, the thing about the world is that it's not just about personal achievement, you know. It's also about, like, connecting with the world around you and, like, recognizing your place in the grand scheme of things. It's about, like, understanding that you're part of something bigger than yourself, and you're connected to everyone and everything in the universe. And I think that's what's so cool about this card, because it's like, it's not just about you, it's about all of us, you know? Like, that sense of being a part of something bigger. So, like, maybe you've been so focused on your own goals and your own problems that you've forgotten to, like, look around and see what's going on in the world. The world is saying, okay, it's time to, like, broaden your horizons and to, like, connect with people from different cultures and backgrounds, and to, like, learn about different perspectives and to, like, see the world through different eyes. It's like, wake up, pay attention. There's so much more out there. And so, like, this could mean, like, traveling to a foreign country, or, like, volunteering for a cause that you believe in, or, like, simply striking up a conversation with someone who's different from you. Or it could just be watching the news and realizing you're part of a much bigger story than you thought, yeah. And, it's about, like, expanding your consciousness and, like, becoming more aware of the interconnectedness of all things. It's about knowing that you're not just you, you're connected to everyone and everything else. And I think that's where the shadow work comes in, too, you know. Because it's like, we all have these, like, hidden parts of ourselves that we don't really want to acknowledge, but the world is saying it's time to integrate all those parts of yourself, even the ones you don't like. It's that empowered feeling. And it's about that Jasper butterfly is saying, like, you can't be afraid of those shadows. It's like those parts of yourself that you keep hidden, the things you're ashamed of. It's time to bring them into the light, to accept them as part of who you are. Like, maybe you're really good at being positive and optimistic, but you have a hard time dealing with negative emotions, like anger or sadness. The world is saying, okay, it's time to, like, embrace those negative emotions and to, like, learn how to process them in a healthy way. It's okay to feel angry or sad sometimes. It's part of being human. You know? Or, like, maybe you're really good at being independent and self-sufficient, but you have a hard time asking for help. The world is saying, okay, it's time to, like, let go of your pride and to, like, ask for help when you need it. It's okay to not be able to do everything on your own. We all need help sometimes. I mean, seriously, it is. And, it's about, like, accepting yourself fully, flaws and all, and, like, recognizing that those flaws are actually part of what makes you unique and special. Because, like, we're all perfectly imperfect, you know? And it's our imperfections that make us interesting and relatable and human. We're not robots, we're real. And, I think sometimes we get so caught up in, like, trying to be perfect that we forget to, like, just be ourselves. The world is saying, okay, stop trying to be perfect. Just be you, be authentic, be genuine, be real. And let your true self shine. Just be who you are, it's enough. You're enough. And so, like, that sneaky Seven of Swords energy can be a part of this integration, too. Like, maybe you've been hiding some part of yourself from the world because you're afraid of what people will think. The world is saying, okay, it's time to let go of that fear and to show the world who you really are. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable. Don't be afraid to be different. The world needs your unique gifts and talents. Just let it all out, be you. And if you're thinking about who that sneaky Seven of Swords person is, the High Priestess likely already clued you in. And if they are holding something back from you, perhaps you're also ready to reclaim something that was taken from you as well. It goes both ways. You know? Or maybe you've been holding onto some resentment or bitterness towards someone who's wronged you in the past. The world is saying, okay, it's time to forgive that person and to let go of that negativity. Holding on to resentment is only hurting you. Forgiveness is the key to freedom. Seriously, and it's about releasing all that old baggage and moving forward with a clean slate. Because you can't create a new future if you're still carrying around all that old stuff, you know? The world is saying, okay, let it go. Let it all go. Release it. And make space for new possibilities. Maybe that Seven of Swords was all about you stealing something from yourself, like your own power, or your own voice, or your own truth, maybe. That's intense to think about. And the world is saying it's time to reclaim that, to take it back now. And it's about recognizing that you are worthy of love and happiness and success, and giving yourself permission to create the life you truly desire. The world is saying, okay, you deserve it. You deserve all the good things in life. So go out there and claim them. It's your time, your turn. And the Jasper butterfly there really amplifies this message, because it's you have the power to create your own reality. You have the power to choose your own destiny. And you have the power to live a life that's aligned with your highest good. And it's about stepping into that power and using it wisely and creating a world that's more beautiful and just and compassionate for everyone. Because we're all in this together, you know? And what you do affects everyone else. So it's important to be mindful of your actions and to make sure that you're contributing to the greater good, absolutely. And the empowerment is all about you, but about how you impact everything around you, yeah. The world is saying, okay, be a force for good in the world. Use your gifts to help others, make a difference, and leave the world a little bit better than you found it. I mean, that's the goal, right? What else are we here for? And so, this could mean volunteering your time to a local charity, or donating money to a cause that you believe in, or simply being kind and compassionate to the people you encounter in your daily life, you know, just smiling at someone on the street. Or it could mean standing up for what's right, even when it's difficult or unpopular, seriously. And it's about recognizing that we're all connected and that we all have a responsibility to take care of each other and to take care of the planet, to take care of this beautiful world. Because we're all part of this one big family, and we need to start acting like it, and I think we can all do better. And I think sometimes we get so caught up in our own little bubbles that we forget to look around and see what's going on in the world. The world is saying, okay, it's time to break out of your bubble and to connect with people from different backgrounds and to learn about different cultures and to see the world from different perspectives. A new perspective that could change your whole life. And so, this could mean, traveling to a foreign country, or, reading books by authors from different backgrounds, or, simply watching documentaries about different cultures, really. And it's about, expanding your understanding of the world and, becoming more aware of the challenges that people are facing and, finding ways to help to make a real difference. And, I also feel like this card is about literal travel, too, you know? Maybe you've been wanting to take a trip for a long time, but you've been putting it off for some reason. The world is saying, okay, it's time to go, book that flight, pack your bags, and go explore the world. Seriously, stop waiting, it's time. The Jasper butterfly says, get ready for a journey that will empower you. And maybe you've been feeling stuck in a rut and you need a change of scenery. The world is saying, okay, get out of your comfort zone, go somewhere new. Experience something different, and let the world inspire you, yeah. And so, this could mean, taking a backpacking trip through Europe, or, going on a safari in Africa, or, simply taking a road trip to a nearby town that you've never been to before, really, just anywhere new. And it's about like opening yourself up to new experiences and like letting the world surprise you. And it's about like connecting with people from different cultures and like learning about different ways of life and like seeing the world from different perspectives. Like maybe you've been feeling like you're not good enough or that you're not worthy of love or success who hasn't seriously. The world is saying, okay, that's not true. You are good enough. You are worthy. You are amazing. And you have so much to offer the world. You really, really do. And it's about like embracing your unique gifts and talents and like using them to make a positive impact on the world, make a real difference. Like maybe you're really good at writing and you can use your writing to inspire others or to raise awareness about important issues. Or like maybe you're really good at listening and you can use your listening skills to help people feel heard and understood. Or like maybe you're really good at art and you can use your art to bring beauty and joy into the world. The world is saying, okay, use your gifts, share your talents, make a difference. The world needs what you have to offer. I mean, seriously, we do. And I also feel like this card is about like celebrating your accomplishments, you know? Like you've come so far on your journey and you've achieved so much, and it's important to like take a moment to acknowledge that and to like give yourself credit for all your hard work. Like maybe you've been working really hard on a project and you've finally finished it. The world is saying, okay, celebrate, throw a party, give yourself a pat on the back, you deserve it. You really do. Or like maybe you've been struggling with a difficult challenge and you've finally overcome it. The world is saying, okay, be proud of yourself. You did it. You're amazing. And you can do anything you set your mind to. You really can. And it's about like recognizing your own strength and resilience and like knowing that you can handle anything that comes your way seriously. You've got this. And the world is here to tell you that. And so, like, the Jasper butterfly is really amplifying this message of empowerment because it's like you have the power to create your own reality. You have the power to choose your own destiny. And you have the power to live a life that's aligned with your highest good. And, it's about, like, stepping into that power and, like, using it wisely and, like, creating a world that's more beautiful and just and compassionate for everyone. A world where everyone can thrive. Okay, so, like, what does this all mean for you, my friend? Well, it means that you're being called to, like, embrace your full potential and to, like, live a life that's aligned with your highest good, seriously. It means that you're being called to, like, connect with the world around you and to, like, recognize your place in the grand scheme of things, to see the bigger picture. And it means that you're being called to, like, celebrate your accomplishments and to, like, give yourself credit for all your hard work. And, so, like, as you move forward on your journey, remember that you have the power to create your own reality and that you can choose to live a life that's full of joy, love, and abundance. And, so, like, trust yourself, believe in yourself, and know that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. You really are. And, so, like, what's really cool about this is that the Jasper butterfly is really empowering you to step into your own power and to, like, create a life that's authentic and fulfilling. Like maybe you've been feeling like you're not good enough or that you're not worthy of love or success. The Jasper butterfly is like, that's BS. You are good enough. You are worthy. And it's about like challenging those beliefs and replacing them with more empowering ones, always, always. And so like, it's really about taking that energy of the world, that completion, that fulfillment, and using it to like create a life that's truly amazing, like beyond your wildest dreams. And so, like, as you reflect on this card, ask yourself, what am I ready to complete? What am I ready to let go of? What am I ready to embrace? And how can I use my gifts and talents to make a positive impact on the world? I mean, seriously, these are the big questions. And, so, like, those are some important questions to consider as you move forward. And what lessons have you learned from the trickery and possible deception that came up with the Seven of Swords? Has coming full circle meant confronting that? Have you made amends? Or has someone made amends to you? It really goes both ways. This card is all about that completion, and to move forward, that stuff needs to be resolved. Like, have you forgiven yourself? Have you forgiven others? Or do you still need to do some work on that? And, so, like, what's really cool about this is that the Jasper butterfly is really supporting you in this process. It's empowering you to, face these challenges with courage and confidence, and to, create a life that's aligned with your highest good, a life where you can truly shine. But wait, there's more. The World card isn't just about reaching the finish line, it's also about seeing the whole map, right? So, it's about understanding how all those other cards, all those experiences, fit together to create this moment. It's about realizing that the Seven of Cups, Knight of Swords, Hermit, Seven of Swords, and High Priestess were all necessary steps on your journey, even the difficult ones. Seriously, even the ones you wouldn't want to repeat. So, the Seven of Cups showed you all the possibilities, even the ones that weren't right for you. The Knight of Swords gave you the courage to take action, even when you weren't sure what the outcome would be. The Hermit taught you the importance of introspection and self-reflection. The Seven of Swords forced you to confront your shadows and to learn from your mistakes, or to be aware of those shadows around you. And the High Priestess helped you to connect with your intuition and to trust your inner wisdom. All those cards were leading you to this moment, to this place of completion and fulfillment. And you're here, you're at the World, and that is absolutely amazing. You know, maybe that Seven of Swords person was also a part of getting you here, as crazy as that sounds. Sometimes we have people who challenge us, who test us, who ultimately help us see what's really important. And those people, even if they are doing sneaky things, can lead us to where we need to be. It's a wild thought, right? So, what happens next? Oh my gosh, what happens next after the World? Does this mean you're going on a literal trip around the world? Are you just going to pack your bags and take off? Does this mean you are closing a chapter so a new one can open? Are you about to start something completely different? Is this the ultimate success? Is this as good as it gets? Or is there even more to come? I am so excited, I can't even stand it. And what about that sneaky person from the Seven of Swords? Are they going to show up again in your life? Or have you finally learned your lesson and moved on for good? And what new adventures are waiting for you on the horizon? What new challenges will you face? What new lessons will you learn? Seriously, the possibilities are endless. And what's really cool about this is that the Jasper butterfly is there to empower you every step of the way, to give you the strength and courage you need to face whatever comes next. Because, you're not alone on this journey. The universe is supporting you, and you have all the resources you need to create a life that's truly amazing. You just need to trust yourself, believe in yourself, and know that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. It's so exciting. Okay, oh my gosh, my friend, after all of that, after all those cards, after all that journey, we have one more card to pull, and it's going to bring it all together. I can just feel it, you know. We've had so much going on, from the Seven of Cups with all those choices, the Knight of Swords charging in, the Hermit going within for some soul-searching, the Seven of Swords with some sneaky, possibly dishonest energy, the High Priestess tapping into that intuition and revealing secrets, and then finally, the World, that sense of completion and accomplishment, and a journey coming full circle. It's wow, that's a lot, right? It's been quite a ride, and you've been through so much, you know? All that confusion, all that action, all that introspection, all that maybe a little bit of deception, all that inner wisdom. And then finally, that sense of coming full circle, you've learned so much and you're ready for something new, ready to just embrace it all. It's been a whirlwind, seriously. And now it's okay, what's the next step? What's the final piece of the puzzle? What's going to bring it all together and give you that extra boost of energy and direction that you need to really move forward? I'm so excited to see, are you ready? Okay, drumroll please. And the final card is, oh my gosh, the Chariot. Seriously, the Chariot. Okay, so, after all of that, here comes the Chariot, the ultimate card of willpower and control, you know? This is all about taking charge of your life, harnessing your inner strength, and overcoming any obstacles that stand in your way. It's about being in the driver's seat, taking the reins, and steering your life in the direction you want to go. And with that Jasper butterfly there, it's you're not just in control, you're empowered. You've got this, you know? You really, really got this. So, what does the Chariot even mean? It's all about victory, asserting control, and moving forward in the face of adversity. The Chariot asks us to come into our own and rise up, so to speak. As you can see, it shows a person of royalty inside a chariot, and it's driven by two animals. Oftentimes, those animals are opposing each other, yet the chariot goes forward. And it's because of the person in the chariot, because that person is driving it forward. This is about claiming authority in your life. This is about getting everything going your way. It's about knowing that you are capable of doing anything that you set your mind to. It's about having that confidence and that self-assurance. The chariot is a really, really powerful card. The chariot is about having that personal confidence, and with that Jasper butterfly, that you are being called to rise up in your own power to go out there and take control of your life. That you are in the driver's seat. This is all about moving forward, that the work that you've done has set you up for the future, whatever comes next. And the chariot is all about willpower, you know? It's about having the determination and the focus to achieve your goals, even when things get tough. It's about not giving up, even when you feel like you're failing. It's about pushing through the challenges and staying committed to your vision. Maybe you've been working towards a certain goal for a long time and you're starting to feel discouraged. The chariot is saying, okay, don't give up now. You're almost there. Just keep pushing. You've got this. You know. Maybe you're facing a difficult obstacle in your life and you're not sure how to overcome it. The chariot is saying, okay, you have the strength and the resources you need to overcome this challenge. Just believe in yourself and take action. You can do it. You know. And so, this could mean, setting a goal for yourself and then breaking it down into smaller, more manageable steps. Or, finding a mentor or a coach who can help you to stay motivated and on track. Or, simply reminding yourself of your past successes and knowing that you're capable of achieving great things. You know. And, I also feel like the chariot is about, taking control of your emotions, you know? It's about not letting your emotions control you, but instead, learning how to manage them and use them to your advantage. It's about being able to stay calm and focused, even in the face of stress or pressure. Maybe you're feeling really anxious about something, and it's starting to affect your ability to function. The chariot is saying, okay, take a deep breath. Calm down, you can manage this. Don't let your anxiety control you. You know? Or maybe you're feeling really angry about something and you're tempted to lash out at someone. The chariot is saying, okay, take a step back. Don't react impulsively. Think about the consequences of your actions. You know? And so, this could mean, practicing mindfulness and meditation to help you stay grounded in the present moment. Or, learning how to identify your triggers and develop healthy coping mechanisms. Or, simply reminding yourself that your emotions are temporary and that they will pass. You know. And, I also feel like the chariot is about, having a clear vision for your life, you know? It's about knowing what you want to achieve and then creating a plan to make it happen. It's about having a sense of purpose and direction and then taking consistent action to move towards your goals. Maybe you're feeling lost and confused about what you want to do with your life. The chariot is saying, okay, take some time to reflect on your values and your passions. What's really important to you? What do you want to create in the world? You know? Or maybe you have a lot of different ideas about what you want to do, but you're not sure where to start. The chariot is saying, okay, choose one thing. Focus your energy on that one thing. And then create a plan to make it happen. You know? And so, this could mean, writing down your goals and then creating a timeline for achieving them. Or, visualizing yourself achieving your goals and then taking inspired action to make them a reality. Or, simply reminding yourself of your purpose and then making choices that are aligned with that purpose. You know. And, what does this mean in the context of all the other cards we've pulled? Well, with the 7 of Cups, all those choices, the chariot is saying you've made your decision, now go for it. You know, all that confusion and uncertainty has finally cleared, and you're, ready to take action and create the life you want. And with the Knight of Swords, all that action and energy, the chariot is saying you've got the momentum, now steer it in the right direction. You know, all that enthusiasm and drive needs to be channeled and focused so you can achieve your goals. And with the Hermit, all that introspection and self-reflection, the chariot is saying you've gained the wisdom, now put it into practice. Like all that soul searching has given you the clarity and understanding you need to move forward with confidence. And, with the Seven of Swords, all that deception and trickery, the Chariot is saying you've learned from the past, now create a better future. You know. Like all that sneakiness and dishonesty has taught you valuable lessons about integrity and honesty, and you're ready to move forward with a clean slate. It's like, you know what to look out for now. And with the High Priestess, all that intuition and mystery, the Chariot is saying you've tapped into your inner guidance. Now trust it and take action. Like all that connection with your higher self has given you the wisdom and clarity you need to make the right choices and to stay on the right path. And with the world, all that completion and fulfillment, the Chariot is saying you've reached the end of one journey, now start a new one. Like all that accomplishment and satisfaction has given you the confidence and motivation to keep growing and evolving. Like, you're not done yet. There's still so much more to experience and achieve. And I think, with the Jasper butterfly, you're now empowered to create your own destiny, to fully embrace the next phase of your life and to, make it even more amazing than the last. So, the Chariot is really about taking control of your life and moving forward with confidence and determination, even in the face of challenges or obstacles. And so, what does this mean for you, my friend? Well, it means that you're being called to, step into your power and to, take charge of your life and to, create the reality you want to experience. It means that you're being called to, harness your inner strength and to, overcome any obstacles that stand in your way and to, achieve your goals with confidence and determination. And it means that you're being called to, trust your intuition and to, listen to your inner guidance and to, make choices that are aligned with your highest good. And it means that you're being called to, celebrate your accomplishments and to, give yourself credit for all your hard work and to, embrace the journey ahead with excitement and enthusiasm, You've come so far, you've learned so much, and you're ready to create something truly amazing in your life. The Chariot is calling to you, saying, go forward now. Now is your time to claim the power that you've always had inside. Now is your time to go get everything you've ever wanted. It's here. Claim it. And, as you move forward on your journey, remember that you have the power to create your own destiny and that you can choose to live a life that's full of joy, love, and abundance. And, trust yourself, believe in yourself, and know that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. Seriously. And, what's really cool about this is that the Jasper butterfly is really empowering you to step into your own power and to, create a life that's authentic and fulfilling, a life that truly reflects who you are and what you want to experience. Maybe you've been feeling like you're not good enough or that you're not worthy of love or success. The Jasper butterfly is that's BS, you are good enough, you are worthy. And it's about, challenging those beliefs and replacing them with more empowering ones. Seriously, it's time to rewrite the script. And it's really about taking that energy of the Chariot, that control, that willpower, and using it to, create a life that's truly amazing. And so, as you reflect on this card, ask yourself, what am I ready to take control of? What obstacles am I ready to overcome? What goals am I ready to achieve? And how can I use my willpower and determination to create the life I want? I mean, these are the big questions, right? And, those are some important questions to consider as you move forward. And, what's really cool about this is that the Jasper butterfly is really supporting you in this process. It's empowering you to, face these challenges with courage and confidence, and to, create a life that's aligned with your highest good. But wait, there's more. Because the Chariot isn't just about achieving external goals, it's also about achieving internal balance, integrating all those different aspects of yourself so you can move forward with wholeness and integrity. Maybe you've been struggling to balance your work life and your personal life. The Chariot is saying, okay, find a way to create more balance in your life. Set boundaries, prioritize your well-being, and make time for the things that are really important to you. Or, maybe you've been struggling to balance your logical mind and your intuitive mind. The Chariot is saying, okay, learn how to integrate these two aspects of yourself. Trust your intuition, but also use your logic to make smart decisions. And, it's about finding that middle ground, that sweet spot where you can bring all those different parts of yourself into harmony. Because, when you're in balance, you're more effective, you're more creative, and you're more resilient, really. And, I think sometimes we get so caught up in, trying to achieve external success that we forget to, take care of ourselves and to, nurture our inner world. The Chariot is saying, okay, don't neglect your inner world. Make time for self-care. Connect with your spirituality and cultivate a sense of inner peace. And so, this could mean, practicing yoga or meditation, or, spending time in nature, or, reading inspiring books, or, simply taking some time to relax and unwind. And it's about, remembering that your inner world is just as important as your outer world. And that when you take care of your inner world, you're able to achieve even greater things in your outer world. And so, to really connect this back to that Seven of Swords energy, the Chariot is asking you to be honest with yourself about your own motivations and intentions. Are you really being true to yourself? Or are you trying to manipulate or deceive others to get what you want? And the Chariot is about taking control, but it's also about taking responsibility for your actions and for the impact you're having on the world. And so, if you've been engaging in any sneaky or dishonest behavior, the Chariot is saying it's time to stop. It's time to own up to your mistakes and to make amends. And it's time to start living with integrity and honesty. And it's really about aligning your actions with your values and then using your willpower to create a life that's aligned with your highest good. And, what's really cool about this is that the Jasper butterfly is really empowering you to do this. It's giving you the strength and courage you need to face your challenges and to create a life that's truly amazing. Maybe you've been feeling afraid to take risks or to step outside of your comfort zone. The Jasper butterfly is okay, don't be afraid, you're strong, you're capable, and you can handle anything that comes your way. And, it's really about stepping into your power and, creating a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. And so, what's the next step? The Chariot is about movement, so what's the next journey you're embarking on? What direction are you headed? The destination is up to you, and you're the driver. You've completed this journey, so it's time to start another. What's the first step you're going to take towards this new goal? Where do you see yourself in 6 months? What's the plan to get there? Start making those moves, my friend. The Chariot says, now is the time. And so, what does all of this mean for you, my friend? It means it's time to put it into practice. And you got this. What a powerful conclusion. And remember, it's not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. You're in the right place to change and in your mind so that you feel happy and it can become an unbothered world. And you will find a true home. So you are now in the stage to put it into practice, and you got this. With that Jasper butterfly backing you every step of the way. So Pile Crystal, Jasper butterfly, wow. Thank you for sticking with me through all of that. I greatly appreciate it. What a powerful reading. Definitely let me know if that resonated. Thank you guys so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else, because that is one of the simplest and easiest ways to show appreciation for me and support my channel. Thank you to everyone who does that. If you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video. You can comment down below. Let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can also check out my merch, my candles, and be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my other videos as well as my social media. That is all I have for you guys.